Okay, so today we have a clickbait title for the live. Just preparing some, I'm like grinding coffee beans. Gonna make some coffee and then we can start working. Okay, and the camera, can you guys hear the background music? What is that mean MRR? What sort of app are you building? Hi guys, how are you? Can you guys press the like button and can you hear the background music? Because I just started the chat. I'm sorry, but I'm just grinding coffee. I'm gonna make some coffee and then start working. So what does it mean MRR? Monthly recurring revenue. How much money you make with your SaaS. Thanks for the like, Sad. What's up? What sort of app are you building? So today I'm building a B2B SaaS for. I can hear the background music, and sure, I'll start tapping. Thanks for tapping. Okay, today we're getting to 1 million MRR, and we're getting to like 10K likes. We're struggling so much with that coffee thing. Well, I have a nice setup today because like that's not a green screen behind me. Hi, Lucio. Yes, I'm French, but we speak English here. Do you think it's a green screen behind me? And actually, I would like be staying in a shitty underground apartment. Okay, so we got some coffee. Can you still see me here? Actually, it should be following me. It's not following me that far. Where are you from, Lucio? Where are you guys from? Just feel like standing at the moment. Is that a mobile app or a web app? It's going to be a mobile app only for the moment. Web app, sorry. It's a Next.js web app. There's no need for a mobile application on that project for the moment. What kind of app are you building? It's funny because every time I put like a clickbait title to the stream, then I get more people on the live. Yeah, I'm building a B2B web app in the real estate, like Airbnb rental ecosystem. Thanks for the likes. We're almost getting to 1K likes. I started like 3 minutes ago. So I'm supposed to make some coffee now. Just making like an espresso and then we can start the live. Is it following me? Yeah, that's a crazy tool that I'm using now. So what are you guys doing today? Are you on holiday? Like, is it like summer holiday or are you working on some side project? Thanks for the follow, Join. You coding old school or already using some AI agents? Did you ever, so I'm gonna try to answer all the questions. Did you ever try React Native? It's very close than Next.js and stuff like this. Actually, I'm mostly, like 2 or 3 years ago, I would have said that I was a React Native developer. I'm a big fan of React Native and Expo, especially. But right now I'm building mostly on web applications. You're coding old school or already using some AI agents. So now using VS Code is like being old school. I like it. I'm not using AI agents. I'm using Claude on the side and or good old school VS Code like IDE. Is this an app for travel? Well, it's called Airbnb Connector, but it's not for travel. It's for it's for property rental managers, so that they can find more clients. VS Code is so much better. Well, Cursor is just a fork of VS Code. But in the end, I got excited about Cursor in the beginning, but now it's a bit, I don't know. there was too much hype around it. Like they were pretending they were making no marketing, but I guess it's been like a huge, very smart marketing strategy that they had. Thanks for the follow, adjudicator. You fluent in English? Like it? Well, it's very unusual to meet a French guy speaking English, right? Okay, so let's make some coffee. We already have 12 viewers, and you see like the camera is like following me today, so I can like interact with the green screen with this amazing 3D green screen. I can even open this fake 3D green screen door. So that's pretty cool. Thanks for sharing the live, D1. Can we see a preview? Well, there's no preview at the moment. The things that I started working on that project, and with the wrong tech stack. Well, it was I don't know. Actually, yesterday I started from scratch again, and I started from zero, and I wanted to try the new the new Supabase UI blocks, you know, for authentication. And so now we have like a turbo repo, so the whole project is in a mono repo, and we have, for the moment, we only have the Next.js app because there's no like deep backend stuff to do. So maybe it's going to be a full stack Next.js app, and I've got the whole like sign in, sign up pages with the Supabase authentication blocks. And I have ShatCN. I have a ShatCN package here in my mono repo. So it's all running at the moment. I need to. What am I gonna do today? You know, it's really hard to code live. So like an hour ago, I was like trying to maybe figure out how I could like maybe work first for 1 hour and then do the live stream. But I like sharing what I'm doing, and it's fun to talk to people. What are your thoughts on vibe coding? I think the hype is not what it used to be a few weeks ago. ShatCN, something like a material UI. Well, ShatCN is like it's like material UI, but much more customizable. So basically, ShatCN it's a library. So here it's a bit specific because it's inside the mono repo, so that I can share the components in between various projects. I'm just explaining what ShatCN is for the ones who don't know it, and then I'm gonna make my coffee. Mate, where did you buy your t-shirt? I have no idea where I bought this La Vida Tranquila t-shirt. So we're getting to 45 viewers. So the algorithm, like 50 viewers, I think the algorithm is liking me today. So what is ShatCN? It's a fully customizable UI library, but actually you can build your own components, so you can customize them. You can you have the code, because you know with material UI you don't have the code for your components. So with ShatCN, like the ShatCN revolution, and actually it's used in plenty of production grade like startups in the US or by very serious projects. Let's get to 100 viewers. I think that's my personal record if we break the 100 viewers threshold. Is it used by Versal? Yeah. The thing with ShatCN, if you don't customize your components, maybe I can start. So first I make some coffee, and then I'm gonna start the project, so you can keep on like talking to each other in the chat. But I think if you don't know ShatCN, hi Akli, you see we have 80 viewers today. Got a new setup, like I'm finally back home, so I can, back home. That's just a green screen behind me, but I can even make coffee, and I can just stream the whole day. How are you Akli today? So yes, ShatCN was a revolution, because before ShatCN you couldn't just like customize your components. So with Material UI, or you had like I'm not using these tools anymore, but Chakra UI, and you've got like plenty of library. Bootstrap, of course, which was the first one, I guess, which is very old now. But the things that you couldn't customize anything, right now you can just install like a Chatien component here. I don't know if you can see. Yeah. So you've got your components here, and you can install. You say, okay, I want to install like a. Wait, I'm struggling with the vertical setup. So you can install like the button, like the Chatien button, which is here. And it's gonna, so either you just copy paste the code from the Chatien website, or you can use a pnpm command, and it's gonna install a given component and add this file to the UI package. And you get from out of the box, you get these variants for your button, and that's the case for every single component. Thanks for the follow, Larson. Yeah. We are growing, Hackley, you see. We almost reached like 100 100 viewers. Thanks for the follow, Gaorshak. So you have these variants, and you can actually, it's Tailwind based, so you can just customize anything, just the way you would do it. But the components are very clean and very nice to use. You should really try it. Are you using an ORM with Nest.js? Usually I would use Prisma or Drizzle. I would choose Drizzle. But for the moment, there's no, we're not interacting with the database. I just set up the authentication flow with the Supabase. Thank you, Akli. Yes, we're French, but we speak English here. What language do you speak in VS Code, man? Okay, so let's make some coffee and then we can start working. I don't know I wonder if it's bad to drink something on TikTok live, because I had a few, like, I received a message the other day. They were saying I was drinking alcohol while streaming, even though I was just drinking coffee. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, so yes, you can speak Java if you want. Much better than French. Thanks for the follow, Nicolas. Thanks for the follow, Vali. Thanks for the follow, Dean Cooper 300. Building my own SaaS, it's a pain. More features, and everything breaks. How are you building your SaaS? Are you like vibe coding it? Because that's the thing with vibe coding, I think. At the beginning, you're gonna build 1 or 2 small features, and you're gonna feel like a genius. And then, so much better to be streaming like standing. Can you explain wait, I need to read the comments. So you're building, so just a regular MF is building his own SaaS. It's a pain, more features, and everything breaks. Yeah. So maybe the architecture is wrong. Are you vibe coding it? Coffee is okay, you think, on a live? Well, we'll see if I get banned. How do you handle secrets while streaming? Usually when I'm in the .env file, which is here, if I open the .env file, I just stop sharing VS Code for a few seconds. That's what I did yesterday, because yesterday I was streaming and we created a new project on Supabase. I didn't share my Supabase dashboard with the anon key and the secret key, of course. Hi Fazol, how are you? Thanks for the follow, guys. Can you explain very quickly what you are working on now, please? So right now, I built a small MVP for an Airbnb property rental manager SaaS, like a B2B SaaS in the real estate ecosystem. And I'm like rebuilding it so that I'm starting from scratch with a stack that I like, and I'm rebuilding everything to have something a bit better than just an MVP. So it's a B2B SaaS for Airbnb property rental managers so that they can find more clients. It's like a platform to like advertise on your property rental management services. Hi EN2S, how are you? Thanks for the follow, Dummy. Vibe coding is more fixing for me, playing with APIs. It's a voice and messaging automation SaaS for e-commerce store. That's interesting. Are you working with 11 Labs? Because the other day I was using it because I built a small TikTok live agent for like text-to-speech reading. Oh, I see. The camera was just like I have a camera that's supposed to be following me, but it's not following me that much. Just disappear. I was just speaking to no one. I'm not ignoring messages, but I don't know what the question was. So we have geniuses here. People start realizing that I'm French. Amazing. Can you tell us your background? I'm just a self-taught developer. Well, the thing is that if I answer in French, then other people won't understand what I'm saying. And if you don't like English, you're free to go, man. Using Twilio for voice and Meta APIs for messaging. Okay. Do you work as a dev and how many years? I've got around like 7-8 years of coding, like on and off. And yes, I'm working as a full stack engineer now. And I'm launching my MVP studio at the moment. Hi, Finance Rev, how are you? Okay, so is the camera working? Yes, it is. I want to learn how to program. What do you want to learn? What do you want to build, man? Hi, user. When the app becomes bigger and more complex, have you tips to hold all structure under control? Well, the thing now, people think that coding means vibe coding. So yes, if you're vibe coding, at some point you're gonna be stuck. But it's still amazing to be able to build something without having any coding background. So when the app becomes bigger and more complex, I would recommend try to get a few users or like a user. Try to get users, and then if you have users, maybe hire a software engineer, like a freelancer or something, so that he could build an actual project. Vibe coding is fun for like small MVPs. It's even smaller than an MVP, maybe like some kind of POC or proof of concept, you know, just to test the market and the feature. I want to work in the military science and computer science sector. Okay, so are you studying computer science at the moment? Where are you from? Finance Ref, from the UK? Why Supabase and not Firebase? Because Supabase is open source and it's a bit cheaper if you have many users. And it's more modern, in my opinion, but you can use anything. Vibe coding is better if you can already code. Well, actually, what I do, I don't do like any vibe coding, but I use AI a lot to write the lines of code, and I use Claude projects. So I would upload plenty of files. For example, on this project, I still don't have any database schema, for example. But if I have a database schema, I'm going to upload it on Claude project, and I could share a few pages here or a few components so that he gets the context, and then I'm gonna write the code using Claude projects, but I'm not vibe coding. I'm still in secondary school. I built an app with already 100k euros as turnover in less than 3 months. What's your app about? Using any AI tool is vibe coding. I think what the average guy thinks of vibe coding, it's really like the agentic mode on Cursor, or using Lovable, or because right now any engineer would be like using AI. If you don't use AI to write at least, I don't know, 30-40% of your code, you're missing something really, and you're not productive enough anymore. That's the sad reality. I build apps self. My apps become sometimes really big, and I often create structure map to organize. Well, Stack Overflow is definitely something from the past. So I don't know what I should do now, because yesterday we implemented authentication. Maybe I'm gonna... So you see, I was drinking my coffee. I don't know, I got this live restricted for some audiences. And I get less viewers. Can you guys press the like button so that we get back to at least 50 viewers? I want to be more in the cybersecurity sector, but I wanted to be a quantitative trader before. So that's very different, man. The things that people like, you know, with AI now, like people think, oh, I'm going to study computer science, but I really don't want to be a developer because developers are doomed and AI is going to destroy the job market around coding. But is it that different with cybersecurity and infra or DevOps? I don't think so. Because right now you can do pretty much anything with AI. At least you could have like if you're like just a developer, you could with Claude and ChatGPT, you can be as efficient in around like DevOps and infra as a junior, at least a junior DevOps. So to me, like there's no sector that's protected in the IT ecosystem. Like AI is gonna just destroy quite a few jobs, and that's the way it is. That's the, you know, that's like history happens and technological progress happens. Thanks for the follow, J. Carl. So we're back to 37 viewers. Thank you guys. I want to be more in the cybersecurity. Okay, so how would you choose between cybersecurity and trading? What you guys mean with vibe coding? Well, vibe coding would be, you know, like to use Lovable, for example. So you're just prompting your app, like you can please create me an Airbnb clone, and it's going to build everything with agents, or using Cursor. Like the crazy hype around vibe coding was happening when Cursor added this agent mode like a few months ago. So are you using Tailwind and a state management tool? Yes, of course I'm using Tailwind because I've got a UI package here in the monorepo, and it's all SHA-CN, so yes, I'm using Tailwind. And state management tool, I haven't installed it yet, but I'm gonna use Dustant, which is the one I use most of the time. It really depends how I'm gonna fetch the server, but for the moment I'm gonna use server actions, so maybe use Dustant if I need some like very specific state that would be shared among the whole application. Do you know Python? Yes, that's not my first language, but yes, I know. I would say I'm a mid-level Python developer. Thanks for the follow. The thing about ChatGPT for me is that anytime it makes a code, it always gives error. And do you get better results with the Cursor? But you know, that's the way. So if you're a software engineer, usually the largest time that you're spending working, you spend it like fixing broken code and fix errors. Which AI is the best for coding? There's no best coding like artificial intelligence or LLM. Just because it's changing like every day, or at least every year, every week, sorry. So we're back to 50 viewers. Thank you guys. So what do you guys think? Which AI is the best for coding? I abandoned ChatGPT a few months ago. I switched to Claude, and now I'm using Claude, and I have a Claude Max plan. I think that's like Claude Opus is the most powerful. It really thinks like a human. It's even a bit unsettling. It feels like science fiction at some point if you have deep conversations with Claude Opus on a tech project. But I think ChatGPT now is getting better as well. And I'm not using Lovable and Bolt. I don't know what LLM they're using, like Lovable and Bolt. Do you guys know? Okay, so now is the time I get too many comments. I want to make a trading robot for my special trading specifics and perimeters. How do I start with AI? Hi, Michael. Don't you think there are like SaaS applications to build trading bots? Because it could be a lot of work, like interacting with APIs, and it's a pretty like risky field. So maybe you should try to find like a SaaS for building trading bots. I'm pretty sure there is a SaaS for that. It depends on which platform you wanna trade on. And if you are like really motivated and if you have plenty of time, you can try to build one with Cursor. But a trading bot has to be really well and professionally built. So I wouldn't do that if you're not a software engineer. Thanks for the follow, Borenus. The stand is better. Yes, I'm using the stand all the time if I need a state manager. I abandoned Redux maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. Redux is something from the past. It's a code legacy at the moment. Thanks for the follow, Yannick. I'm getting so many followers from this live. Thanks for the follow, Michael. I want to make a trading robot. Go use Fetch or Axios for fetching data from Supabase. I'm gonna use server actions. I want to make my favorite way to fetch data is using React Query, but I think on that project we're gonna use server actions. Just trying to follow your messages. Where would you start as a beginner, MK? Well, try to learn some JavaScript and Python scripting, like basic for loops or functions, array methods in JavaScript, for example, and then see if you like it. And if you like it, it's gonna come naturally. I mean, then start learning HTML and CSS and then interact with your HTML using JavaScript. And yes, Python could be a nice starting point, like beginner's language or JavaScript. Bolt and Lovable are using ChatGPT, Olama, and Claude. Okay, so can you choose your LLM on Bolt and Lovable? Can you make like a choice? At my work, I don't have access to backend systems. Where can I start building task automation? Well, you need to learn some backend stuff like cron jobs and how to interact with LLMs. Is it easy to build a simple SaaS platform that manages and distributes tickets? So half past 11 on a Saturday morning is a great time to stream on TikTok. Didn't know that. Is it easy to build a simple SaaS platform that manages and distributes tickets? Tickets for what? Like tech tickets, like IT tickets? Yeah, Jota is really well known as well. Like allocation, distribution, fulfillment. How to deploy a React app on OVH? Well, you can just use like a VPS and then deploy it using PM2 or a tool like this. But for an MVP or a proof of concept, maybe Versal is the best way to deploy a React with Next.js app for free if you have 0 users. Usually when you launch an app, you have 0 users. Hi to Argentina. How are you, man? Are you in Argentina? Do you live in Argentina? I am just building with cursor since 1-2 weeks. Thanks for the follow. Okay, and do you manage to build something useful with cursor? Tournament tickets. Okay, so it's like concert tickets or okay, tournament tickets. So what was your question? I'm sorry, but for football matches. Hi, Aliu, how are you? Simple SaaS that manages and distributes tickets. Well, I think if you really focus on it for 1 or 2 weeks with cursor, you can build something. Start with Vercel instead, yes. If you don't want to waste time on deployments and if you have 0 users, just deploy your React app on Vercel, whether you like it or not. It's for a client that uses OVH. It's a web app more like a website. Well, just tell him to buy a VPS on OVH and deploy it. Deploy it on that VPS, very easy. There's no container, I'm just building the app for the moment. Don't know if I can. I'm just gonna get my second phone and read the chat from the phone. Don't know if I can read the chat from the phone. Thanks for the follow, man. I think you said last time you do freelancing. How do you handle freelance and personal projects? Well, that's very hard. Very good question. The thing with freelancing is that it really depends on the way you're freelancing, but right now I'm like working just like it's like a permanent contract, but I'm still a freelancer, so I'm working like really hard and the whole day. So yes, it's quite hard to work on side projects, but in my perspective, like these side projects are going to be like some kind of portfolio for my MVP studio. So but at the moment I have time because I'm on holiday. But when I'm working full time, yes, it's really hard to have a side project. And usually like busy developers, they don't have time for side projects, unfortunately. It's funny because I think that I get so many viewers today because I've put this clickbait title to the live stream, which is Code to 1 million monthly revenue. Which VS Code team you're using? I'm using a team called Bearded Monokai, I think. It's like a collection of teams. Well, you don't need a crazy infra to build a SaaS, especially when you have 0 to 100 users. I'm using Supabase for the moment. Is it hard to choose this career? What should I learn? Well, maybe it's a bit harder now than 10 years ago. But what do you mean by hard to choose the career? You just have to learn how to build stuff, and that's the good thing in that field, like software engineering, is that without any computer science diploma, you can actually find a job. I saw Nest.js. Can I contribute to the project? Well, maybe at some point I could share the repo and you could contribute to it. That's not the case for the moment. What are you? What kind of SaaS platform are you building? Zed. Thanks for the follow, Pharma. Okay, so now I have to put a clickbait title to every single live stream that I make on TikTok. See you next time, man. It's a PR platform where journalists are stored on the system. Okay. Okay, so maybe I can just restart the project. Yes, here we are. Can you see the terminal? Yes. Clients will use that data to send press releases, etc. How do I learn software programming? Well, I think there's a lot of content on YouTube to learn. Maybe start with Python and JavaScript, and then you start learning HTML. It really depends on what you want to do. But now web development is used in pretty much every field. So maybe learn like HTML, CSS, and then learn some backend basics with Express, and then learn a front-end framework like Vue or React, and you're good to go. And then you work for 2 or 3 years, and then you can build pretty much anything as long as you're focused. Thanks for the follow, and thanks for the likes. Maybe we can get to 10K likes. It's gonna help me reach more people. It's great because I see that we are reaching people in America, like Southern America and Africa. So that's pretty cool. Thanks for the follow, Magnus. How did you guys learn software programming? Did you study it at university? Hi, Kulcha, how are you? Please, I want to know, can you use Lovable to build a learning management system? Well, with Lovable, you can build anything, but it's just going to be an MVP, like a minimum viable product. So it's going to be like just a like tiny little version of your project. And then after that, if you have users or if your project gets traction, maybe you can hire a software engineer or learn how to code along the way as well. My GitHub profile is private. I'm in Ghana. How do I learn software programming? Well, YouTube is the way, I think. And don't use too much AI. If I had a little brother that wanted to learn how to code now, I would tell him just start learning and building stuff, and don't start ChatGPT or Claude or any AI tool before like 6 months of coding. And then you will be, thanks for the roses. The bank CEO, are you building a bank, man? Tell us about your business, man. What does the data slot attribute do? Well, actually, it's not an attribute, it's more of a prop in that JSX React file. And it's a way for ShadCN to like name its components and specs. I left my design job to learn from home. I just finished the React.gg course Don't know this course. And do you know how to build something now? Are you a front-end or full-stack developer? We can live on Mac OS. Yes, you can try to go live on Mac, but indeed that's very difficult. You need, you can try with Streamlabs or OBS and Restream.io, but you need to have followers and you need to ask for the permission, like the TikTok Live from PC access. And otherwise, just buy a PC. It was so difficult the other day. I lost the access to live stream from my Mac. So I almost bought a gaming PC, even though I'm not a PC guy. And then I got the access again, so I'm on my Mac. And I'm using a Mac Mini M4, which is enough, even though it's getting like super hot when I'm streaming. Do you have a YouTube channel? Yes, you can find my YouTube channel with the same like code_curfew. Don't hesitate to follow me on YouTube because I have this crazy project to start YouTube content on YouTube. And actually I'm streaming on YouTube, I think, with Streamlabs at the moment. I'm streaming on both like TikTok in vertical and horizontal on YouTube. Okay, so won't AI kill this job? Well, it's gonna kill a few positions for sure, but we're still gonna need plenty of software engineers, especially like if you can get like a greater perspective on things, and if you know how to use AI like in architecture or like a lead developer, you can, even in 10 years you will have a job. I'm not really worried. And me personally, to be honest, if at some point I have to do something else, it could be also a great opportunity. I don't really care. Obviously, I feel comfortable in that field of coding, and now I have some experience, and I can get like clients, and it's great. But and I can work remotely, which is a great way to travel while working. But you can still keep these skills and start another business that's gonna have some, like every single business now has some like tech features or aspects. You have an excellent English. Give us a way to have such a good English. Well, you just go live abroad. I used to live I spent almost like 8 years abroad, I think. Spent 2 years in India, which is not the best place to learn English, but it's still a great beginning. I lived in the UK. I spent a year in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. Last year I was living in the US, in New York. So just travel, don't study anything, just travel and go get a job in New York or London, and you'll be fluent after 6 months. Or the best way, you know what, the best way to learn English is to have like a British or like foreigner girlfriend. Like just fall in love with a British girl, and then you will be fluent after a few weeks maybe. Kindly ping your YouTube channel in the comments. So, okay, so I haven't started it yet. Well, I mean, the channel is up and running, and right now I'm streaming on YouTube with a shitty setup, but still you can still see my screen. Maybe it's even better than on TikTok on your screen phone. So this is my my YouTube. Thanks for the follow, Mind Matters. Did I get followers? I'm just trying to check that. TikTok count. Okay, I think I got like, I don't know, I started like 30 minutes ago and I got almost 100 followers. So if you want to grow on TikTok, guys, just start live streaming and add a clickbait title to your live stream, like code to 1 million monthly revenue. I have built an MCP server with Cloud Code for Azure storage. Amazing. How different is your approach when building a SaaS versus building in an in-house software? What do you mean? Well, the thing is that maybe building an in-house software could be the best way to launch a SaaS afterwards so that you can try the features. I just saw this message like, please stop normalizing vibe coding. We are not vibe coding here, not at all. I'm using VS Code. Obviously, yes, I have Claude on the side, but I'm just, you know, it's really hard to code while live streaming, and especially on this like vertical setup. But we are not vibe coding, and I feel you, man. I know that like this vibe coding trend is really killing the engineering space at the moment. It's like the only topic. What's your English level, Ghost? I know as a French guy, it's really hard to... Are you French? Yes, I think you sent a French message. You know, we have this malediction, like this, it's like so not rational, but in France, like people, they don't manage to learn English. We're supposed to be a smart people, and I don't know, we don't feel comfortable with English. Whereas I was living in New York a few months ago, and like everyone is coming from abroad. Everyone has his own accent. People don't really care about the accent. You can meet an Indian guy who's gonna have a nice like Southern India accent, and then you meet a Polish girl and she has this Polish accent, and people just don't care. Like English, and especially in tech, in IT, like English, just the international. You don't need, especially in IT, you don't need, if you want to get a job abroad, you don't need a good English. With the like very bad broken English, you can find an amazing like fully remote job with a foreign company. Maybe not in the US because they have these visa issues, but in any European country, in Switzerland, in Scandinavia, in Norway, like you can get a well-paid software engineering job, even if your English is completely broken. Just be some kind of like coding. That's just my experience, but just show that you are like a coding, you don't have to be a coding genius, but show that you have some passion around programming, and share what you're building. And then at some point you're going to meet a guy somewhere in Europe who wants to hire you, even though your English is completely broken. I think I lost track on the comments. Should I get to the most recent messages, or should I keep reading all the comments? Okay, I'm getting to the most recent messages, and then if you want to repeat your question, please repeat your question. Do CS degrees matter? I didn't get any CS degree. Actually, I kind of regret it. I was more into, when I was younger, I was more into like literature, like social anthropology, sociology, learning foreign languages. So in a way, I regret not having this CS degree background, but like job-wise, it doesn't make any difference. Once you're some kind of like mid-level software engineer, whether you have a computer science degree or not doesn't make like a huge difference. Of course, if you wanna get an internship at Meta or TikTok, or I don't know, or Stripe in the UK, or you need a computer science degree. But if you want to get like a regular IT job, you don't really need a degree. Just build stuff and share your code and show that you have a passion for the field, and it's going to be more than enough. And especially now, I don't know how you feel, guys, but learning computer science, like making this bet around computer science, especially, it really depends on your country and the amount of money you're willing to spend on your degree. But I don't know, especially in the US, you know, would you spend like $200 on a computer science degree in the US now? I'm not sure. And it's not only about AI, but it's just also because of the economic context. Like there's no money anymore, basically. So yeah, did you see that crazy layoff at Microsoft a few days ago? Okay, so I'm losing track on the messages, but you don't need a great English level to work in IT. I'm French and I need to improve my English. You definitely don't need a great English, especially not a great accent. Just as long as you can have like a video call, like for your daily meeting in English, and just tell what you did yesterday, what you're going to do today, what kind of problems you're facing. And especially in IT, you know, we're using all this IT vocabulary, so it's just like an international language. It's not really like English. I've worked with people that had a much worse English than me, and they had like lead developers positions. That's really not an issue. How to learn logic formulation easily? What do you mean? If I take QA tester job, what should I study? Because I know manual testing only. Can you build a delivery app? What kind of delivery? Like food delivery app? Why do you prefer TypeScript? Well, basically, Niklas, are you done, Niklas? The one who's supporting the live every day? Why do you prefer TypeScript? Well, the thing is that TypeScript feel much like just natural at some point, and it's really hard to get back to JavaScript. And the thing with TypeScript is that it doesn't have to be like perfectly typed on every single project. So you can do it like gradually. And if you're struggling, especially now with AI, like to build your interfaces on the front end or the back end or your types, it's not as difficult as it used to be, in my perspective. But if you want to ship your own project, you don't have to use TypeScript. Just stick to JavaScript. Thanks for the follow. Getting so many followers. So are you done in class? Just asking to see who I'm talking to. What's the meaning of SaaS? SaaS is software as a service, like a cloud-based software that you are like renting. Do you know Canva, for example? Then Canva is a SaaS. I'm currently in Europe and trying to find a transition into tech. I have the skills and I have worked as a freelance. You worked as a freelance in what field? Because since you're transitioning into tech. Just gonna see if I can access the live on my phone so like I could sit outside for a while and show you that this is not a black screen, guys. I need to access to my TikTok from the browser, I think. Yeah, that's a good question. Are there any DevOps engineers in the house? How many months, years you have been coding? 7, 8 years, but I've been coding on and off. What would be your advice to transition into tech? Just build stuff, like try, if you have a project ID, just say, okay, I'm going to lock in for 4 weeks and I'm going to build it and ship it and have actual users. That's the only way to learn to have users, like ship it, deploy it. Don't worry too much about deployment now. You don't need any, like we were talking about DevOps, you don't need any DevOps skills for an MVP, especially as a beginner. Just focus on building one feature and ship it. Like on a simple like deployment tool, like I don't know, like Render, for example, for the backend, or Next.js or Netlify for the front end, and then see how you deal with your users, and then show your project to people. Maybe start streaming on TikTok. I don't know. Show your production. I'm just getting back to the most recent comments because I'm losing track on them. What's the project? So the project is it's a B2B SaaS in the Airbnb ecosystem. Yes, you can DM me BLVCK. If you want to get in touch with me, you can DM me on TikTok. Usually I read the messages. How did you promote the SaaS? The SaaS is not running at the moment, so I haven't promoted it yet. Using Python right now, I am in setting up Render and Supabase for my license handler, going slow. Yes, Render is a great tool. If you don't want to waste too much time on deployment, I think I can access my live from the browser. Yeah, it's asking me to log in. That's annoying. Are you using AI? Well, the thing now, like a few months ago, maybe you had like a crazy part of software engineers that were like, I think they were pretending that they didn't use AI. But the thing now, in the way things work, like productivity-wise, I think if you're not using AI, you're not going to be productive enough. and it doesn't make any sense. You know, we have tools available. It doesn't mean that everyone has to do like vibe coding. I'm not talking about just trying to log into my TikTok account. You don't have to like vibe code at all, but like most like senior software engineers now, they are using. Okay, so can I see the comments? Nope, I'm not seeing the comments. It's a shame. Okay, yeah, you don't have to do like vibe coding, like hardcore AI usage, but you can still use AI to write like lines of code and focus on what really matters, which is like mostly architecture and having a greater perspective on things. So so for the B2B SaaS that I'm building at the moment, I have like this crazy plan around like promoting it. So it's a B2B SaaS for Airbnb property rental managers. So the way I'm going to promote it is I'm going to build a bot using like a scraping bot. Maybe I'm going to build a bot with Puppeteer, maybe if I use JavaScript, and I'm going to go like scrape data around all the Airbnb property rental managers, first in Europe, for example, in each city in Europe. And I'm going to try to build some kind of framework that's going to build and deploy like maybe one React website, a very simple website for each Airbnb property manager. And I'm going to deploy them using Versal or on a VPS, like with a multi, like PM2 multi-project on one VPS. And then I'm gonna just describe the professional, like the property rental manager, like how many properties they are managing and the main features. So I'm gonna scrape their website and put their information on one website, like some kind of directory, like AI automated directory building. And once I have that, since it's B2B, it's quite easy to get the contact, especially for these businesses. And I'm going to go to Google Maps. I'm going to get my phone and I'm going to call them and I'm going to say, hey, you see, we are promoting we're talking about your business on our like Airbnb property rental managers directory. And do you want to get more clients? Then you can sign up on our SaaS. So this is the main SaaS that we are building now. And you can sign up on the SaaS and you can get contact information for people looking for services, for your services in your service area. So I think there are like two apps on that project. So I have the main SaaS, which is for Airbnb property rental managers, so that they can like find like service requests and get in touch with people, with customers. But then I have another big project, which is like the whole like scraping and website editing, but to build these directories. For example, the best like rent my property in Miami, for example, and I'm going to build a directory with each single Airbnb property rental manager in Miami, and I'm going to deploy it. Or maybe I'm going to do that with like per country, maybe like one domain name per country, one directory per country, or maybe only one domain name and then subdomains per country. I don't know, but that's how I see acquisition, and that's what I like in. Yeah, you couldn't see me anymore. That's what I like with B2B. You know, it's pretty easy to get in touch with people, just meet people, contact them on LinkedIn. And yeah, thanks for the follow. I'm getting so many followers. Is it because of the clickbait title here, code to 1 million monthly revenue? Just refreshing the comments and I keep answering your question. How much time do you need? Algonet is asking in French. How much time do you need? You don't speak English, Algonet. How much time do you need to build such an app? Are you running your own business? Can you answer in English? No problem. Maybe you should try to ask the questions in English. How much time to build such an app? I would say if I wasn't like live streaming every day, pretending I'm working, even though I'm spending more time just chatting with you, I would say if I'm really focused, and using AI a lot, not vibe coding, but using like Claude a lot, I would say maybe I could launch the MVP in maybe 10 days, something like this. It doesn't have to be perfect, and I could work on the property rental managers interface first, and not build the other interface for property hosts. And the whole scraping bot, I could do it manually at the beginning. I could say, okay, I'm going to go to Google. I'm going to ask Google which property managers I can find in Miami, in Florida, and create the first website, the first directory. So yes, in 10 to 15 days, it could be up and running, but then it would be like really messy. It really depends on what you want to do, if you want to focus on code quality, architecture, or if you just want to ship it. But I like shipping stuff. How does it work? And yes, I'm a freelancer, so I have my own business. Where do you start studying TypeScript, React? I feel like the moving camera is really getting me more. Actually, I could even be holding the phone at some point. You just popped on my For You page. I don't even see the title. Okay, so yes, maybe it's because people keep liking the live. We will get to 10K likes, and it really helps getting more viewers. Where do you start studying TypeScript, React, all of that, and how long does it take for you to learn? So I used to be a bootcamp trainer, so we were training like 100 people, like complete beginners, every 3 months. So it was a 3 months bootcamp. So the roadmap is very easy. Just learn. So try to forget about AI for a few weeks. Learn JavaScript scripting, then HTML and CSS. Learn to do like what we call DOM manipulation with JavaScript. So basically, how do you manipulate and modify and change and interact with your HTML elements in your page with JavaScript, and then try to learn basic backend with Express and some kind of database, I don't know, like MongoDB, and then learn a front-end framework, and you're done. And in 3 months, you can really learn most of the basics, like the fundamentals, and then it's going to be like it's going to take you a few months to grow as a junior developer. You said you like shipping stuff. Where does one go to publish their projects and getting paid? So I think I'm not a big fan of marketing. So what I like building and shipping, it's tools for professionals. You can say I'm going to build a mobile app for plumbers so that they can just the same way as I'm doing now, like find more clients. So you just build your MVP, and then you just call plumbers in your area or anywhere. And that's how you get paid. But obviously, or you could work with I have a friend that's very good at not only marketing, but mostly like sales. I think having sales skills, it's very, very interesting as a SaaS team. So just find a sales-oriented friend, and you can tell him, okay, I have this application, and if you find me 1 user, I'm going to give you $20 a month. As long as it's like a high-ticket SaaS, obviously. Are you also answering question? What does it mean, 1 million monthly revenue, recurring revenue? Are you also answering questions, or can you talk a little more about the freelancing? Yeah, just ask questions about freelancing. I've been a freelancer for several years now. Not a big fan of a permanent contract. I like freedom. I work with Nest. I love it. Yeah, Nest, that's what I use for backend. Thanks for the follow, guys. You didn't answer my question. Maybe I missed the question. Can you ask it again? Which VS Code team are you using? I'm using a team called Bearded Monokai. They don't really bother around the VS Code team. That's not interesting, to be honest. How do you handle the research? What research? I see you make the project beforehand, mostly then. Yes. So you've got this in an ideal world, you've got this like marketing influencers. They say, oh, don't build anything. Find users first. Find traction on your project first. Like yesterday, I saw a video around. So the idea was to launch a SaaS, just like building a Figma mockup or something like this, and put it on a landing page, and then see if you get people that want to use your SaaS. And then if you have people interested in it, create a mailing list and then start building the MVP. But it's really hard to get any traction if you have no product. But that's just my perspective. But I totally agree with them. Of course, it's amazing to have users with no product. But do you use any non-existing product? Does it make any sense? I think now with AI, there's a new strategy that I'm trying to implement. If you want to launch a profitable SaaS, obviously you need software engineering skills. You say, okay, I have 1 week, I want to clone 1 or 2 features of this very popular SaaS. I don't know, I want to build a clone of like Miro or Canva or something, a video editing SaaS that has many users, that has like millions of users. Thanks for the follow, guys. And so you just clone like 1 or 2 features, the most important ones. So you have, obviously there's a lot of work involved because you need authentication, you need payment, so Stripe webhooks and stuff like that, even though you can find boilerplates for that if you don't want to waste time, and you focus on these features. You build them with a hardcore, like extreme AI usage, you take a Claude Max plan or something, and you just ship it. The thing is that it has to be, so Canva is a bad example, it has to be a B2B SaaS. So find a profitable B2B ID and just clone 1 or 2 features from that project. That could be a strategy. But the thing is that right now I'm working full-time for a client, so I'm not really building SaaS apart from these live streams. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the comments and see if I can answer your questions. Okay, that's a good question. Charlie is asking, do you recommend making your own authentication system or using a pre-existing one? If you're just working for yourself, building your own product, to be honest, just use like a pre-built authentication system like Clerk, or if you're using Supabase, that's what I'm doing now. I'm using Supabase Auth here. Don't really bother like building your own authentication system. Because the thing, especially now that users are very demanding, so they want to connect with Google, connect with Facebook, connect with GitHub. They want to have like some kind of 2FA authentication. You don't want to work on that stuff. You want to build your feature, your 2 main features. So just use an existing auth library, like Better Auth is great as an open source auth library. And just work on your features. I have a few ideas for the building industry that might take 1-2 years to build, starting my journey. Usually a project that would take 1 or 2 years to build, if you're talking about a tech project, I think that's it's going to be hard to make it profitable. Because can you imagine just paying 1 or 2 developers for 2 years? If you say you need, like in Europe or in the US, you don't have like a decent developer for less than $300 or $400 a day, sorry. So yes, you can make the calculation. So it's like 20 working days per month, then for 2 years. Do you think it's going to be profitable? If you've got no funding, nothing. How do I get a job in tech? Do you guys have a job in tech? Can you share your experience to be LVCK? How do I get a job in tech if I have the skills but no degree? Just checking my TikTok counter. Okay. I'm growing like quite quickly with this live stream. Thank you guys. Don't hesitate to follow me, and you can send me a DM if you wanna get in touch with me. I'm on holiday at the moment, so I'm gonna read my messages. So just refreshing the chat. Are you French? Yes, I am French, but I speak English and I work with foreign clients. Better Auth or OJS? Never use OJS, so I would rather choose Better Auth. Are you freelancing over a specific freelancing platform like Fiverr or Upwork? Not at all. I'm part of a freelance collective. I have like freelancers friends, and I have like a LinkedIn presence. Just a question of time. Like Fiverr and Upwork. If you don't live in India, I think it's really hard to. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if you want to earn more than 100 euros a day, don't go to Fiverr or Upwork. But obviously 100 euros a day in New Delhi or Mumbai is amazing. And I'm really happy for all these Indian guys making plenty of money through Fiverr. But in Europe, why would you use Fiverr or Upwork? Finally got Supabase to accept my license request. What Supabase license? Tell us about it. I'm using JWT tokens and device fingerprinting for security, but I'm concerned I am just wasting time. Sorry. Well, implementing your own JWT is a good exercise, but yeah, it takes too much time and not worth the effort in 2025. Because yesterday we used, thanks for the follows, guys. Yesterday we used the Supabase UI. So basically you would use Supabase Auth and try their new library here. So you get these UI blocks. It's all Shadsi and Tailwind. So you can have like the forgot password, you get everything, all the front end, and it's working like from like out of the box. And then you, with one command, you're gonna build your own sign up page, sign in page, forgot password page, the middleware for redirection, and your protected routes on your front end. Do you like Angular? L'ingénieur, hi. How are you? BAH. Hi Matt. How to find clients as a freelancer, as a beginner? That's a hard task. Maybe try to create content, like build projects and try to network and create content on LinkedIn. Even if you don't like LinkedIn, try to create content. Send connection requests to CTOs on LinkedIn and build your own project, and it's gonna make you grow your portfolio and at some point. But I know that right now it's really hard to be a junior developer. The market is like, it's a nightmare at the moment. It's even worse in the US, but in Europe it's still very hard because there's no money anymore. Do you like Angular? I'm not an Angular developer, but I know people that use Angular. They love it. It's more Angular is I'm more of a startup guy, so I worked mostly for startups, and Angular is more like large companies library, like enterprise stuff. Small question: why to use Nest.js and not Next.js APIs? That's a very good question. Actually, the Nest.js server is more around. So I'm building a full stack Next.js app to build the SaaS. And then I have another app, which is a backend only application, and it's going to be like a scraping bot. It's more of a bot actually, so backend only. And for that I'm using Nest.js. How would you start? That's a very good question. Timon Keller. Where are you from? Timon. How would you start the freelancing career when you would start from zero again? Well, I was lucky enough to start freelancing in the golden era of IT freelancing. So then after a few years, you know many people and you've got your own network and friends that are in that space. But if I had to start right now, I would do exactly what I'm doing at the moment, which is just create content and don't care about what other people think, like this boring, like old school engineers think, because content creation, that's the only way to exist now in any field. So just build stuff, like pick an application ID. I don't know what kind of stuff you wanna build. If you're a mobile app developer or web app developer, even if you're like, I don't know, if you're a cybersecurity engineer now, just create content about cybersecurity and create your own community, and you're going to meet people, you're going to talk to people, and at some point you're going to meet the right person who's looking for a junior, like cheap freelance developer. You know what I did when I started? I was even working for free, and people were telling me, oh, you shouldn't do that, you're like breaking the market. If every junior has to work for free, then how can you get like a paid junior position? And I worked for free for a client, and then he was so happy with my work that then he hired me afterwards. So just work for friends or build your own projects, and that's the way to go, and create content, because it might feel like, obviously, like creating like coding content on TikTok feels a bit weird. Like people would say, oh, you should be on YouTube, or you should be working, like actually working. But I don't really care about what people think. Because they say like TikTok is for children, and they live in the past, those people. And just do what you like doing and share it with people, and people are gonna like recognize your skills. And even if you're just a junior guy, just keep on like pushing code and to production and share your passion. I've been talking too much. I'm just gonna get some water, and I'll be back. That's the thing. I guess it's the case in plenty of fields, but in the like computer IT tech field, you've got these old, boring like engineers, which like they're just like, when you have these debates around technologies, what's the best tech stack, and you're not senior enough to have an idea around what tech stack is the best to use for this use case. That's such a boring field in a way, don't you think, guys? And I'm really happy that now, in a way, like now that you have these vibe coders, and I'm a software developer, but I'm kind of happy that we have these vibe coders now, and some of these guys, like they are like 18 years old, and they can build MVPs even faster than a super senior developer. So in a way, I'm very happy that the field is changing, and that we have this like money crisis in the field. It's gonna like redistribute. Okay, so I just lost track on the comments again. I'm from Switzerland, working as a software engineer for 3 years, but would like to switch to freelancing. Well, the best way to switch to freelancing is just, I don't know what the tax system looks like in Switzerland, but basically just go to your employer and just tell him, I want to be like more independent. So I'm going to do the exact same work, but you can pay me directly and pay less taxes. So he's going to pay less taxes, and you're going to get much more money for the same work. And you're going to be like you're going to be much more like free, and you're going to earn more money. Even though I guess in Switzerland you have a decent income. So this is a very good question. Wait. Can you guys press the like button so that we break the 100 viewers threshold? In what cases do you think that a software project needs a DevOps? Wait, I'm just gonna make that bigger. In what cases do you think that a software project needs a DevOps engineer? Well, as long as you have like infrastructures questions like around the project. Usually when you're scaling a project, you need a DevOps. Or you need to have some basic DevOps skills. Is it worse? That's a very good question. Why the camera is focused on you? What do you mean? Camera is focused on me. Yeah, because I'm using something that's like following me. Makes the live a bit more like fun. And I can even, the thing is that I can't access the chat from my phone, because otherwise I would be like, maybe I can try something. Wait, I'm gonna try something. Yes, just try to access the chat from here, and then I'm gonna be able to talk to you from, even from outside. Yeah. Yes, I can see the chat. Okay, so I'm gonna try to answer your question quicker. As a developer, what is your feeling about impact of AI as a coding tool agent for your own? For the moment, I'm not using like AI coding agents, but we can't deny that that's the future, unfortunately. So I guess like being a software engineer in 3 or 5 years will be like having several agents working on various stuff at the same time on one machine. Well, actually, it's not easy to follow the comments on the phone. It's too small. Thanks for the follow, 7M. Thanks for the follow, Itek and King. Where are you guys from? Okay, so maybe I can try to start the server again and see if we can... So I just discovered something today that if... Oh, can you guys see the title? No, actually, you don't even see that title. So I added a very clickbait title on the live, which is Code to 1 million monthly revenue. And I thought that was the reason why I almost reached like 100 viewers at some point. But actually, you don't see that title. Bring your gimbal outside and have some sun. Maybe I should do that. So if I take the gimbal outside, can I take the gimbal outside? Yes, I think I can, but then I can't. Oh yes, so I can do this. Let's go outside. Can access the chat from here, from one phone, and use the other one here. Hold on, I need to access the live from here. I need to add the... So let's go outside. But it's so hot at the moment outside. Can't imagine. Okay, so I can see me. That's pretty weird. You can see me on my phone. Must have a laptop laying around for chat. Well, actually, I have another phone here, which is like displaying me the live with another second TikTok account. So I'm gonna enter the I'm like entering the green screen, like visiting the green screen. Maybe I'm gonna stay inside because it's yeah, I have neighbors. It's funny because we keep having waves of like non-English speakers, like French non-English speakers. It's under gaming theory. What do you mean, man? Do you feel a lot of pressure performing as a freelancer, making a good product or making money? At the moment, yes, I'm feeling quite a lot of pressure on my shoulders, mostly around like making a good working product. The things that, yeah, maybe that's the negative aspect of being a freelancer, that people, they tend to expect more from you than just than from a regular, like permanent person. Well, basically, if you have to ship something that's working, then you have to ship it, and it has to be working. And they tend to think like your employer, if you're a freelancer, your employer tends to think that you don't have like the same working schedule. You can receive, basically when you're a freelancer, you receive emails or Teams notifications during the weekend, whereas when you are on a permanent contract, you don't receive any emails, or you don't have to read your emails during the weekend. So if you want to have a work-life balance, maybe being a freelancer is not the best option. But right now I have a freelancer position that's very similar to a permanent contract. But in my ideal world, being a freelancer would be more like working for a client directly and building projects. So like invoicing, like a project-based invoicing. You say, I'm selling you this SaaS for $30K, and I'm going to need around, I don't know, 4 months, let's say. And then you get much more freedom. That's the best way to do freelancing. And in a way, you're earning a bit more money each day, I think. Really depends on your daily rate. How can I add Google Map API? You want to add Google Map API to what? Why don't you like the French accent? Are you like a racist? Because if you're a racist and you don't like French people, you can just leave, man. Thanks for the follow, JGSG. What's your average rates? Well, the average rate in Europe at the moment for, like in Northern Europe, would be around like between 400 and 600 euros a day. There is no work-life balance when you're doing what you love. As long as you don't have, as long as you're not married, and yeah, if you're 20, yes, you can skip the work-life balance, but at some point you need this balance. At the moment, my steady income is just freelancing for other teams. I want to add my backend API to my React Native frontend. Okay. And why don't you do it? Actually, I can even put the phone here. Yeah. In Norway, yeah, when I was saying Northern Europe, I was talking about like the northern half of Europe. starting in those, let's say, in France and Germany, and then up north. 120 euros per hour for developers. Okay, yes, that's why I'm looking for Norwegian clients. But that's a lot, so it would mean around 1,000 euros a day, so you have to be like super senior for that, even in Norway. There's no magic money. So you're having difficulties fetching your API from your React Native frontend? What are you using to fetch your API? I love to see some .env files. Okay, so you only work making products for others, no products that you yourself host and maintain. Yeah. So this is TypeScript. Well, actually, that's JSX. It's React. TSX, sorry. I have 3 years of experience as a front-end developer, so it means that you're not a junior dev. So you're using JavaScript, maybe you can just fetch your, if you're a beginner, you can fetch your server with a basic fetch inside the use effects, which is a very bad practice, but you can start that way. Do you use Expo? Like, how do you launch your React Native app locally? Do you ask ChatGPT for help? So you know what, guys? That's the best live stream I've ever made, because I'm not even touching the the keyboard. I'm not touching VS Code. I'm just talking to you, and it's a great way because I'm on holiday at the moment, and it's really nice not having to work. You can just talk to people. Do you ask ChatGPT for help? I'm more on the cloud in the cloud team, but yes, I use AI to get help. I'm really interested in the business side of all of this. Can you tell? Well, if you want an easy sales marketing side on your applications, focus on B2B apps. Forget about B2C, and pick a niche and meet people. Call people. Cold outreach is pretty powerful in the B2B space. I need like a mentorship because I keep complaining myself. Either be mobile or web. Help, please. What kind of technologies are you using at the moment? Use Zastand. Yes, I do. Thanks for the follow, Elijah and Iguzum. But I am having a hard time understanding how to fetch the server from React Native. It's very similar to React. There's no difference. Node versus Next, and why? Well, actually, Next.js is a Node.js. Well, like if you're comfortable with Next, there's no problem using it full stack, like even for the backend aspect of things. But if you start making like a crazy data manipulation or async stuff on your server, maybe build an actual API with maybe just with Express would be enough. Explain the B2B or B2C. Well, basically you say I have 6 months to build an app, either a web app or a mobile app. It could be a SaaS or anything else, to make money. If the goal is to make money, like to have paid users, maybe the first decision to make is to say I'm going to focus on B2B, which means business to business. So you want to sell your application to business owners because it's so much more, like, first of all, they are easy to reach. It's really easy on LinkedIn to get in touch with people. Even through Google Maps, you say I wanna call every single plumber in my area. You can just find their phone number, and it's much easier. Whereas if you want to build, for example, you say I want to build Airbnb, then Airbnb, that's a very B2C oriented business, and if you don't have millions of dollars for marketing and sales, then you won't have enough users. You need a user base. The best SaaS would be the one in which you don't need any user base. Like Airbnb with 1 or 2 users on the whole planet doesn't make any sense. Whereas building a mobile app for plumbers so that they can book calls with customers, I don't know, something like this. You don't need user, you just need 1 paid user and you've got, like, your app is working. Can you teach us while you code? So I'm not a teacher, I'm just building stuff and sharing the process. But that's the whole point of my streams. So most of the time, like yesterday, we built the authentication on the project. So I set up the monorepo with turborepo, I installed Supabase, I created a new Supabase project, I connected my Next.js app to Supabase, I implemented authentication, sign-in, sign-up components with ShadCN and Tailwind, and the sign-in and sign-up pages, plus the protected route and the middleware. What are you I'm losing track again on the comments. Can you guys press the like button so that we reach the 100 viewers, and I'm gonna screenshot that and send it to my wife. Large user base is the success. Well, I'd rather have a small B2B SaaS for like plumbers with 20 users that are paying $100 a month than trying to build the next Airbnb or Uber, or, you know. Like, people are really hard to reach now, and marketing is really hard because it's really like content creation now. Yeah, you have to be like to reach people in a very subtle way. It's really hard. Otherwise, you need a lot of money to pay for influencers. Whereas on the B2B side, you need a bit less like budget on the marketing. I've used this stack bar React Angular is my framework. Well, just use the stack you're comfortable with. Okay, so let's get to 100 viewers, and I'm gonna do like a screenshot. $95. I feel like there's like a limit to 95 or 98 viewers. I never got like above 100 viewers. What VS team is that? VS team is the VS Code team is Birded Monokai. Can write it in the comments if you want. And guys, keep liking the like button. Keep pressing the like button. Sorry. Yeah, 10k likes is great, but 100 viewers would be even better. Yeah, I have 100 viewers. Let me make a screenshot. Screenshot that. No, 98. Yes, I did it. So I'm trying to answer your questions. Thanks for the follow, Kazule Dagros. How are you, man? Where are you from? Getting lots. How are you, Josh, today? Yeah, we're getting to 100 viewers. Like, I think people are bored by like this, like this weird, like colorful setups. All they want to see, you see I have my green screen, my real green screen here, and I can just talk to people. I'm not even coding today because it gets boring at some point. Like, people they want to have a chat, and that's what I want to do as well, actually. Just want to meet people and interact with like-minded people. If I didn't have neighbors, I would do the live stream outside, but there's too much sun at the moment. It's really hot and I wouldn't see the screen. Thanks for the follow, B1G Dad1Tech. Should I learn HTML or Python first? That's a very good question. I would learn Python for 3 or 4 days first. Make sure that you like coding before learning too much stuff. Make sure you like scripting languages before building HTML pages. Because I used to be a bootcamp trainer, and you really noticed after a few days, there are people that are made to be programmers, and other people, they need to do something else. And being a developer, it has very positive aspects, but also very negative ones. So don't idealize the software engineer position in society, really. It's quite stressful, and it takes a very long time. It takes years to be senior, and the market is broken at the moment, the job market. So yeah, learn small with Python, and then you can build applications maybe. How do I become a cloud engineer? Well, if you're young enough and if you are hesitating between bachelor programs, just focus on computer science first and learn. If you want to be a cloud engineer, you need to have some like developer skills as well, and bash scripting and stuff like that, and then it's going to come naturally, I think. What is 1 million monthly revenue? So this is 1 million monthly recurring revenue. That's the goal. Which camera are you using? The auto tracking seems great. So basically I have an AI tracker, like some material thing that you plug to your gimbal, and it can track you, or I can use this small like remote, and I can just move the camera. And the camera is just my iPhone. I don't feel like a programmer. I am a people pleaser, but my parents want a practical program. If you want to interact with human beings, maybe being a developer is not the best option. Even though I know that being a software engineer has a lot to do with working in teams and interacting with your colleagues, but still, well, at the moment I'm a fully remote freelancer, and you have to feel comfortable being with just yourself during very long days and weeks of work. And there are plenty of jobs. Maybe now, if I were 20 now, what would you do if you were 20 now, for the older guys? If I were 20 now, maybe I would focus on I'm not saying that you shouldn't be a software engineer, and if that's your goal, just do it, and you're gonna feel great doing it. But if I were 20 now, maybe I would like learn like a manual, like real life job and skills, you know, like be a plumber, or be a hairdresser, I don't know, be a chef. I'm not saying that I don't like software engineering, but it's pretty stressful, and I'm saying that because of these two factors, which are like the rise of AI in the coding space and the shitty economic context at the moment in tech. Obviously, the context is bad for everyone, but in tech, we were such in like a golden era a few months ago, and now, or a few years ago, and now it's more like it's been like rationalized in a way. So I'm just talking. Yes, an electrician is a great. Yeah, Niklas, I remember that you were an electrician. I'm not saying that you shouldn't learn how to code, but the electrician background is a great background because you never know what happens in life. So Niklas is an electrician, moved to consultant, and now want to create programs for that industry. Oh, that's a great move as well. I had students at the bootcamp. The best ones, they were the ones who had like I don't know, a background in finance. Then they wanted to learn coding. They became developers, and then they worked as developers in the finance industry. That's a great move. Even now with the shitty context in the job market, that's a great move. So if you're, I don't know, like a physics teacher, you can learn how to code, and then maybe you can work in the education space as a developer, and you're gonna have like extra skills that the regular developer doesn't have. And that could make the whole difference. We're getting back to 100 viewers. That's crazy today. And I think I had like more than 200 more new followers from this live. Just talking to you. I think people now, they like more transparent setups. They don't care about this crazy, colorful Twitch-like streaming setups. Thanks for the follow, man. The pages router is deprecated. So I see you're having a conversation about routing in Next.js. Yes, the pages router is not what we use anymore. Just use the app folder. IT skills here in the Philippines need a college degree to get hired. Yeah, obviously it really depends on your country and geographic environment. I guess the Philippines is a bit crowded when it comes to being a software engineer. So Ed, a French guy, is saying, hi, I'm learning Python. Do you have any videos or other free stuff that I can use to learn? Well, I'm not an expert in these beginner tutorials, but YouTube is full of them. And it's a great way to learn how to code, to learn Python. And more importantly, learn if you like it. Because not everyone likes coding and scripting. So people are sharing GitHub repos. How much is your monthly revenue right now? I have no revenue from my SaaS at the moment because the SaaS is still in progress. Thanks for the follow, Lightech Phone Solutions and Phil and Gigi. Do you think coding will die? That's a great question. So I'm going to ask you, you can answer yes or no. Do you guys think coding will die in 10 years, in 2035? In my perspective, like coding is gonna, so we're getting more and more productive. So basically now you can do as much work with one developer that you would do like 5 years ago, you needed like 5 developers. So it's just going to be exponential that way in terms of productivity. But I think Timon Keller is right. It will be totally different. Like we'll be like orchestrating various LLMs and agents, and one guy will be able to do pretty much everything like tech-wise at a company. And I think it also goes with an evolution from the work environment, and people will be like self-employed more and more. I'm not only talking about AI, actually. It's the case in marketing, it's the case in sales, it's the case with everything, because of 2 factors: the rise of AI and the economic crisis. Since we have no money anymore, we would rather hire like a super productive, very senior AI-powered engineer or sales guy instead of creating like. Do you remember like 10 years ago, like the tech space was crazy. They were just wasting money, like throwing money away, hiring too many people. What do you think about no code? That's a great question. I think AI is kind of killing no code. AI in a way also, like this vibe coding thing is like the new no code, we would say. But I'm not a no code guy. Maybe yes, if I need to build a landing page, I would use Webflow, maybe, or maybe not. But yes, no code is great for landing pages, CMS, blogs, tools like that, or very SEO oriented projects. And if you don't have time to code the project yourself. But using no code for building a mobile application with Bubble, for example, is I think it's pretty risky, like money-wise, because then after that you pay for each single server request. I'm talking too much and I don't have time to read the messages. Not necessarily. We always said about other jobs, for example, factory workers. But these guys, they still exist, but we have like maybe 10 times or 100 times less factory workers than like 50 years ago. And it's going to be the same with software engineers. Hello, Sunrise. I have a question. How do you learn how to code, please? That's a great question. Maybe I'm going to sit here as long as I can read the messages. Because I've been standing for, I don't know how long has been the live. Yes, I'm getting old. I have a question. How do you learn how to code, please? Well, it really depends on what you want to do. If you want to build your own projects, or if you want to get a software engineering job, if you're young or if you're a bit less young. But if you're, let's say you're 20, maybe your main goal could be to study computer science, get a degree, which is always a positive thing. And Timon Keller is right. And if you just want to learn the basics of coding and ship your own products, just go to YouTube and follow a few tutorials. And my main advice would be, don't use AI too much and too early. Try to learn how to code like the old school way. And then after 2 or 3 months, just start learning LLMs. You need programming knowledge to vibe code effectively. Yes, obviously, if you're a software engineer, you would be a better vibe coder than just a regular guy. My stack in work is Next.js and Nest. Really? And how do they manage to... because some people, they criticize me because I'm using both Next.js and Nest. Does it mean that you have 2 servers? Why would you use both? Studying computer science in school right now, what do you think I should focus on learning right now? Maybe if you want to maximize your chances to get a job, I would maybe not focus on development, like software development. I would focus, well, if you just want to avoid having problems very quickly. Don't be a software developer. Maybe work on infrastructure, like DevOps stuff, or cybersecurity. Or if you want to be a developer, maybe focus on machine learning, like deep machine learning, and not just build applications, because the application building part is slowly being... Let's say the job market is pretty rough for developers. DevOps is the future, but the thing is that with AI, you can also do DevOps much easier than 5 years ago. So jobs will get destroyed as well, but not as fast as software developers, I think. Don't hesitate, Swaggy, if you have more questions, I can answer your questions. So, okay, so today I'm on holiday. I was supposed to build my project, but I'm a bit lazy at the moment. Can you guys press the like button so that we finally definitely cross the 100 viewers threshold? Because right now we're stuck at 80, 88 viewers. On your website, what did you use to make those graphics? Oh, you mean on the lastdev.club website? I'm using Framer Motion and a few libraries, like React libraries for animated components. Do you have resources to read on about clean code architecture in Next.js? I disagree. I need to zoom on the chat. I can't read the messages. Yeah, it's gonna be much better this way. Yeah. What's the average salary for fresh grad? Where are you from? From the US? Are you from Europe? Which country? It really depends on the country. Do you use TurboRepo to create a monorepo project, or you just separate your front end and back end? I'm using the monorepo. With I've got my apps folder with for the moment there's just a web app here. That's the web app. But then I'm gonna have the Nest.js server as well in this folder, and I have my packages folder with all the shared packages. What are you making, sir? So, madam, I'm making a B2B SaaS for Airbnb property rental managers so that they can find more clients. As a software developer, can I switch easily to project management? Hold on a second, I'm just trying to find the chat again. Can we get to 4K followers today? That's crazy. If you want to grow on TikTok, just live stream. That's the way to go, really. Okay, so we're having many questions now. If you have a very specific question, or if you want to get in touch with me, I'm not selling anything, but don't hesitate to follow me and send me a DM on TikTok, because at the moment I'm on holiday and I can read all my messages. What's the average salary for fresh grad from Asia, Malaysia? I have no idea. Like, how much can like a mid-level software engineer could be paid in Malaysia? No idea. I don't even know what the average salary, like the broad average salary is in Malaysia. If there is a sudden explosion for DevOps engineers, there will be the same issue as with developers. Yeah, I think, but it's going to be the same in marketing. It's going to be the same in sales, in every like white collar jobs. Really, where do you sell this SaaS? For the moment, I'm just building it. I'm not selling it, and it's my own project, so it's not for a client. There's no landing page. There's nothing for the moment. So the SaaS is going to have like 2 applications, one for the scraping and directory building, and one for the actual SaaS, so that Airbnb property rental managers, they can access the application and get clients. What are other fields of computer science students can specialize aside from making applications and AI? Yes, I would say the main fields to focus on right now. Obviously, if you like software development, you can choose the software development track. But if you want to maximize your chances to get a job in the next 15 to 20 years, maybe focus on cloud engineering, DevOps, infra, and cybersecurity maybe would be a good choice. Can I get a job with PHP, HTML, CSS, JS, Tailwind, Python, full stack dev? Well, you can get a job with any tech stack as long as there's a client that's using or that wants to use this tech stack. And actually having, for example, PHP is getting a bit old at the moment, but people are following these trendy, shiny technologies like Next.js and React and JavaScript. But there are plenty of large companies that use PHP that are hiring PHP developers. I have a few friends they've been PHP developers for like 15, 20 years, and that's all they do, and they're happy with it. And they don't want to change their stack. So you think cyber will be harder to replace with AI? I wouldn't say harder, but a bit less easy to replace with AI. But it's going to be, well, replace is not the right word, but yeah, you can do cybersecurity. I'm not a cybersecurity person. I'm pretty sure if I talk to Claude for an entire day, I can learn many things very quickly, or at least implement things that would be like traditionally made by a cybersecurity engineer. Thanks for all the follows, Bimo, user B, Alexander. Where are you guys from? So now I can just sit. I'm not even coding. Yesterday I was like coding live and I had like 10 viewers. Today I'm just talking to you and I have 100 viewers. Please tell her not to expose her .env files. Please, what is the name of your team? The team is Bearded Monokai, Bearded Monokai. Which camera are you using? I'm using an iPhone 15 Pro camera. And I'm using a gimbal, and I'm using, maybe I can... There's no battery on my gimbal, actually. Need to get my cable. Where's my USB cable? I don't know. So can you guys press the like button so that we get to more than 100 viewers? Is this Shatsian UI? Yes, that's Shatsian UI. And Tailwind. I'm using Shatsian in a monorepo so that I can share the components across various apps. On-prem probably gonna be much more common due to hosting costs. Data security. Thanks for the follow, Ali. Are you French? Yes, I'm French. How are you, Fanatic? I'm a Mac user. You know, I'm just a web and mobile developer. I'm not a crazy, like old school geek using Linux. I'm not a DevOps. Using Next in 2025, are you crazy? What should I learn to have the level of a software engineer and what they can do? Well, if you're young enough, you can just go study computer science first. React is hard. React used to be hard, but I don't know. Is it? Do you guys think React is hard? There's some kind of like there's this React philosophy that you have to learn. But once you get it, it's not that hard. It's still front end. Maybe Next.js is a bit harder if you're using the backend and the server side aspects of Next.js. So I need a USB cable to recharge my gimbal. Just gonna get that. Okay, so yeah, it is. Yeah, I wouldn't say React is hard, but if you're a complete beginner, yes, obviously, it's pretty hard to learn the whole hooks and the components philosophy. Just plug in my gimbal so that it doesn't die, and that we can keep growing the stream. Maybe I'm gonna unplug the second screen because it's getting my Mac Mini. I'm streaming from a Mac Mini M4, and it has like it really has a heat issue. Yeah, well, I can really only talk for Norway, but even everyone is moving to cloud here, except for those who are forced by law because of private data. Well, I know that, yeah, like young computer science students here in Europe, they tend to be worried about the software development field. But maybe that way it's going to be more. Maybe in a few years, the market won't be saturated anymore. I don't know. I lost my remote for the gimbal. Where's the remote? And I need to plug my iPhone as well. Where's the remote? I lost it. I lost my gimbal remote. Don't know where I've put it. It's crazy that you see that you can get to 100 viewers on TikTok Live just talking about tech stuff and coding. Hi everyone, so we are building a community here, and actually that's a great idea. I have this project of building a like GitHub server, not Git, a Discord server, so that we can all collaborate and maybe share knowledge, work together. I lost my remote. Yes, it's here. So I need to do this. At some point, I'm gonna unplug the second screen because my Mac Mini is gonna die, I think. And thanks for the follow, Elias. My Mac Mini is dying and I need to plug my iPhone. Otherwise, the camera is gonna die as well. So I work with your newspapers. What do you mean? Thanks for the follow, guys. Are you guys paid to follow me? Because I see that people don't even talk in the chat and just follow me. Okay, so maybe they are interested in SaaS, building SaaS, I don't know. If you plan of having different card styles, like a default versus a feature. Yeah, you can add variants. Thoughts on Cursor AI. What are your thoughts on Cursor AI, guys? Well, Cursor is great if you're a complete beginner and that you don't want to learn how to code. Then yes, you can use the agent mode and you can actually build and ship MVPs, let's say. Or if you're a senior developer, it can be very powerful as well. The autocomplete is very powerful. You can like orchestrate the project instead of like writing code. But yes, Cursor is a great tool, but it's that's not the ultimate AI coding agent. I don't think so. Are you French? Yes, I'm French. How about you, man? Where do you work, user? Hearing your advices. What do you mean, UV Caminia? Hearing your advices? I'm drinking water. Hopefully TikTok is not gonna think that I'm drinking alcohol and ban me. Try is better than Cursor. I never used it. The thing now, we are in this at the beginning of this AI agents, like coding agents. So yeah, there are tools emerging every week. Do you have a class for cybersecurity? What do you mean, like a course? I don't have any course for cybersecurity. I haven't tried Cloud Code. Actually, I was on holiday in Greece and I was spending more time like kite surfing, enjoying life than coding. And Cloud Code emerged, like the hype emerged when I was in Greece. So I haven't tried it yet. I'm not an Next.js bro, you know, just using it for that project because that's the way I like starting React projects. Just a habit, not a religion, really not. Damn, this AI agent speaks like real human. Yeah, I'm an AI agent with I'm an 11 Labs AI agent with a French accent. What ID are you using? I'm using VS Code. Nothing fancy, good old VS Code. Yeah, that's French AI. Live streaming on TikTok. Isn't it a nightmare? That's ultimate dystopia. I give myself 3 years to be on top in full stack development, but I don't know how to process. Do you have any background in software engineering? The thing is that being on top in software development doesn't have the same meaning that it used to have. Like when I was a bootcamp trainer, I remember, yes, I had like very motivated students. Some of them were like saying, yeah, I'm going to be the king of the market in 5 years. And I'm going to work for like $1,000 a day. And that was possible actually. But right now, the market is changing so quickly and the technologies are evolving so quickly because of AI. It's really hard to predict the future. Like even myself, I don't know. I start to accept the fact that maybe in 10 years, I won't be a software engineer anymore. I might be, but I'm not 100% sure. Did you attend the bootcamp, TikTok Luke? Did you like it? So I need to plug my iPhone, otherwise it's going to be the end of the live stream. And I think I need to, I don't know. My Mac Mini is like burning hot. So if you want a live stream, don't buy a Mac Mini. Yes, the iPhone is plugged. Yes. I'm actually already going away from software engineering, more into consulting. How do you make the difference between, because you could be a software engineering consultant. What do you do as part of your consulting job? Oh, you taught a bootcamp. Okay. Maybe we know each other. What did you study? I'm a self-taught developer. I studied literature and social sciences. It had nothing to do with computer science. I was working on a Skipstead company before, but here in Sweden. It's crazy how many, I get so many people from Scandinavia. Yeah, there are a few other there, but if I'm right, you work in a data center in Sweden. Thanks for the follow, Zubair. 0x, we've got a Web3 guy. What do you guys think of Web3 at the moment? Do you have any idea on mechatronic engineering? Do you want to build a startup together? What are you building now? Well, actually, right now I'm launching my MVP SaaS studio. So if you want to work with me, you can send me a DM and we'll have a call if you want. What's your startup idea? I'm working more in planning and working out the solution with the customer and then implement also. So you're more on the product management side of things. How long till you become fluent in coding? It can take you your entire life, I think. Thanks for the follow, Casey. How are you, man? Are you familiar with OCR programs? Not really. I've used some of them, but not like deeply, not professionally. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, TikTok Luke. Thanks for the follow, Javert. I work within critical infrastructure provider of some sort. Let's say not much. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Draco. Okay, so my goal today, I'm spending the whole day like locked in. It's really hot outside. So I'm having like this streaming lockdown. And I want to get to 4K followers on TikTok. And at the moment, how many followers do I have? Okay, yeah, we're growing, really growing quickly. Do you remember all the syntax or do you copy paste some of them? Copy paste a lot. Like being a software developer is really like copy pasting a lot, even with before the AI era. I am making a pass for myself with Next.js, Tailwind, Supabase, and Shatsi. And what are you building, man? Thanks for the follow, Timmy Tunes. So we have a sales or marketing person, Yuli, who wants to help us grow organically. How would you do that, Yuli? But now I think more Cloudflare, but yeah, sick man. Does AI mean the... Okay, that was a weird thing with my camera. Oh, and actually we didn't even try the... I've got plenty of new features on my camera. Should be getting the likes. Is it working? Yeah. Being a software engineer before was being a pro in Googling, now more being a pro in prompting. Prompting and copy pasting. That's sad, but kind of true. What about AI agents? Well, this chat feels like a like a Discord server, just talking to each other. Why are you standing? Because I've been a software engineer for quite a few years now, and I spent too much time sitting. So right now I don't have my standing desk, but I try to stand as much as possible, because otherwise you just lose the use of your legs. Which AI is the best tool to build code? Well, if you're a complete beginner, I would use Lovable maybe. Yeah, well, it's impossible to guess. I am heading out now, but sick. Thanks for the follow, Yuli. How would you help us grow organically, Yuli? How long did it take you to learn coding to become a developer? I would say if you want to be a junior developer, maybe 1 year. Just take 1 year and focus on one project. Learn the basics, then focus on building one project. And then you'll be a junior software engineer. What's your strategy to sell your SaaS? Well, actually, I'm going to do some what we call like programmatic SEO. So basically, I have two applications. I've got the main app, which is the SaaS. It's a full stack Next.js app, which is the actual SaaS for Airbnb property rental managers. They can sign up and then they can find leads and clients. Okay. And to do acquisition of these professionals, I'm going to build another project, which is a backend only project. It's going to be like a scraping bot that's going to scrape, for example, all the Airbnb property rental managers in one area. And I'm going to build a directory for this area. And I'm going to talk about the main professionals in this area. Then once the directory is on Google for this region or this area, I'm gonna call the professional and say, hey, we're talking about you on our directory. You're one of the best professionals in the area. Do you want to get more clients? And if so, yes, please sign up on the SaaS. They're going to sign up on the SaaS. They're going to see there are leads in this area. But if they want to get the leads, then they have to pay for the contact info for the leads. What are the best coding languages for each subject? I have an idea to make a bus tracking software for my country, but I don't know where to start. A bus tracking software, you want to sell it to your government? Which country do you live in? I want a SaaS with AI. Well, there will be some AI involved in the scraping aspect of things, in the directory. What are the best coding languages for each subject? I'm just deciding to switch career as software developer. What the job market today, in your opinion? Where are you from? Are you in the UK, Ryan? The job market is, I would say it's a disaster at the moment, especially in the US. What is SaaS in simple terms? It's a software that's running in the cloud, and you just you don't buy it, you pay for it on a monthly or annual plan. Do you know Canva, for example? Canva is a SaaS. So Ryan is from the UK, and Ryan wants to switch career as a software developer. Well, if you want to switch career, then keep in mind that job market is much harder than it used to be 4 or 5 years ago, but I guess it's the same in every field. But tech is pretty rough at the moment. Actually, it's okay to be a senior or mid-level developer, but being a junior now, you have to be very motivated. But if you have a nice background, you know, it's still very different. If you're a plumber and if you switch to software engineering, you won't be taken as seriously as if you're, I don't know, working in finance and switching to software engineering, or working in as an accountant, or working for large companies, I don't know. But it's much harder for, like 5 years ago, it was much easier for a baker or a plumber to turn into a software engineer. But that's not the case anymore. So it really depends on your background. But I guess the UK job market is pretty rough at the moment. Thanks for the follow, Ryan. Does Java as future? Yes, definitely Java as future. But it's more on the enterprise software, like banking software. What's your advice for a junior? I would say build projects with actual users and try to build your portfolio. You don't have to build a portfolio website, but try to have a production grade project with some backend, like complex backend database stuff. And then talk to people, try to meet people. Am I cooked? What do you think of Rust versus C++ in real world application? What language is that? That's TypeScript in React and Next.js. Is it worth is it worth it to learn C# when I'm a Node.js developer? Well, it's always, especially in the current job market, it's a good strategy to learn various backend languages. Because right now with AI, even in very professional teams, with AI, the front-end aspect can be done with a smaller team. But if you know Rust or Go or C#, then it's always a good, or Java, it's a good skill to have. I think the JavaScript only era is ending slowly. Thanks for the follow, Dax. Actually, I just got my first job as a software engineer last month. It's pretty rough. I apply 100+ jobs. Well, actually 100 applications is nothing in current job market. And congrats on your first job. Should you abuse AI tools? Really depends on your skills and goal. What's something you know now as a developer that you wish you learned when you were starting out? That being a software engineer is stressful, and that in 2022 there's this thing called ChatGPT that's going to emerge, and that's going to change everything in both a positive and a bad way. Is that a good answer? So maybe don't take things for granted, you know, regarding your future, because the tech field is changing very quickly. I'm using Bearded Monokai as a team. Thanks for the follow, Crypto Fool. So we have crypto people on the chat. Like creating content and live streaming is so cool, because if you don't feel like working, you don't have to work. Just talk to people and play with your camera. What will be next generation instead of JS? Well, actually the next generation, like the next generation tech stack, I think, so JavaScript is going to remain the main like web language, and everything is web now. JavaScript and TypeScript, obviously, but the main thing is to be as productive as possible using AI tools, even as a senior software engineer. You are building a website. Well, we're building a web application, yes. And there's no landing page, no website for the moment. I think I'm gonna have to eat at some point. Should I eat live streaming? Maybe. Don't know what I have to eat. You know what? The weather is so crazy at the moment. I don't even want to cook. I'm just gonna eat like some fruit, or I don't know. What AI tools are you using currently? Mostly, I have a Claude Max plan. I'm using Claude most of the time, and Claude projects. Thanks for the follow, man. Shop study. Where are you from? Yeah, the next big thing for the next generation of developers is maybe it's not about a language. It's more about how to orchestrate things, like be more of a project manager and use AI extensively in a very professional way. Hi, Roots. Where are you from? We have quite a few people from Africa as well. That's great. How are you, Chop Study? Can you guys press the like button so that we get back to above 100 viewers? You work at home, freelance, right? Well, actually, you can follow me on LinkedIn. I think I shared it. Just checking my followers count. Wow, okay. I think I can get 1,000 followers today from a very long live stream. And you can follow me on LinkedIn. So what was the question? Wait. Not seeing the chat anymore. Yes. You work at home, freelance, right? Yeah, that's what I was, because on LinkedIn, I'm like remote only. Yes, I'm working, I'm fully remote. For the moment, at the moment, I'm a freelance developer. Mainly for one SaaS startup, which I can't talk about. And at the same time, I'm trying to, that's why I'm creating content on TikTok. I'm building my own, I wouldn't say IT consulting, because that sounds very boring, but my own MVP studio. Like my ideal project would be an MVP for a SaaS or a mobile app, or for both. And I want to, like meet people and create a community as well. So I'm going to build a Discord server and like a freelance collective. Yes, and maybe work with recruiters, I don't know. But mostly I want to build this thelastdev.club project. The Last Dev is mostly an MVP studio. What mic do you use? I'm using, forgot the name. Is it written on it? Holy Land, yeah. I'm using this, like Holy Land wireless mics. And actually, I start realizing that people don't really care about the setup. They're more like they want to see people like real life. So I'm not really, with this microphone, I can just move and talk and interact with you without having this like crazy streaming mic. Where's your wife? Well, actually, my wife just messaged me and she told me that she was watching the live, so maybe she's still there. And the wife is she's away today, which is the reason why I can do this very long, like maybe a 12-hour live stream. But at some point, I'm gonna have to eat, to have lunch. What is an MVP studio? So MVP stands for a minimum viable product, and an MVP studio would be like an agency. So let's say you have a SaaS ID or you want to build a mobile application and you don't have any background in tech, and I can help you build your product like tech-wise and also on the sales and marketing aspect of things. Hi, Software Siren. How are you? So the best viewers are arriving finally. We crossed the 100 viewers threshold today. That's crazy. I'm just talking, I'm not coding anything. Let's get back to VS Code. Yeah, so that I can at least act as if I were coding. I sound Belgian because maybe French is one of the official languages in Belgium, but I'm pretty far from Belgium at the moment. Are you self-taught? Yes, totally. I have an awesome ID. Do you have a job for a junior developer? Not at the moment. You know, it's not easy to work with a junior developer. And especially now, if you think as an employer or as a senior like lead developer or CTO, what's the input from a junior developer? Now that we have LLMs, obviously it's great to grow the team and share knowledge and teach stuff, and I really like teaching. But if you have a client and you have a budget and just want to ship the product as fast as possible, maybe hiring a junior is not the best strategy. A software engineer can work in which field? Well, actually, you can work in any field as a software engineer. I'm just gonna try something. No. No. Don't want to break my gimbal. A software engineer can work in which field? Yes, that's the great thing with software engineering. and you can work in any field. If you like football, you can work, for a sports team. You can work for if you like food and restaurants, you can work in the hospitality industry. If you like finance, you can work in the finance industry. There are like software engineers everywhere because there is software everywhere. So software siren, she's jealous that you don't have a delay in your lives. I tried OBS and Restream, it lags so much. Do you have like a gaming PC or a powerful Mac? And you could also try Streamlabs. Maybe it could work better. Yeah, I think you were streaming from a Mac. Maybe your Mac is not powerful enough. Because you know what? Right now I'm streaming from a brand new like Mac Mini M4, and it's burning hot. I've been streaming for maybe 3 hours now. So I'm gonna have to pause the live at some point and have lunch. What do you use to stream? So right now I'm using Streamlabs. Thanks for the follow, Jazik. Are you far from Annecy? I'm in the south of France. Are you, so not that far? Are you streaming also? But I can work from anywhere, I'm traveling a lot. Are you streaming also? I subscribe to you. Yes, Software Siren, I think she's streaming. You have an M4 Mac and your live is lagging? That's weird. Please pretend to be coding. I feel like pretending to be working with a colleague. Yes, we're all just pretending that we're working. How old are you? How old do you think I am? Please, I have a passion for coding, but I am a beginner. Can you teach me from scratch? So if you have a passion for coding, it's going to be very easy. Just build stuff. And if you have a project ID, just build it. Especially now with AI, you can just... I'm not saying that you should vibe code it, but build the main feature and then make it better and better. Who invented vibe coding? I have been sleeping for 10 years. Well, actually, there's one person who invented vibe coding. And I think now there's a Wikipedia page. Yes. Okay, so they have a very fancy way to define it. But it's an artificial intelligence supported software development style, popularized by this guy, Andrej Karpathy, Slovak-Canadian computer scientist. So this guy created the concept of vibe coding, and I'm pretty sure he didn't even create any trademark or make any money on it. Trying to keep track on the comments. Does it get confusing about frustrating with all those tabs of codes on the right? Well, it's just your project folder structure. Thanks for the follow, Felix. Could you make me a simple HTML code website? Can you give... I'm not building simple HTML websites. Can you give some advice for beginner software engineers? Build products with actual users and don't use AI too much in the first 6 months. And then once you reach this junior to mid-level level, then learn AI extensively, because otherwise you won't be productive enough. What's your favorite UI library? 32, that's not far from my age. What's your favorite UI library? Chatien. Yeah, I think I used to be a big fan of Chakra UI and Material UI, but I think this era is over. Could you make me a simple HTML code? I'm not making simple HTML websites. Next.js is so hard. Well, you don't have to use Next.js. You can switch to Vanilla React or Vue. You using Chatien for this? Yes, I am. What's your advice? I want to work as a freelance. I mean, React.js just deployed my first app. What's your advice about what? Get a job, find clients, ship a product? What is hard in Next.js? Everything is simple. Well, in a way, everything is simple in software engineering, but Next.js, I think it's pretty hard to get the backend, like the server side aspect of the things. I have used both Angular and React, but I find most people use React, so I changed 100% to it. Well, yes, the job market is mostly like using React, but if you like Angular, you can build anything with Angular. Also use AI to learn. Well, yes, maybe using AI to learn could be the way to go now. But I don't know. Obviously, you can say, hi, ChatGPT, can you teach me? And don't give me the answer, don't give me the code. Can you teach me how to... Can you teach me how to learn like progressively? And I don't want the code, I don't want the answer, but then at some point it's going to give you the code. So you're not really learning. Yes, we're getting too many messages in the chat. How do big live streamers deal with like that many, like even more chat messages? So Christian wants to find clients. In 2025, the best way to find clients is either knowing like the right people, like network, or create content. Create content like consistently, and then people will get to know you. For example, in my case, if I wasn't like streaming in front of 80 people now, like people wouldn't know me, even if I could be, and that's really not the case. But even if you're the best software engineer in the world, if you're not like creating content or, you know, like trying to exist online, then obviously it's easy to say creating content is not for me. I don't feel comfortable with it, but you know, just take your iPhone and film what you're doing and share your passion. That's it. Okay, so we're having quite a few messages. Can you guys press the like button like crazy for 1 minute so that we cross the 100 viewers threshold again? Do you know automation for content creation? And I know that there are many tools for that, but to be honest, like people now in content creation, they just want to have like human beings talking to them and just be natural and, you know, just be yourself. If you use too much automation, then it's going to feel dull, I think. What is SaaS? SaaS is software as a service. Like it's a cloud-based software. What are you talking about? Software Siren, moderators? You think I should get moderators? Actually, I don't get like negative messages. It's just that I can't answer all the questions and talk to people. How do you manage your monorepo? Well, actually, I'm using Turbo Repo most of the time, so that's how I do it. Thanks for the follow. So my goal today is to get to 4K followers, which I thought was impossible in one day. So I had around 3,000 followers today when I started the stream. And we are slowly, steadily getting to 4K followers. That's amazing. So basically, for the guys who don't know me, I'm just another software engineer. I'm a full stack software engineer, building SaaS software, mobile apps with React Native as well, and working as a freelancer, and also building my own MVP studio. So if you guys want to work with me, you can get in touch with me on LinkedIn or go to my website. You can book a call, like a video call with me. Moderators can handpick comments and pin them for you as well, not just deal with rude. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's what I should do. But you know, did you see my AI voice bot that I built? The things that now I have so many... happy to follow this channel and learning a lot by all questions in here. But yes, actually I'm also learning quite a few things here because everyone has a different background and we've got plenty of people from like various places around the globe. It's great to like share knowledge all together. So yes, we're gonna need moderators, maybe. I will organize something around moderation. I don't know how it works on TikTok actually. What is the market of building websites using WordPress? Well, actually, that's a very good question. When I started being a software engineer, I was so not positive about learning how to code. I was like, okay, so if at some point I don't have any clients, I'm gonna sell WordPress websites. Or if I'm not technical enough, or if I'm not skilled enough, I'm gonna sell WordPress websites. I would say two issues with WordPress websites. I mean, the freelancing market around WordPress. First is it's overcrowded. Second, it's really not exciting. Like once you learn how to code, like building WordPress websites, it's so boring. Is your YouTube code evolution? No, not at all. My YouTube is the same as on TikTok. It's code_curfew. For the moment, there's no. I'm just streaming live on YouTube at the same time. Do I have? I have one viewer, but I'm focusing mostly on TikTok. I love this platform, and it's a bit less crowded with software engineers. Can you teach me software engineering, sir? Well, I have this project of being like a mentor, like creating a code curfew mentorship, but I don't have time for it. I don't know how to price it for the moment. So maybe, I don't know, you can book a call with me and we can discuss something, but I don't know. I have no idea how to price it. I'm not, even though I used to be a bootcamp teacher, I'm not, I like sharing knowledge, but I'm not a teacher. I can't teach computer science. For me, developing on WordPress is harder than React. So you touch the code, you mean you're a PHP developer. When did you start? I started like 7-8 years ago. Are you making beginners tutorials on YouTube? That's not really what I want to do. For the moment, I'm just sharing my TikTok posts on YouTube, like short YouTube content. But I think I'm not really, my niche is not the beginner niche. So I'm mostly gonna create content around, let's say, mid-level to senior architecture stuff, and maybe sharing the whole process of building and shipping and selling a SaaS or a mobile app. Maybe that's what I want to do. Even though I'm not a big fan of the like SaaS solopreneur bullshit things on YouTube, but yeah, I'm still thinking about what I want to do on my YouTube channel. But there's plenty of content for beginners on YouTube. That's how I learned several years ago, so I guess there must be plenty of content now. Is there an interesting app idea you want to make in the future? Do you believe that there are a lot of programmers? Well, before answering all the questions, thank you guys for the support today, because it's been, I think, the best live stream ever. I thought that was not the best time to stream in the middle of the day. But yes, thank you so much for your smart questions, interesting questions and discussions. Do you believe that there are a lot of programmers compared with job market? It really depends on the tech stack, but for example, in my tech stack, like the TypeScript, JavaScript, full stack ecosystem, maybe yes, it's a bit overcrowded, unfortunately. And thank you so much for all your answers. You're welcome, Christian. Thanks for the follow, Nana Usa. Doing a great job. I'm just talking to you. I am currently an infotech in college. How can I motivate myself to keep learning? So maybe right now what I'm going to do is prepare me like some sort of sandwich and salad and eat live with you. Yeah, let's do this. Should I leave it here maybe? Maybe I can do this here. Yes, but I can't read the messages anymore. That's a problem. Maybe I'm gonna eat a banana first. Thanks for your answer. Well, what I like... Okay, King Pro is asking in French, do you think there's enough chances to get a job in France in this space? Just like any space, to be honest. Like France, it's let's say it's a bit like economically declining, just like the rest of Southern Europe, maybe apart from Spain. Maybe that's not the best tech ecosystem for sure. Maybe not the worst in Europe. But the thing in France, I think compared to the US, in the US there are crazy layoffs at the moment. So it's really hard to get a job or to keep your job. Whereas in France, the problem is the income. Even as a freelancer, I try to avoid French companies as much as possible. Same in most Southern Europe countries, like Italy, for example. You could be like a super senior coding genius in Italy. The income is ridiculous. Do you think having a specific topic to work on is better for freelance? That's what people tend to say, yes, to recommend, like niche down. The thing is that if you niche down like too much, then how do you find clients? French companies pay less, how much? Well, it depends on your country, but yes, it pays much less than in Northern Europe or Germany or the UK for sure. Where is it better to work as a software engineer? In England or in France? In England, definitely. Much more opportunities. You're going to be taken much more like seriously and get a much better income. In Italy, the income is ridiculous, really. Yes, but that's just my humble opinion. But it really depends on your home country. If you come from Pakistan, obviously the income is amazing in Italy. So we have someone from the UK, like Software Siren, is saying that in the UK there aren't many jobs going on right now. I think everyone is depressed now, even in San Francisco, you know. So we just have to, we all have to deal with the current situation, try new things. You know, before I started creating content, I was just comfortable working for one major like client for several months, and I was like, okay. Like 5 years ago, you could almost like predict your future in terms of income and career as a software engineer, but right now can't predict anything. Really depends on the opportunities. It depends on your network. Doing a course just now on coding. What kind of course? On YouTube or Udemy? There are lots of jobs. We just got to keep applying. Yeah, but that's also the thing. Even the job application has changed so much, like with LinkedIn, like with this easy apply button. Now you have to apply to 10,000 job offers to get a job, to get an interview. That's a very good question. What's the most demanded programming language in the workforce? Excellent question. What do you guys think? Definitely not. Well, it really depends. What do you mean by demanded? You want to get the most amount of money, or you want to get a job? Are you France? I'm not France, I'm French, but yes, thank you, Code for Fun. Thanks for the follow. Like, I don't know why you guys are all following me, but that's great. Thanks for the follow, Shmoki and Nishi. That coder. Hi. I think a lot of engineers are sleeping on Python, maybe. I think if you want to get the best income, maybe focus on machine learning stuff at the moment, but maybe in 3 years it's going to be completely different. Maybe cybersecurity as well. Yep. Golang and Java for money. Or you know, there's this banking language, COBOL. Do you know COBOL? Like in Europe, it's like a very old, boring, not sexy at all language. But I know that recruiters are really struggling to find good candidates. COBOL, I think it is. So by the way, this is the guy who invented the concept of vibe coding. COBOL language. English-like computer programming. Very popular in the finance banking space. If you want to make money, just lock in for 1 year and learn COBOL, and then you're going to be the king of the world. But in my perspective, it's important to be excited about what you use, about the technologies you use. So yeah, it has to be interesting and fun to use. Do you think we can use the web development as a way to grow on other skills? What do you mean? I think, like I would say before the AI era, like 4 years ago, I would say that having tech skills is really, it gives you an edge in any field, like in marketing or in sales, especially in sales, for example. Right now, if you're a salesperson and if you have like tech skills, you are dominating the space. But now that we have AI, like there's less barrier to entry to the tech side of sales. So maybe it's not as important as it used to be. Can you change to dark view? The white background makes the comments disappear. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna avoid the white background on when I go to the browser. Actually, I tried everything. I tried the video on top. I tried, my video, like my camera on top, my camera at the bottom, and I'm getting more viewers when the camera is on top. And actually, people like seeing I think they like seeing the streamer. I don't know. I have quite a nice setup today. I'm finally back home after my holiday in Greece. I am getting comfortable with Python. Which lower language do you suggest learning? Really depends on your sorry, I've been streaming for 3 hours now, I think, and I only ate 1 banana and 1 espresso. I'm getting comfortable with Python now. Which lower language do you suggest learning? Maybe Java, I would say. Java or Golang is getting popular, especially in the US. I don't know where you live. Can I do both AI and cybersecurity? Well, the thing is, the most like interdisciplinary you're going to be, the less skilled you're going to be. I think you have to niche down a little bit. You can't really be like a machine learning expert and a cybersecurity expert. You could cut parts of this live stream and put the answers to your questions as video posts on YouTube. Totally. Yeah, you're right. I'm a bit, I don't know, I like live streaming. So I haven't taken like the time to like edit my videos and stuff like that. Is there a reason you are using a function to define a component instead of an arrow function? That's a very good question. Most of the time I would use an arrow function, but on this component, I haven't built it myself. It's the Shatsian, it's the Supabase UI blocks PNPM command that built this button. And apparently they're using the function syntax. Yesterday there was a guy who recorded my stream on YouTube, but yeah, I don't feel like what I'm saying is that interesting. It's just I'm just talking to you guys because it's too hot outside today and I don't want to go out. and I like talking to like-minded people. In a way, I'm a bit nostalgic about the time I was a bootcamp, like a JavaScript, TypeScript bootcamp teacher. Actually, I was managing the whole campus. We had like, I don't know, maybe 50 students, 50 new students every 3-month session. And it was a great time for me because I was like talking like tech stuff with people all the time. And right now I'm more on a like fully remote, like autistic, almost autistic lifestyle, like coding all day long. So these live streams are just a way to like interact with human beings through a screen, unfortunately. But yeah, you should eat another banana. Yes, I think one banana is not enough, but that was the last one. I think I have a peach in the fridge. Let's get the peach. It's like a fully like. Do you say fruitarian in English? I think I'm a fruitarian. I have a fruitarian diet. So I'm gonna eat a peach. Is the camera still following me? Nope. Yes. So yes. So today we are live streaming, talking around like tech stuff and eating fruits because it's too hot and I don't want to have more heat in the room because my Mac Mini M4 is gonna explode. And actually, I'm gonna have to stop the stream, like to pause the stream for 1 hour at least at some point because the Mac Mini is getting like crazy hot. Matt's cooking show made in TypeScript. Well, for the moment, I'm just eating fruit. But yeah. Isn't it like a very unusual thing on TikTok to see people eating? Just gonna clean the peach. So this is the tutorial. Let's clean the peach and let's grab a plate. So we grab a plate, you would grab a knife, and then you're gonna cut the peach. And after that, we're gonna prepare some nice espresso coffee. How do you get your money? Are you a freelancer, full-time worker? I'm a freelancer, but almost full-time worker as a freelancer at the moment, which is why I needed holiday like this. I took like I kind of imposed like a 6-week holiday because I was almost burning out at some point. So again, don't idealize the software engineer lifestyle. Yes, we do have a beautiful home. Is it the first time you're watching my live stream? So I have two places in the house to stream. Too many messages right now. In a way, it was much more like comfortable to have only like 3 or 4 viewers on the stream. You know what? Peaches in the south of France are really good, especially when they come out of the fridge. Can you guys hear the background music? Or is it still running? I don't know. Didn't even check it. Yeah, I think it's like the audio output is working. Can you guys hear the background music? So yes, you are in Nice. Actually, I'm not that far from Nice. Yeah. Okay, so the viewers base is getting like crazy again. Can you guys press the like button now? Like for 1 minute non-stop so that we get to 150 viewers. I'm gonna make a screenshot and I'm gonna be able to prove my wife that the whole like live streaming thing is worth it and that I can keep growing as a software engineer and like as a tech influencer. So I'm ready for the screenshot. like all these hours of like streaming in the dark. Today I'm not in the dark, but most of the time I'm in the dark with these crazy like LED lights. Yes, we're getting many viewers today. Can you guys press the like button even more? And just write like a comment in the chat. It's gonna grow the live. Which freelancing? Just tell us what you do in the chat. What do you do for a living? And if you're in tech, just tell us about your tech skills. We can barely hear the music. Do you want it a bit louder, or is the music loud enough? I don't even remember where the music is running. Maybe I can remove this one. I'm gonna try to close as many windows as possible because it's yeah, my Mac Mini. I know the Mac Mini is not lagging, but it's so hot. I could cook on it. Music good enough. Now it should be a bit louder. Which freelancing platform do you use? So yes, so I'm going to tell you about my life as a software engineer that's slowly turning into a content creator. So basically I hate creating content. That's why I'm always like live streaming. Because I'm not excited about creating content, like making like tutorials or stuff like that. Because you're gonna end up spending more time on your video edition program than actual like coding. So I'm just like live streaming and sharing my daily life as a software engineer, as an almost autistic Asperger guy coding remotely from his house, or even like when I'm traveling. Right now I have on like a travel friendly setup for live stream as well. I have a second like portable screen. I can travel with my Mac Mini. So I have a MacBook Pro, but I also use the Mac Mini because it's a bit more powerful. What's your daily rate? I don't know the word in English. My daily rate would be like the average daily rate for a mid-level to senior developer. It really depends on the country. It's between like 300 and 600 euros a day. Can I get banned if I'm eating live? No, I don't think so. Are you 100% self-taught? Yes. %100% self-taught. So I have no background in computer engineering. Happy to hear that I sound French. Farwatch 05. I wish I could go outside, but the thing is that I have neighbors and it's really hot outside. Can you find the maker of Space AI? What do you mean? How long did it take you to learn? It took me. I'm still learning a lot, really, especially now with AI. I'm like adventuring myself in other spaces like DevOps and infra. But I would say after 3 years, you're really comfortable with Node.js and React Native. EU rate is that high. I can only see around 60k euros per year, but you're talking about a permanent contract. I'm talking about freelancing. The thing is that in the EU, the tax rates are so high that there's a huge difference between a permanent contract and a freelancer's contract. Do you still have the micro company status, or like okay, we're talking about like deep French tax stuff. But to answer your question, I have a SASU. How are you? I think Fino 62k. Don't forget to hit some water, bro. Yeah, I'm glad you're worried about my health, because yes, I think I've been streaming for more than 3 hours. And I live in a very nice house, but not air-conditioned. So I have a fan I have a fan that's running. I don't know if you can hear it. How do you have your explorator tree so clean? What do you mean by clean? Don't forget to eat some water. Yes, you're right. I want to prove my wife that I can get like 1,000 followers in one live stream. Okay, actually, yes, I'm almost. I think I've done like 600 followers in 3 hours of live. I'm getting to 4K today. Don't know why, but I want to get to 4K. I see, got it. Are you freelancing for multi-clients? Right now I have one major client. And I'm almost like a permanent contract person for this project. But my goal is to have like several projects, several clients, maybe smaller clients. I'm building my own MVP studio. What is your other hobby? That's very interesting. Let's talk about real life stuff and not coding stuff. I'm gonna get another fruit and then I'm gonna answer this question. So instead of coding, I like eating fruit and live streaming. I'm just cleaning the peach, drying the peach, and I'm back. What is your other hobby? I have quite a few. I'm kind of an. I would say I'm not. I can say that I'm like half autistic around tech and coding stuff, which I think is necessary in a way if you want to grow as a software engineer. Unfortunately, especially since I'm completely like 100% full stack. And I like hiking. I like traveling a lot. I've lived in around like 10 foreign countries. I spent 2 years in India. I'm a big fan of Asia. I love traveling. I don't know if you guys know India. I worked in the hospitality industry like more than 10 years ago. I was working in the hospitality industry in Goa, in the south of India. I haven't been to the Philippines. I guess it's great. I've been to Laos, I've been to Cambodia, to India, to Thailand. Where did I go? To Myanmar, when you could be a tourist in Myanmar. I've been to Cambodia. I don't know if I already said it. And yes, and that was part of the plan actually, to travel. But that's also a trap for software engineers. You know, we have this ideal like crazy tech worker working remotely from Bali, and yeah, not very. Hi Anna, how are you? Yeah, not very realistic, I think, when you're working full time. Where have you been in Europe countries? Have you been watching the whole live, Anne? Because I'm getting exhausted. I think I got several hundred followers from this live. Yeah, and we keep growing. I'm getting to 4K followers. Thanks for the follow, A2. Where have you been in Europe countries? So I've been to France. I used to live in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. I've been to the UK. I started a PhD in the UK. I've been to Germany, to Italy a lot. I was in Greece a few weeks ago, to Spain, to Belgium. Yeah. What are your thoughts building? Well, actually right now I'm just eating. I think now I'm too old to get rid of the French accent. And I've been live streaming for 3 hours, so it's pretty hard to focus on the accents, you know. And the thing when you're traveling a lot, at some point you're in India, so you get the Indian accent, then you get the Thai accent, then you get the British accent, the American accent, and you end up having this crazy, weird, like global French accent in English. But I don't really care, and especially in the tech space, you don't need to speak like a perfect English. Really not. You can have a completely broken English as long as you know how to build stuff. That's not a problem. Oh, we have a Ruby guy. How is the Ruby space going at the moment? Thanks for the follow. I'm slowly getting to 4K followers. I had a bit more than 3K followers 3 hours ago. Not so good. So Ruby is like abandoned. British accent is very hard to understand. It really depends on the region. But yes, I spent a few months in the north of England, and their accent is crazy, but they are very nice people. I've never been to Australia, but they have quite a hard accent. Employers market now. A lot of devs doing Ruby now. Where are you from? Nice, RB. On voit. We see. So, okay, I'm switching to French now. We see that you manage. I'm 18 and I wish. Okay, I wish you the best for the rest of your life. That's a very nice message, man. Thanks for the follow and get back to my stream next time. I wish you the best too. Have a nice life, man. I'm discovering something, you know. When you're a streamer, you tend to think that you have to stream in the evening. But the problem is that when you're streaming in the evening, you're like exhausted. And you don't get the same energy from you and from the people, and everyone is like just scrolling, like, you know, almost falling asleep. But today it's much better during the day, and most of the time I was standing during this stream, so that was great. Just sending a message to my wife. Because she's been following the live. Okay. Been a pleasure as usual, but make some food and keep working. Have a good one. See you next time, Niklas. I need to add you because you know I'm building like a small community. I have a Google Sheets with people from the live the most, and Software Siren is in the Google Sheets as well. And I'm definitely gonna add you in that Google Sheets, Niklas. We'll do that. Remind me to do that the next time. I don't know where the Google Sheet is here now, but so I'm building like a freelancers, like tech people community, and then I'm gonna invite people on LinkedIn and on Discord. Actually, I don't have anything to sell. Maybe that's why I get traction at the moment on TikTok. I'm not selling anything. I'm just talking to people so that people get to know me. Well, Undefined, if you want to access the Google Sheets Code Curfew community, you have to attend several live streams, and maybe at some point you will be part of it. If you don't like the accent, you're free to go, man. I'm the first, maybe only girl in it. Yeah, I think you're the only female member of the community. Are you using any AI now? You've attended twice. Okay, so maybe next time. Thanks for your support. Are you using any AI now? Yes. Well, not using AI. It doesn't exist anymore. A software engineer that's not using AI. I love your videos. Do you like, so I'm curious, do you like my TikTok content or my TikTok live streams? Thank you for the support, Felix. But you know what? I don't really need any support because I have like people from all around the globe. So frustrated French people, I don't really care about them. Can you guys press the like button so that we get to 150 viewers? It's gonna be my reward. How to join the community. So the community, for the moment, it's like an MVP. I'm gonna show it. I'm not adding anyone today. I'm just gonna show it to you. It started as a joke. Are you still here, Software Siren? It started as a joke. I'm not gonna show my entire Google Drive. It started as a joke. Trying to find it. Yes, I found it. So it's just a Google Sheets in which I added a few people. Don't know if you can see it. So we still have only, yes, Software Siren is here and Software Siren is in the list. I know that with the, can I put that in dark mode? Can you switch to dark mode in Google Sheets? I think so. Well, I'm sorry if you can't read the comments anymore, but basically it's like a Google Sheets. It's like a table with people working in tech or studying computer science, and I'm just like collecting data around them. And if there is like a freelancers collective that appears at some point, they will be like members for this collective. So we have 9 members, and next time I'm gonna add Niklas, who's been watching all the last live streams, and all the live streams, like the previous ones I made, they were not that successful. I think there's something with the TikTok algorithm. If you're not live streaming every day, at some point you lose traction. So you have to start streaming every day again. And the last dev was because of that timer you built right. You're a smart person, Software Siren. Yes, you could interpret the last dev name in that way. But I haven't started the AI, how many jobs did AI destroy counter for quite a while now. But yes, it's in the same philosophy. So that's the way I'm building my MVP studio. Basically, I'm kind of like making fun of the AI taking over tech jobs and replacing developers. But yes, you're getting my point. Like my French accent is so not the priority, man. You can't imagine. Thanks for the follow, 8, Lucky. Actually, unfortunately, we don't have many Americans here because I think TikTok in the US is completely separate. So right now we're having people from the Software Siren is from the UK. We're having people from Scandinavia, Italy a lot, the UK, Africa apparently, because I'm having quite a few viewers from Africa, Southern America. TikTok is really working like you've got the whole world and then you've got TikTok US separate. Thanks for the follow to Cabalo Seguidor. How are you, man? Indonesia, so yes. Even Asia is in the same like TikTok algorithm basket, let's say. I don't know yet, they just created like a separate entity for the US. New Zealand is in the same basket as from the US. You get a lot of people from the US. So maybe it depends if you're from the UK, you created your TikTok account from a UK phone. And I made the mistake to create mine from a French phone number, maybe. I should have used the UK. And I was in the US a few months ago. I should have started a new account, but I already had like 1,000 followers. So I didn't start a new account from my American SIM card. So I'm kind of like trying to, like, I'm struggling to grow like internationally. Romania, yeah, we've got the whole European continent. Neighbor, Der Burger is following us. Thanks for the follow, Der. But I think in a way the French accent makes things easier for some people to understand my English. I'm convinced about it. And it's nice to have various nationalities and accents. I think I should eat something again, but I don't know what to eat. I don't have time to cook. The thing is that if I start like preparing a salad or something, I won't be able to see the chat messages anymore. Yeah, man, I'm in France at the moment. Just getting something to eat again. What are you coding? Are you building a CRM? I'm really not building a CRM. What are you coding? So we are supposed to keep working on the same B2B SaaS. It's like my own project. It's not for a client today. And it's a B2B SaaS in the Airbnb ecosystem for property rental managers. Most of my messages are getting filtered, really? Thanks for the follow, guys. Yes, I'm a full stack software engineer, mostly working with TypeScript. Yes, how do you know? Well, I think she knows when it gets filtered, when I don't answer, maybe? I don't know. I can't answer all the messages. Nice to meet you, Akiba. How are you? This live stream is really growing the channel today. That's a field that we haven't talked about today, the data field. I think it's struggling a lot in regards with AI as well. Machine learning is a great choice. If you will go from zero, how will you start from scratch learning tech? If I go from zero, can't see OBS anymore. Hold on a second. I don't know where OBS is. How would you guys do if you had to start from scratch? Like, what kind of skills would you learn in priority? Oh no, I'm not using OBS. Okay. First of all, I would make sure I really have a passion for programming. So maybe learn the basics and see if you like it. Because if you don't really like it, maybe 10 years ago you could grow as an engineer, but today you won't last forever if you're not passionate about it. And then just like set a goal, like I want to build this project, and to build this project I have to learn these technologies. You learn the technologies, then you try to ship it and to deploy it and have real users, and well done, you're a software engineer. And then you keep working and you keep talking to people. What time do you come live? The things that I don't have any streaming schedule for the moment. But I would say I'm streaming every evening around 7 p.m. I start around 7 or 7:30 in the evening. But that's very not structured at all for the moment. Very not professional. Thanks for the follow, G. How are you? So Akiba is studying machine learning and big data. That's a great strategy, I think, especially machine learning. Until the AI can build its own AI. Very oddly, I need to find the right schedule that works for me. If you stream during this time or earlier, I think Asia people can catch you. Maybe that's why I have so many people from the Philippines or Indonesia today. I would say I'm like a humble expert in JavaScript, TypeScript, Node.js. I'm just a humble like web and mobile developer. And my expertise was mostly around React, but right now I'm more and more focused on backend stuff. Thanks for the follow, guys. Tesla, thanks for the follow. I don't know what we should do because I keep hesitating between like pausing the stream, but it's really hard to pause the stream with more than 100 viewers. And maybe save my Mac Mini M4. That's really hot. Thanks for the follow, Techpreneur. What kind of business are you working on? Which framework do you normally use for mobile app development? React Native and Expo, definitely. And actually, I'm even working with Expo as some kind of influencer. I like the Expo team. I know some of the Expo team members. Okay, did you say you're self-taught? Yes, I'm 100% self-taught. My background is in, I have a master's degree in social sciences, sociology, social anthropology, political science, stuff like that. And I started a PhD in human-computer interactions, but mostly on the social sciences side. And then I started businesses. I started to learn. When I've always been like I used to have a passion for computers when I was a child, but then I don't know. I had other hobbies. Then I got back to it like full time, and now I'm happy with it. I'm happy where I'm at the moment. So how was it like to learn backend after the UI? Actually, I never made any difference from front-end and between front-end and backend. I mean, I learned everything at the same time. It's not like I said I'm going to be a front-end dev for 2 years and then maybe I'm going to switch to backend and full stack. I learned CSS at the same time as building an Express API. Are you not using style components? I'm using Chatcien. What camera are you using? It keeps following you. Amazing. I have an AI thing on my gimbal. That's following me. It's cool. Give some like animation in it. So that's a very good question. Well done. So how did you get the PhD offer in HCI with the social science background and self-taught? Well, in this PhD in HCI, it was called Digital Civics in the UK, and basically they were hiring both like tech profiles and social sciences people. So I had like psychologists and developers, and we were all part of the same project. So I attended it mostly as a sociologist at that time. That's a long time ago. Yes, I've gone to uni for a way too long time. IDE is just VS Code, man. Interesting. I came from backend and struggling in UI. Yeah, I think don't you think it's easier to get from the front end to the backend than the other way around? I know that like 100% backend people, they don't manage to learn front end. Especially now that front end is pretty complex with React and Next, among other things. I need help on my project. I call it ARECnet on startup movies. What are you building? I'm a developer also. We are building a B2B SaaS with Next.js and Supabase for the moment, but we are building plenty of things here. Welcome to the channel, man. Isn't backend easier? If you ask me, I would say that backend is easier than frontend, but that's just my personal opinion. You had a leverage for what? Yeah, it really depends on the size of your backend applications. Like if it's a crazy microservices architecture, obviously that's a bit more complex than just a tiny little React plus Tailwind frontend. Why are you standing, bro? Because I can't spend the whole day just sitting on a chair. Are you standing or sitting, Florem? Should we go outside? The thing is that if I go outside, I'm not gonna see your messages anymore. In a few minutes, I'm gonna make some coffee. Just like the way I started the stream for the ones who've been following the whole stream. Right now, we are building a B2B SaaS for Airbnb property rental managers. Do you teach front-end? I'm not a teacher. Well, I used to be a trainer at a bootcamp, but I don't have much time to be a teacher at the moment. I have no idea how to price like teaching or mentorship. How much do you think people would pay for like having a mentor in full stack development and SaaS development? I don't know, would it be like a monthly price or like with a weekly call? I don't know. I'm not selling anything. How was that experience teaching at the bootcamp? So teaching at the bootcamp, I think I shouldn't be talking about it because well, actually it was like I quit that company like 3 years ago. Teaching at the bootcamp is a great experience to learn. When you know how to teach to people, you know, it's you get more senior in a way, even though you're not really coding anymore. It's really interesting to force yourself to explain things to beginners, but that's also the problem with bootcamps, coding bootcamps. I'm not saying that bootcamps are bad, but in front of you, you have like complete beginners, and it's also a big business. So teaching to beginners, and like every 3 months, you've got new beginners again. You got to start from the very beginning again. It can be a bit frustrating. You can't do that for several years. What are the things to learn to be a software engineer? Maybe English. I think you can speak English. And learn how to Google things and learn how to find tutorials on YouTube, and just try to build a small app and ask questions to ChatGPT, and don't copy paste too much. Yeah, mentorship can be a lot of fun. I think now coding bootcamps are in big trouble at the moment, because there's there are not that many jobs for junior profiles. Is PHP valid for one of the languages? What do you mean? Is the camera still following me? Yes. Is it gonna follow me until the coffee machine? Almost. What are your thoughts on the N8N workflows and the possibility to monetize them? I'm really not into that business. How do you like your coffee? I'm a big espresso person. I have a nice espresso, and I grind my own coffee beans with a manual grinder. I'm gonna do that in a few minutes. So you're gonna have a crazy tutorial on how to prepare a good espresso coffee. So I'm eating another fruit and I'm trying to read your messages. I read something very interesting. The other day, it was, I think it was like an Amazon tech employee. Yes, I'm French. How about you, Arnaud? Like it was like an Amazon employee like a developer, I think. And he was just like explaining that now that they are all using AI, even if like large companies like Amazon, like the developer job is turning into. I'm gonna find the article. And sorry for the white screen. I think I can find it that way. Amazon employee tech dev. Yeah, that was in the New York Times. At Amazon, some coders say their jobs. Can I turn it into? Wait, I'm just checking if I have the dark mode enabled. Yes, great. Okay, so that's in the New York Times a few weeks ago. Apparently at Amazon, some coders say their jobs have begun to resemble warehouse work. And I don't know about you guys, but if you are like using AI a lot at work because we've got this pressure for productivity, I completely agree with them. You feel like you're just taking a feature, you just take a feature somewhere, you put it in the warehouse, take another feature, you put it in the warehouse, and it gets exhausting. We are kind of missing the magic of, you know, understanding the feature, building the feature. But I can really feel the same way when I have pressure for specific projects, you know, when you have to ship a feature like in a few days. So that's exactly what they say. They say they must work faster and they have less time to think. And I agree with them. Yeah, we're like an assembly machine pipeline. That's well coined. Totally. Hi Liam, how are you? I'm from France. Yes, well, the thing is that in large companies, the other day I read another article on LinkedIn around Coinbase. At Coinbase, for example, they all get, if you're a developer at Coinbase, you get Cursor Pro plan, like an enterprise plan. And if they pay for this plan and if they offer you this plan, it means that you have to use it. And why do you have to use it? Because you have to be 5 times more productive, which is the case. So, yeah. Management in the AI era in tech is expecting much faster results. And a few months ago, you had like a developer still saying, no, I'm not using this crappy AI generated code. But now they're not relevant at all. Like, we have to, you have to embrace AI. And yes, product people will expect 10 times more productivity. That's at some point it's going to be like a major issue, I think, especially for your mental health. Don't you think? So my lunch is over. So I had 3 peaches and 1 banana. And now I'm gonna have a coffee and a biscuit maybe. Briefly, what are you doing? So I've been live streaming for 4 hours almost. And I'm a freelance developer. I'm launching my own MVP studio, SaaS studio, mobile apps agency. And right now we are just talking about tech stuff, tech related stuff. And I was working on a new project for like in the real estate ecosystem. It's a web app, it's a SaaS, and SaaS is software as a service, which means it's like a cloud-based software that you wouldn't buy. We're not buying software anymore. We're just renting it like on a paid like monthly plan or yearly plan. And the live is still growing. There's really something mysterious around the TikTok algorithm. Because if we get to 150 viewers, that's going to be my personal record. Yes, see you next time, Software Siren. And again, thank for your support, and thank you all for your support and your kind messages and smart messages. We are definitely on the smart side of TikTok. And that's really I think that's the future for the platform. What are your thoughts on vibe coding? So see you next time. See you later, Software Siren. I'm alone at home today, so I'm gonna. If I don't go to the swimming pool, I'm gonna live stream the whole day. I want to get to 4K followers. I'm gonna check where we're at now. Just checking. Yeah, we are approaching the 4K followers. Well, yes, the number of likes can really help, so don't hesitate to press the like button like crazy, not only once. But it really depends on the day, the time you're streaming. I think now people like the setup I have, like I'm just talking and I'm just in my living room. Just talking like random stuff, and I'm about to prepare a nice espresso coffee. So Olivier apparently attended one of my live streams. Thank you for advising clerk.com for authentication. I have implemented in my small project, works fine. Well, actually, you should have. Did you follow my like yesterday live, Olivier? Because I tried a new tool, which is a Supabase tool. I tried their new UI blocks. So basically now with Supabase, you can do the exact same thing, and you can build your own like React. Maybe in a few minutes I'm gonna start the project, and you're gonna be able to see the components. They're very similar to Clerk, but they don't have the Clerk logo on them. And it's fully Tailwind and Chatien based. Can't remember what your background was, but if you're comfortable with Chatien and Tailwind, the new Supabase UI blocks are amazing. And you can just build all the authentication pages, the auth folder here in the app folder, just with one pnpm command. Crazy. So yes, but Clerk has its own like positive sides, obviously, and I think it was one of the first like authentication SaaS SDK. Is bootcamp for full stack 10 months possible without experience? Want to change career path? I think there's I don't know, are you in Bangkok? Are you in Thailand? It really depends on your country and especially your professional background. So you're in Bangkok. I have no idea like how is the tech job market at the moment in Bangkok. But yes, a 10 months bootcamp is quite long, so it should be a good one. But be careful with bootcamps because sometimes they are pretty expensive for no reason. And the thing is that the market is pretty rough for junior developers at the moment. And it really depends on your professional background. it's easier for a guy working in, I don't know, in data or finance to be a brilliant junior developer after a bootcamp than for a plumber or a construction worker, even though if it's still possible for... I've seen many success stories for people with a non-tech oriented backgrounds after a bootcamp. Yeah, but the thing is, if you ask them, okay, so please let me know how you place your graduates, in the end, they just want to sell their course, you know, so their bootcamp. So you don't know if you can really trust them. Can you guys press the like button? Because I'm getting a bit exhausted by this live stream, this 4-hour live stream. Next.js is JavaScript. Well, yes. Well, actually, like if you go more into details, Next.js is Node.js. It's like because Next.js is running on the server, so it's JavaScript runtime for the server side. But yes, that's JavaScript. And if you go into more details, I'm using TypeScript actually. Can you, I don't know if you can initialize a Next.js project with JavaScript. That's a very good question. Maybe, or maybe not. Thanks for the follow. I'm really impressed by the amount of followers that I'm getting from this live stream. I'm just talking to you guys. Are you French? Yes, I'm French, man. How about you? I am from the Philippines. We're having plenty of Asian people today. I guess it's the right time for you. What is your job? So I'm a freelance software engineer, mostly building web and mobile apps in the React JavaScript ecosystem. What can you do that ChatGPT can't? I'm getting interesting questions again. How can I meet you? If I had unlimited time and energy, I would definitely create some kind of, I don't know, mentorship program or something with a weekly, what are you eating? I'm eating biscuits. I need sugar. So I could implement like a learning platform with a weekly video call with me and with a few steps to learn from scratch, like start from zero. But that's too much work, and I should have done it like 4 or 5 years ago. But now it's just, I don't know, the job market is not ready. Can you guys press the like button? Because we are almost at 150 viewers. Yes, I can speak French, but we speak English here, man. So I'm just making, can you keep pressing the like button? Just making a screenshot for my own personal records. And to explain my wife that it's worse to be like live streaming the whole day instead of enjoying the sun outside. Okay, so if you guys if you can speak English, you should like write in English on the chat so that others can understand your messages. And if you can only speak French, then I'm going to translate your messages. Are you using agents or zero vibe coding? I have no like rules. I'm not a big fan of agents for the moment, but I know I need to learn how to use Cloud Code because I guess like many senior developers are using it and implementing it in their workflow. But I don't feel comfortable with Cursor for the moment because it's like breaking everything. And vibe coding, not really into vibe coding. To me, vibe coding is it's amazing for beginners or non-tech people. It's amazing because like a few years ago, it was impossible to build anything. If you didn't have your best friend or your brother that would be a developer, it was impossible to build a small MVP. Right now, you can do it. After like you can work on a small project with no developer background. What IDE are you using? I'm using good old VS Code. So I'm gonna grind some coffee and we can keep talking. Is it following me? I don't think it's following me. Nope. Need to move the camera maybe. Thanks for the follow, guys. It's finding you. Yeah, it's looking for me. Yeah. Really makes the live stream more lively, I would say, this AI tool. So we are grinding some coffee, and if you have any questions regarding coffee grinding or espresso preparation, don't hesitate to ask. Can you guys still hear the music? Do you front-end developer? Trying to keep track on the comments. Yes. Do you front-end developer? Yes, I'm a full stack. So with I used to have a front-end focus. Now I'm really doing like a lot of back-end. I don't know how to code. Where should I start? Start to learn the basics of Python and or JavaScript, and then learn some HTML if you like it, because coding is it's not great for anyone. Can you guys get me to 200 viewers? And that's another personal record today. I'm gonna have like 200 viewers just grinding some coffee beans. Yes, if you have questions, send me a DM on TikTok, and maybe I will see your message. But the DM system is not optimal on TikTok. Oh, I thought I would reach the 200 viewers threshold with my coffee grinder. Sorry. Is that from your living room? Well, no, that's a green screen. I live in a basement, like an underground room, so that's just a fake green screen. How do you like it? It's so hot outside, I can't go out today. I have no idea how to create a video game. What do you recommend for SEO? What do you mean for SEO? What the hell? That's a green screen. And you see, and that's an amazing 3D. So I'm gonna show you my crazy 3D green screen. You can even open a window, and you can even go outside from your green screen. It's like the next generation AI-powered green screens. That's a great startup idea. I'm pretty sure there's something to build around that idea. Thanks for the follow, CZMD. Don't you think that's a crazy idea? If you had unlimited money, like Y Combinator money, we are gonna build the future of green screens. Green screens you can interact with. I'm very serious. How far have you gotten on this project? Well, actually, I got pretty far with another tech stack, and I decided to migrate everything to this new tech stack. And I'm not using Clerk for authentication anymore. I'm using Supabase Auth. Eloy MNQ is asking if I have another account where I speak French. No, unfortunately. But I think my French accent is strong enough so that you can understand what I'm saying. And you can write in French if you want in the chat, and I'm going to translate for others. So yes, a green screen that feels so real that you feel like you're in a metaverse, actually, and you would pay like a monthly, like $99 a month to have access to the library of green screens, like luxury villas, a nice house with swimming pool, or on top of the Himalayas. Oh, it is pretty easy to do it yourself as well. Well, I like avoiding to have too many tools, so it's great now that we have like Supabase UI blocks. We don't need to add another like Clerk or WorkOS tool on top of it. Everything is done with Supabase. Supabase won't work if you ever plan to have a separate backend. That's not true. You can interact from any Node.js server with Supabase. We're welcoming everyone, even French people. That's not my priority, but we're really welcoming everyone. See you next time, Eloy MNQ. The response won't be sent to the backend. You need to have a custom workaround for it. Well, there's a Node.js SDK to interact from your server with the Supabase. Yes, do you have to grind for 10 minutes to make one coffee? That's a very good question. I don't think I have to grind for 10 minutes, but maybe for, I don't know, between 3 to 4 minutes. And sorry if the grinder is like right in front of the microphone. But I think I have enough now. And if I manage to get enough roses, thanks for the rose rain, I'm gonna buy an electric automatic grinder. And buy another green screen, 3D metaverse like green screen. Okay, so it should be following me. Is it? So that's the espresso tutorial. I'm gonna clean the filter here. It's really turning into like a lifestyle TikTok account. Like tech and coffee. Tech, fruits and coffee. So I've got my filter here. I'm gonna put some coffee. ASMR coffee grind. Yeah, that's what it is. So the coffee is in the filter. And you can press it, but not too much. and then it's ready to make the espresso. Water is like 94 degrees Celsius, between 90 and 95, let's say. And then you need a cup. You mean that's a green screen in the background? That's the new generation of green screens. So I have a cup, and I'm gonna push this pump button, and we are making some coffee. So yes, I'm gonna pitch my startup idea to Y Combinator. I want to build a future for green screens, which means that we are building green screens that you can interact with. And have like some AI, something AI powered 3D metaverse features. And we have a nice espresso coffee. And I'm gonna sit here and read your messages. Hi NWANK, how are you, man? Is the caffeine the same if I drink a latte versus an espresso? Well, I think a latte is made from an espresso, so the caffeine, I would say the caffeine quantity is the same, but you don't get hit the same way because it's diluted in milk. Don't you think? So if you want to get this caffeine high, you should rather drink plain black espresso. But yes, a latte is just made with one single or double espresso. We're not having questions anymore. And the thing with Americano, it really depends on how it's made, but in the US, there's more caffeine in the Americano than in espresso. That's the good thing about espresso, is that you just get a lot of taste and not too much caffeine. Do you have any tips to learn React for a beginner? But we are on a coffee experts channel, man. Do you have any tips to learn React for a beginner? I would say learn JavaScript and focus on JavaScript. I feel like I have two channels at the same time. Focus on JavaScript first, and then focus on JavaScript really, and try to really understand in depth the DOM manipulation, the concept of DOM, and how then React can make it even more like powerful. So tips to learn React as a beginner: don't worry too much about Next.js. You can definitely initialize a React project using Next, but don't focus too much on the Next.js server actions and the server-side rendering stuff. Cold brew is stronger. So if we get back to coffee, yes, I kind of like cold brew, but that's not a passion. The other day in Amsterdam, I tried nitro coffee. Do you guys know nitro coffee? That's a new, like, fancy, hyped way to prepare coffee. Very interesting, but maybe overhyped. Have you ever seen someone just type manual code without no help? These people tend to be fewer and fewer. Like writing, like typing code is not the exciting part, to be honest. Like I would rather say like building the architecture and implementing feature is much more interesting than just like typing lines of code. Thanks for the follow, SOS. What's BSIT? Bachelor in IT? Can't give you any recommendation. I don't know what BSIT is. Thanks for the follow, Ezekiel. Well, if you want like some kind of mentorship, I'm not selling anything. I'm not an influencer yet. I'm not selling any course. But if you have any questions, just send me a message. But I have no idea how to price mentorship and I don't have much time for that. But if you attend the live stream, you can ask questions. And I'm streaming several, let's say not every day, but several days a week. I got to go, Matt. Thanks for the talk. See you around. Yes, next time we'll have 1,000 viewers. Thanks for your support, NICERB. Can you remind me where you're from? I can't remember. If you are to start again, what would you learn first and so on, is Jamil asking. If you are to start again, what would you learn first and so on? If I had to start again now, I would first of all, I would first maybe avoid using AI too much to produce code, and maybe not focus on only one technology. Like in my opinion, like being a front-end, like React only developer, like front-end React developer, it might have been, it used to be relevant like 5 years ago. Right now it's a bit less relevant, or you're at risk of being less relevant for a company. So yes, maybe try to learn several languages, especially on the back end. Where do you learn all of this? Where will you recommend? Well, you can just learn everything from YouTube now. If you're young, you can study computer science, but if you don't have time, just learn on YouTube. Learn some JavaScript, Python, then you switch to HTML, CSS, then to backend database, and then a JavaScript framework library like Vue or React. Thanks for the follow, Golden Star Movies. I think I'm approaching the 4K followers milestone. Yes, we are dangerously approaching the 4K followers milestone. You know what? I've been streaming for more than 4 hours, I think, and I'm afraid that if I touch my Mac Mini and I see how hot, like crazy hot it is, I would have to stop the live stream. Just gonna plug my camera. Yep. Why not use AI? Well, everyone is using AI, but in various ways. So I'm not vibe coding, but obviously I use AI to write code. Even for architecture, like if you use Cloud Opus, it's so smart. It can give you tips on how to build your project. Nowadays, is it better to be a DevOps engineer or a programmer? Really depends on your background, and if you like being a programmer, just be a software developer. But DevOps might be a better bet in terms of job offers. How to learn backend for beginners? Well, if you know JavaScript, just build a small Express server that's connected to a MongoDB database, for example. Hi, KO Martin, how are you? Do you look at chat? Yes, I do. I'm standing, but I can see the screen. Can you guys still hear the music in the background? So we're back to 100 viewers. Thanks for the follow, TR Lake. Do you have Instagram? I have no Instagram account, even no personal account. If you want, you can follow me on. I'm pretty active. I used to be pretty active on LinkedIn. You can follow me on LinkedIn. I can share you my LinkedIn, which is here. Yes, I'm a freelance software engineer. And we've been growing. I almost gained like 1,000 followers from this live stream today. Insane. So this is my LinkedIn, and then the lastdev.club is my newly created MVP Studio or IT consulting landing page, I would say. So I want to grow this channel as much as possible and grow my MVP Studio. Is your surname of Italian origin? Right. Correct. Totally. I'm an incoming Bachelor of Science in Information Technology. Can you recommend me what to learn? The thing, maybe I guess you're learning very like low level languages, but maybe have fun building mobile apps. I don't know, with React Native, or work with LLMs like OpenAI API. Try to build stuff. I just started to learn this stack without Nest.js. What this purpose? Thanks for the follow. Wonder how. Did you add me on LinkedIn, Ayo? If you want to get in touch with me, you can either send me a DM on TikTok or connect with me on LinkedIn, or book a call on my website. But book a call only if you have like an interesting, like a project or something like this. I'm not saying that what you want to tell me is not interesting, but I can't just talk to everyone for 15 minutes. And if you have like basic short questions, just ask them on the live stream. If you're interested, no pressure. What's okay? Apparently, I look like a French actor. That's good to know. Do you code with AI? Everyone is coding in a way or another with AI now, whether you like it or not. Like all these, like I don't want to use AI. People are just, I don't know. Even in very large companies, you know, they are all using cursors. So obviously they are not vibe coding. But if you don't use AI, you're not productive enough anymore. It's like saying I'm not using an IDE. I don't want to use VS Code. You know, I'm currently using Laravel plus TypeScript to build a SaaS app. Great. Yeah, that's the new generation. We are all using. Can we get? I don't know what the record was. Was it 200 viewers? Can you guys press the like button so that we get to 200 viewers? I don't know if I get to 200 or 150, because we broke quite a few records today. I don't know. Maybe it's like the moving camera that you like. that's creating like this camera animation. I don't know. Oh, it's the coffee making tutorial. May apply internship. In which country are you in? Because you know we can't really hire any intern from any country in the world. Can we get to 200 viewers? Yeah. If we get to 250 viewers, I'm gonna make a screenshot and send it again to my wife, so that she sees that it's worth it to be streaming all the time. Yeah, I can't take an intern from the Philippines. Sorry, man. Just sending the screenshot to my wife. Maybe 200 viewers is another record that we just broke. Or 216. What about Poland? Well, the things that right now I'm mostly working on the like content creation aspect of things. So I don't have time for either mentorship or internships. But maybe at some point you can send me a DM on TikTok. But you know, hiring an intern, it's a lot of work. You have to, even if this intern is amazing or is a coding genius, you have to share a lot of knowledge and your workflow. Let's make a startup. Well, I don't know if you've been here for a long time. Thanks for the follow, man. But we have a crazy startup idea, which is hyper-realistic green screen company. So basically you would buy green screens like as part of a package for your, even for your team's calls, or you know. And this is one of them. And these green screens, they feel so real because you can even interact it like a 3D environment. And if you know how to pitch that to Y Combinator, you could raise several millions, I think. You see? So yes, let's build this, let's make a startup. Can you show some code? That was the whole point when I started the live stream a few hours ago. And yeah, and it's so real. Like Kero is impressed. It's so real that you can even like, you can catch elements in the green screen. That's the future for sure. Thanks for the follow, Dover. Yeah, I'm a developer on holiday. So what I do is anything but not coding. What do you use for CSS? I'm using Tailwind and Chatcien for UI. Have you ever used Java? No. What is the most money you got from a project? Give a range. Well, it's pretty easy, you know, to, let's say you need to, let's say you are in Europe first. I don't know where you're from, but if you are in Europe, I'm not even talking about the US, but if you are in Europe, an average mid-level full stack dev would be between 300 and 500 euros a day. There are like 5 working days in the week, 20 working days in the month. If you want to build a SaaS with 2, 3, or 4 features, like I mean a production grade SaaS, you need a few months to build it. I'm talking about freelancing, okay? So you get 500 euros a day, but then you pay taxes on your income. It really depends on where you pay your taxes. But if you need, so you need only one software engineer for 3 months, let's say, it would mean 20 times 500 euros. That's the price for let's say that's the price for like a production grade MVP / V1 SaaS application. Really depends on the scope of the project. I'm not saying that I'm selling that stuff, but that's just the reality, you know, in Western Europe. But obviously you can go on Upwork or Fiverr and find a freelancer from Pakistan who's going to work for, I don't know, maybe at some point I got in touch with an Indian outsourcing company, and they have like packages. You can say, okay, maybe I should do a live stream around that. So let's say I need 3 developers, like 1 senior and 2 juniors. And that's this budget per hour or per day, and that was much cheaper, obviously. Like 1 senior Indian dev would be I don't know, maybe 100 euros a day, something like this. But then you've got this distance interactions. That's not easy, but that could be a great deal as well. Really having fun with my camera today. Someone here coding in React. Well, actually we are coding in React, as you can see, even though we are not working much today. We are trying to just have like basic conversations around tech and life. I sent you a message, please reply. Life of a programmer. What kind of message did you send me? I'm gonna check it later when I'm done with the live stream. Which course should I start as a beginner? I get $13 for working 5 hours a week from US. $13 per hour? I don't understand. I get $13 for working 5 hours a week from US. For the US, from an Asian country, or do you add AI on your projects? Well, this SaaS is not an AI-powered SaaS. Well, not the main application. The thing is that there's like a side project which is focusing more on acquisition. And actually, I'm going to use AI to scrape data around various businesses and create an AI-powered directory that's comparing the Airbnb property rental managers in a given area. Wait. So as a full stack dev, both mobile and web, you earn $13 a day in the US, $13 an hour maybe. $13 a week. Okay. So that's basically free work, right? Do you talk to ChatGPT? For coding, I'm using Claude most of the time. I have a Claude Max plan. Do you guys think I crossed the 4K followers threshold? I might have. So we have a full stack software engineer from the US who's earning $13 a week. Thanks for the follow. Who's your employer? That's community service, yeah. I thought it as a standard from the US. Have you ever had problems in coding, and at what age did you start? I started when I was around like 20. Well, when I was a kid, I was playing around with computers, but I really started coding 7 or 8 years ago, like seriously. How do you think about, have you ever had problems in coding? Well, before AI, you could get stuck for quite a while. Now, I know that even if I'm still like stressed out about my work, sometimes when I wake up in the morning and I make my coffee and I open VS Code, and I know that I have a big feature to ship. It could be stressful, but much less than it used to be. Because with the Claude on the side, it's like having a pair programmer, really. How do you think about the job market in Canada? I have no idea what the job market looks like in Canada. I guess it's pretty similar to the US, and it's very rough at the moment. Is this information technology or computer science? I'm just building applications. I would say it's more like into like information technology. That's not Python, that's the screen that I'm sharing now, it's a React in TypeScript. So that's more realistic. As a junior, I have $15 per hour in Poland. Yeah, that's a Polish, that's quite a good rate. I mean, for Poland, for a junior developer. That's like the market rate. You are really good, keep it up. And do you have a company? I have my own business, so I work as a freelance developer, and I'm also trying to grow as an, let's say, MVP studio, startup studio, and IT consulting expert. So don't hesitate to send me a DM if you have any like project or if you want to collaborate. Do you version your code? Of course. I just finished building my own personal cloud storage. I'm planning on making my own cloud kit next. That's cool to build a cloud storage project. Are you using AWS S3? What should I do next for personal projects? The thing now with like building your own personal projects, it's so much easier than 3 or 4 years ago with AI. So I don't know if it's that valuable for an employer as it used to be. Like 10 years ago, if you could build your own like WeTransfer clone with some DevOps and infra skills in it, it would be amazingly powerful to get a job. But right now, I don't know if it's as powerful as it used to be. Where brother finally got a chair, excited. I'm trying to, yes. I was standing, now I'm sitting. I've been live streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. So at some point I need to sit. I am French, are you? Yes, I'm French too. Brother, okay, where do you host next apps? Vercel or AWS? Most of the time I host them on Vercel. I'm a Vercel marketing victim. I built it myself, hosted on my laptop. Okay. Maybe you should try to deploy it. Hey, I am new in coding and don't know anything. Where do I need to start? Learn JavaScript and or Python scripting, and then see if you like it, and then you switch to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript DOM manipulation. Do you like programming? Well, I'm on holiday at the moment, so I'm not super motivated to code. I have a container for monitoring health on one API routing between all and AI integration. How many years experience you have? 7 years. Would you start a cloud carrier? Okay, I'm getting too many messages. Is it deployed, exposed? Will AI take over? What do you think, Malukai? What do you think about React Native? I'm a big fan of React Native and Expo. That's my technology for building mobile apps. Are you making a website for a client? Right now I'm building a side project first for myself. Do you have Twitch? Nope. I have like the beginning of a very tiny little YouTube channel. I know I should stream on Twitch, but I know the competition is fierce on Twitch. So yeah, let's see. Because I have a very nice vertical setup here. So I need to work on the OBS setup for horizontal as well. Are you working at Airbnb? No. Unfortunately, no. Website. Are you happy of your job? Today I'm quite happy. Today I'm happy with my new influencer role that I got at my own company. Is it difficult to sell to clients even the app is good? Well, are you talking about users or clients? Because if a client asks me for an app, then it's quite easy to sell it to him because he's asking me for the app, so he needs the app. Whereas if you build your own app and if you need your own users, then it's not as easy, of course, because there's like marketing and sales involved. Is it difficult to sell to clients? Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Is programming very competitive? Well, the thing is that in the programming space, there are so many actors, so many different actors. You've got like solopreneurs, like freelancers. You've got these crazy, huge international consulting companies, which are taking a large part of the market demand, unfortunately. So yes, it really depends on your target, your ideal customer profile. Yes, if you want to get users, you need marketing and sales, or a way of doing like some kind of acquisition. Are you French? Yes, I am. What projects are necessary to create to include in a portfolio for front-end or back-end? There is no necessary project. Just I would rather have one production-grade project with users that you would have deployed with actual users than having plenty of small like to-do list apps on a website. You don't need any portfolio, just build one app and you can tell just realized that I still have the animations. You can just tell an employer, go check out the app and you can try it. And I can show you the code, show you the architecture, how I deployed it. Does job like programming analyst dangerous to be replaced by AI? Every like white collar job is going to be replaced by AI at some point. We don't know if it's in 1 year or 100 years. Do you like Python for backend? I would rather use Go or Node.js. Should I learn programming? Will it be valuable in the future still? That's a very good question. It's a bet that you have to make, you know. Is it still valuable to learn marketing and pay crazy amount of money for a marketing degree, for example? Not sure. What's do the Airbnb connector? Well, basically it's connecting Airbnb hosts with Airbnb property rental managers and service providers. I released my first production enterprise grade mobile app using Python for backend. Cool. What's your opinion on the use of AI in this domain? Well, especially regarding testing, AI has changed the game completely in building tests. Are you using open source UI library? Yes, I'm using quite a few open source libraries. What's the benefit of a SaaS project? Well, the benefit as a user is you don't have to buy the software. You can just pay like a monthly or yearly fee. And it's all like, you don't have to deal with infrastructure. You just pay, I don't know, for example, you're paying for your monthly Canva plan and you can use Canva for $10 a month, which is amazing. You don't have to worry about infrastructure, storage. You can create as many pictures or content as you want. And as a solopreneur, like building a SaaS, or even as a company, as a startup, building a SaaS is interesting in the way that you can really scale it to hundreds of thousands of users. And it has this monthly plan, or yearly plan, which is even better. So if you're looking for funding, you can tell your investors that you have, I don't know, I have 100 users that are paying $100 a month, so you can give me more money. I'm going to scale my project. It's much more predictable. So you are making an Airbnb wrapper? Not at all. I'm building SaaS for, it's mostly for Airbnb property rental managers so that they can find more clients. It's like a lead generation for real estate professionals and focusing on the Airbnb short-term rental niche. Yes, we can totally be replaced by AI. Only the future will tell. So that's not an Airbnb wrapper. It's like an Airbnb related application. What kind of help do you need, Nova Rain? Did I cross the 4,000 followers? I feel like I'm getting like 10 followers per minute. I love maps, but I'm struggling with icon live location tracking. Well, actually, you should check. I know there's a live. Well, how do you do live location tracking with WebSockets? Do I really have to code if I want to do cloud architecture, computer science student here? Well, at some point, if you want to be an architect, you have to not only do some coding, but enjoy coding, I think, because there are so many things that you can do with your life apart from coding. What are the differences between Next.js and Nest.js? Next.js is a full stack framework. Nest is just a backend framework for building APIs. Okay, so the software is focused in management of the properties for rental investors. On one side, it's for the investors. On the other side, it's for the rental managers, professionals. You could do all this with Django. Yes, the backend, I could do it with Django for sure. So what would be a good SaaS idea to start with? Wow. Maybe if you have some time, you can try to find, first of all, try to build a B2B and not a B2C SaaS. Find a B2B SaaS ID that's already existing for, let's say, local businesses, for plumbers, I don't know, and like a successful one, and you can clone one of its features and sell it for lower price. And then you can do some cold call, like cold outreach to on Google Maps. You can find the phone numbers for your plumbers in a given area. So did I cross the 4,000 followers mark? Yes, we did it. But now I want to get to 5K. It's really like an addiction, you know? You get this dopamine from the followers count. Is Office 365 a SaaS? Yes, in a way it's a SaaS. They kind of SaaSified, don't know if you can say that, they SaaSified Office. And now you can have it for like a monthly or yearly plan. You don't have to, you know, you remember you used to have this Office package at home, and now just download it. Or you can even use it inside your browser, just like Google Docs. I didn't catch what you said about live tracking. Well, actually, what are you using for live location tracking? Are you using like WebSockets to update the location real time from the server? And what other tools? What are you building? It's garbage. Okay. What's garbage? Socket.io or WebSockets in general, or your project in general? Thanks for the follow, Incognita. You can use Postgres and PostGIS and use trigger events. My project lol, sorry, is very complex to explain. Just gonna touch the Mac Mini to see if it's like burning hot. I'm pretty sure it is. Nope. Okay, it's surprisingly not hot. I don't know why. So that's great. We don't have to stop the stream. I want to create my GTA minimap in real time. If there is like a TikTok live expert on the stream now, do you think if I want to go to the toilets, should I, because I've been streaming for 5 hours now, should I stop the live stream and then come back in 1 hour or 10 minutes? Or should I just leave the stream like this with my viewers? Then I'm gonna lose some viewers. And I'm almost at 200 viewers, which is crazy. So you find React hard. Yeah, we're back to 200 viewers. Is there any like limitation? I don't know. I don't know if I deserve that many viewers. Just telling my wife that I have 200 viewers on TikTok Live. Because she's always making fun of me because I'm live streaming. 220, okay. That's another personal record. Maybe she's gonna appear on the stream at some point. I don't know if she's receiving my messages. So the wife, if you're watching the live, can you say hi? 10 minutes, 1 hour, depends on what you're gonna do. Any tips to learn React? Well, I don't know how you learn. Do you guys have any tips on how to learn React? Thanks for the gift and fit well happy. Do you guys know how to learn React in 2025? Well, actually, cursor is a VS Code fork, so that's pretty normal that it looks like cursor. The best way to learn anything is just to build something. Build and ship it. You can't learn React in 2025. I think Anne is back. I'm streaming on TikTok and YouTube at the same time, but my YouTube channel is not. That's just the beginning of YouTube, really. Just need to plug my phone. What about bootcamps to learn React? It really depends on the price of your bootcamp. How do you make VS Code big window on stream? Well, that's a great question. You know how hard it is to stream vertical? Anne is back. Can you guys show that the live stream can get to 250 viewers? Because she's not believing that I got to 250 viewers. We're breaking like personal records today. What do you mean LinkedIn user? Temple coding bootcamps. I don't know these bootcamps. In which country are you in, Monir? So, and the record is 225 viewers, I think. Oh yes, my LinkedIn name is... My LinkedIn name is here. If you want to connect on LinkedIn. I used to be active on LinkedIn, but a bit less now. I'm going like all in on TikTok. It's more fun. Champagne, yeah, and I gained, I think since this morning, I gained 1,000 followers, basically. 1,000 followers in 5 hours of streaming. So there is attention for tech stuff on TikTok. And I had so many nice and interesting viewers. Nest.js or Fastify. I'm using Nest.js most of the time, or Express. TikTok Studio offers. I'm not using the shitty TikTok Studio app. Offers just album view to catch window. Not using TikTok Studio because it's not working on a Mac. VS Code team is bearded Monokai. Should I learn Python? Well, you should learn any language that you like. OBS, right now I'm using Streamlabs. What you think about Remix? I'm not a Remix developer. Streamlabs is so good, I love it. Yeah, it's quite good. I used to be using OBS plus Restream, and then I lost the access to TikTok with my Restream account. I have no idea why. So now I'm using Streamlabs, and I'm multi-streaming on YouTube at the moment. But my YouTube setup is really bad for the moment. Any advice? That's a very good question for the vibe coders out here. Any advice on how to handle endless bugs while vibe coding in Cursor? Some of them seems recurrent. What kind of bugs do you encounter? Work programmer is love. What do you mean, Empleos? Do you use Radix UI? Well, if I'm using ChatCN, it's built on top of a Radix, yes. How come I haven't seen you write a line of code all day? Are you vibe coding? Well, I don't know what happened today. I started having like 200 viewers and people were asking questions. Then at some point I had lunch during the live. We made some nice quality espresso coffee. I showed people around my house. Because you know I'm not working today. I'm on holiday. So I'm just relaxing and meeting cool people. Which language do you suggest someone begins with when coding programming? I would say Python and JavaScript. Depends on your goal. Right now I'm just enjoying, because you know I've been live streaming so much in the last 3 months. And usually I would have around like 30 viewers, between 20 and 40 viewers, let's say. And I feel like the TikTok algorithm is finally rewarding me with 200 viewers. How old are you? When do you start programming AI-generated video? Yes, that's an AI-generated video. We live in a dystopia, but we're still just in 2025, man. But actually, I'm using a dystopian... wait, I need to unplug my phone. So again, I'm going to show you this crazy technology. So I've got this like high quality, very expensive green screen that I'm using on Streamlabs. So it feels very real, you know? Like you think that there's a space outside, that you're in a nice house. And the camera is like following me. But the cool thing with this green screen is that you can interact with it. Like you can even open the window. It's like mesmerizing. You can go outside. And actually, that's the startup idea that we came up with during the live today. So we want to build the next generation for green screens. Thanks for the follow. So apparently I'm dating your girlfriend is following us. Okay, so people start pasting their error messages on my channel. What are you using to the camera follows you? Well, I'm using an AI tool on my gimbal. And we can, yeah, I think it gives a nice energy to the live. Are the animations working? Should be, yes. Pretty hard with character limits, yes, I can understand that it's hard. So I've been displaying this card component for a while now. So let's show some more serious stuff. So this is the sign up page that was generated by Supabase UI. So basically now with Supabase you can create, like with 2 PNPM commands, you can implement both your authentication React components based on Chatien, and another command is going to create the pages, sign up page, sign in page, forgotten password page, plus the middleware and everything, and the protected page that I renamed into dashboard here. Thanks for the follow, CEE Bossa Nova. How cool is that you can get 1,000 followers from one live? So I have a problem on TikTok, is that I'm not a big fan of creating content. I like live streaming, but creating content, especially in the coding niche, like you have to have a nice setup and you have to find the right topic. I don't want to end up building tutorials. I want to meet people, I want to talk to people. That's more interesting. What folder architecture do you prefer? Well, there's one thing I now use with every project that I'm building. It's a monorepo architecture, which means that you could initialize a monorepo and you would have all your apps in the apps folder and all the shared packages in the packages folder. How would I know if I would like programming or not? Well, I think you can really get a glimpse of what programming is once you start scripting. So maybe follow like a scripting, like JavaScript or Python basics scripting course on Codecademy or YouTube, and see if you get this dopamine shot, you know, when you fix a bug or when you manage to solve a problem. If you get the dopamine shot, then you're good to go. Okay, so I think I'm gonna keep like streaming here and I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to have a short break, so you can keep liking the live and interact in the chat. Sorry about the noise with the microphone. And see you in a few minutes. Ten viewers and I just disappeared. 100 viewers and I disappeared. These wireless microphones, they have quite a good battery because I've been using them for 5 hours without recharging it. Thanks for the follow, David. So basically, if I manage to get around 1,000 followers per day, if I'm streaming the whole day, what do you think, Anne? So if I'm streaming the whole day, I get around 1,000 followers per day. And how much time is it going to take me to become a tech influencer with 100,000 followers and work with Supabase and Expo? What do you think? Just getting some water. "96 days. 96 days, yes, but that's 3 months, like doing that every single day. So maybe if I stream, if you want to reach 100K, but if I'm streaming only for 5 days a week, I could take it like as a full-time job. And after 4 or 5 months, yeah, but 10K is not enough. Even though in my niche, it's quite a lot. In the tech niche, it's quite a lot, 10K. But I don't know, there's some magic happening today. Even my Mac Mini is not burning hot after 5 or 6 hours of live stream. Do you think it's because of this AI camera that people are like attracted to the image? I don't know. Is it the setup or is it the topics that we are discussing? Or is it the coffee grinding? Did you see the coffee making tutorial, Anne? Like the live coffee making in front of 200 viewers? What are you saying today that is so much more attracting? I don't know. Just doing the same thing all over again. I think people enjoyed the fruit eating and the coffee making part of the live. Thank you for the follow, Jojo. How are you, man? And Benny Brown, thank you. Can you guys hear the music? Yeah, it's like I'm not vibe coding, but I'm trying to build a vibe in my streams. I guess if you work in tech, you can understand that coding live is really hard. Like being able to, like usually what happens, it's either I focus on the live stream and I don't build anything, I'm just talking and answering questions, or sometimes I try to focus on the building and the coding. You can't hear the music anymore? So if I focus on the coding, then I'm less entertaining and I get less viewers. So we have to find a balance. You can't hear the music? Just checking because it's been running for several hours now. You should be hearing the music. Can you guys hear the music in the background? You can't hear the music? That's weird. Because the audio output is running on Streamlabs. Just trying to fix that. I'm gonna maybe refresh that.
Miss another deadline is not on you.
Can you hear it now? Yeah, the music is cool. Okay, some people can hear the music and others don't. Maybe it's not loud enough, but then if the music is too loud, like some people don't like it. Okay, so apparently you can hear them now. Are too loud, I think. Okay, put it a bit less loud, like this. Well, actually, I don't think you really care about the music. Do you have any opinion on Vue? Vue is growing a lot, and many people are they stop using React, especially since the Next.js era, and Vue is great, much simpler than React. I wish I could, I'm so used to React that I have difficulties to switch to Vue. But I wish I could build my next project with Vue. What's Next.air and access control library? I'm not using Next.auth, I'm using Supabase on the current project, and Supabase auth and UI components. Can you tell me what's the cheapest way to deploy the website? What kind of website? If it's a React frontend, you can use Netlify or Vercel to deploy it for free, and then you connect your domain name. That's what I'm doing for my for the lastdev.club website, for example. Just a React frontend, and it's on Vercel. Do you use Cloud Code? Not at the moment. I send requests on LinkedIn. See you there. Where are you from, Francesco? From Italy? What do you guys think of LinkedIn? Because in our niche, it's getting big, but it's also a bit like cringe sometimes and too serious. Like it's too way too corporate oriented. Don't know. I got bored by LinkedIn. Actually, I could multi-stream to LinkedIn as well, but you're always afraid of like a potential employer or client seeing your live, you know. Well, I have with Supabase UI blocks, you have a middleware, and you've got a protected set of pages. I'm trying to build a SaaS website also, and I use React, Express, Postgres. You don't have to use AWS. You can just use your React app. You can deploy it on Vercel, and your Express, you could use Render, for example. RENDER. Very easy to deploy a Node.js Express server. Thanks for the follow, Jero Ode. And thanks for liking the live. It really helps the growth of my channel. So I'm gonna prepare another coffee, I think. Maybe we can just keep discussing various topics. Thanks for the follow on LinkedIn, Jorge. Where are you from, Jorge? I think you've been here for a while. So we are back to the coffee tutorial. I realized that Replit is trash. In a way, every lovable tools like Replit, Bolt, Lovable, you could say it's trash, but if you are a complete beginner, it's still amazing to be able to build something instead of nothing. Why would you say Replit is trash? Okay, I thought Jorge was like a German or Scandinavian name, but it's not, apparently. So sorry for the grinding noise. Are you French? Do you think I'm French? It's like 7 times pricey with constant loops. AI goes on its own issue and causes issues to redo. Coffee ASMR. Is it ASMR or is it like a disaster, like crazy noise in the microphone? I think I'm losing viewers when I'm grinding the coffee. It's racking up bill with numerous checkpoints. The other day I built an AI voice, text-to-speech assistant for the live that was reading every single comment, but I realized that it was using too many 11 Labs credits. And I'm lucky I didn't launch it today, because I would have spent hundreds of euros. Vibe coding is the future. Vibe coding and coffee grinding is the future, but AI agents are not ready yet. Cursor is good, but doesn't help you with UI. As long as I don't start getting paid by Cursor, I'm not gonna say good things about Cursor. How much? Wow, that's a great question. Can you tell me what coding a block you want to build your own blockchain, and how much does it cost? Hi Canis, how are you? You want to build a blockchain or a blockchain project on a blockchain? Do you pay for Copilot? Not at the moment. I'm not using any autocomplete at the moment. I only have a Cloud Code account. Well, I'm growing the channel, just grinding the coffee beans. You need an AI agent that helps to create backend and frontend and deploy. Thanks for the follow, Juan Carlos. My Cursor bill last month $400. At some point, we are gonna stop hiring human beings and just pay thousands of dollars on Cursor and Cloud Code. Just interesting, you want to build a complete blockchain like Ethereum. Are you Canadian? Well, what you should do is build you've got these tools to build these no-code tools to build layer 2s and layer 3s on Ethereum. I think there's one project called Conduit, Conduit, and basically it's like deploying a server on AWS, and instead of deploying a server, it's like deploying a layer 2 on top of Ethereum. Conduit and I forgot the other project. And layer 1, you want to build your own layer 1. You also have tools to build layer 1s, like EVM compatible layer 1s, for example. But why would you want to build your own blockchain? Okay, so that's going to be the last coffee for the day. Why not? Why not? Because when you're building your blockchain, you need like a certain level of decentralization. So I would rather use an existing network instead of building my own, but maybe you have a very specific use case and specifications. I don't know. Need a technical co-founder to develop. So are you on the marketing side or sales side? Chase. What's your specialty? You need a rug pull. Thanks for the follow, Tito. Could you speak French, please? I want to see if I AC. What do you mean, man? iOS development, I founded the app. Okay, so the coffee is grinded, I think. Just gonna clean the filter. I'm not gonna do that every day, like streaming the whole day. That's another interesting question. Is there a big difference going from JS to TypeScript? It's a bit like learning, I don't know. It's like a very natural evolution in your learning path, you know. Thanks for the roses, CodeZap. How are you, man? Yeah, it's just a natural evolution. When you become mid-level to senior in TypeScript, in JavaScript, sorry, it's gonna be, you're gonna need some kind of typing, and then TypeScript happens, and then you can't get back to JavaScript. How many coffees you drink? That's a very interesting, very relevant question. I drink between 3 and 5 espressos a day, which is okay, in my opinion. Is my wife still watching the live? Do you use Django for backend? DOM and vibe drama are too much. Thanks for the roses, NNMDZ. Where are you from? Why do you need Next.js? It's just a bad habit that I have. When I launch a React project, I usually use Next.js, and then since it's a full stack framework, I end up using it for backend as well. Thanks for sharing the live, Craig. The team is Bearded Monokai. So we just grinded the coffee. How is it possible to have like a coding tech channel on TikTok and have 100 viewers watching me grinding my coffee beans and preparing an espresso? I don't know. So let's start the coffee machine. I've got my filter here. What about Vue.js plus Python? That could be a great choice. If you know JavaScript and Python, you could totally have a Vue frontend and a Django or Fast API backend. Everything's possible. Just that's in the end just like personal choices and the way you see the future of your project and team. When you're choosing like a tech stack, you have to think about how you're going to scale your dev team as well. Just plug in my gimbal again. Okay, so we are losing viewers. So maybe the coffee making is not that interesting. So I've got my filter here with the grinded coffee. I see you went from 10 viewers to 100 viewers in a few days. Yeah, isn't it crazy? That's what persistent work leads to. And actually, it's very, I don't know. As long as you're consistent, I think the TikTok algorithm really rewards consistency. And then it starts with a like serious coding stream, and then it ends up like a lifestyle coffee drinking live stream. Yeah, I think people like the AI camera following my movements. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for what? Hi, Akli. How are you? Are you back? Were you here this morning? I can't remember. Yes, I think you were here. So we crossed the 250 viewers threshold today, Akli. Can you realize that? And we've got like a casual like lifestyle setup today. I don't use much agents for coding for the moment. Okay, you were here. I'm sorry. And were you here yesterday evening? I gained more than 1,000 followers today. How many more SaaS applications do we need? I think the future, like the dystopian world, is going to be more like you need a SaaS as a user. You don't want to pay for a SaaS. You're going to build your own. Like in 10 years, you're just going to use a tool like Lovable. I'm not a vibe coder, but I have to admit that the future of software is not building a SaaS. It's more not selling a SaaS. It's going to be build your own SaaS with your own features. I need a tool that looks like Canva, and I want this extra video feature, then I'm going to build it. And the value of software is like declining, I think. Yeah, that's what we were talking about with Anne. Actually, if I keep streaming like every day, if I get 1,000 followers per day, let's say I have like 20 working days in a month, I could grow very quickly. Then I'm gonna give a phone call to the Supabase or Expo team for collaboration, you know. I'm gonna be this French guy streaming on TikTok. I could lead the tech TikTok scene. Who's paying for all these indie SaaS products? I already built all my own stuff. The future is moving away from abstraction. Yeah, I also wonder who's paying for it. But the thing, in my case, in that very specific case, that's not a bullshit project. It's really because it's related to lead generation in a highly competitive sector, which is like the real estate and property rental management. And it's a B2B SaaS. I'm not building an AI-powered professional LinkedIn profile pictures generator, you know? So if I manage to generate leads through my SaaS, I can sell those leads to professionals. They don't really care where the lead is coming from. How much lines of code since this morning? Maybe 2 or 3 lines of code. But that's what I was explaining. So I have 2 challenges. First of all, it's really hard to code while talking to you guys. And at the same time, you have to have this vertical setup. So I got used to it, but it's really hard to focus on work. And moreover, I'm on holiday at the moment. So I'm already very happy to be talking to you guys. And I can really like be streaming for hours, and I'm not thinking, oh my god, I should be working instead of doing this TikTok live. So yeah, I'm quite happy with it. And the funny thing is that yesterday we built, so we initialized the Turbo repo, we installed ShadCM, we created the whole authentication workflow, we created the Supabase project yesterday evening, and we can authenticate, we can sign in and sign up on the app, and I had like 12 viewers. So I'm still wondering how the TikTok algorithm is working. No, I'm not building any GPT wrapper. And I totally agree with you, but I think the GPT wrapper trend is, let's say, almost over. But you can still find IDs. What is SaaS? So SaaS is a software as a service, which means it's like a cloud-based software that you don't have to buy. You can just pay like on a monthly plan or annual plan. And usually it works in the browser. Good example would be Canva, for example. No Telegram link in the chat, please. So we are building B2B SaaS, and I just launched my own MVP studio. I've been a software engineer for several years, and I like building projects from scratch, and I want to work with startups to help them launch their MVP. This is not vibe coding, not at all. Thanks for the likes, whoever is liking the live like crazy. It really helps getting back to 100 viewers. Hi Daniel, how are you? Well, I think we have to accept that software is evolving a lot, and that software engineering jobs are going to be destroyed to some extent. I'm building it just for myself, actually, and just for the fun of coding. I think that's a pretty cool project because it's I don't need users. I need Airbnb hosts. I need like homeowners who are looking for a property rental manager, so that I can just generate leads, and then I'm just going to call the property rental managers at the beginning and tell them, oh, we have a lead in your area. Someone is looking for your services. Please sign up on the app. And then he's going to sign up. And if he wants to get the contact info for the lead, he has to pay for the contact info. Hi Christian, how are you? Are you back on the live? Thanks for the follow, Zabs. Why do you need Nest.js when Next.js already allows server-side code? It's full stack, right? Yes, Next.js. I'm actually using Next.js as a full stack framework, but on the side I have another app, backend only app, that's gonna help me scrape data and create a directory. It's a way to create like some acquisition. I don't know if my live stream is that interesting, but at some point, like an hour ago, we were like 250 viewers. So it's a personal record today. And I gained more than 1,000 followers in 5 hours of streaming. So it's really a personal record. Don't really know why I'm doing that, to be honest. Just on holiday and happy to talk to you guys. So yes, what were you building, Christian? I can't remember. We had so many people on the live since this morning. How are you, AI rapper? Well, the difficult thing is that I have a very like a broad community, starting from like I've got like non-tech people watching the live, and very tech, like senior tech or very senior developers. So I have to find a balance. My niche is not supposed to be the beginners. Talk is the key, yes. But that's the thing. If I'm coding, I can't talk much. If I'm talking, I can't code much. But yes, talking today is very powerful and it's enjoyable. PTSD, first time seeing TypeScript since my uni placement. I look like Justin Trudeau. Wow. Which software can I build that more clients need in your country? So we've got King Pro, who's looking for an internship as a software engineer in France. Good luck with that, King Pro. I know it's getting more and more difficult to find what they call alternance, which means basically that you spend some time at school and at the same time you are in a company and you're actually working as a software engineer. Since it's all based, it's a very French system with money from the government, and they decided to remove a part of that money. So now it's getting harder and harder. I'm receiving plenty of phone calls for internships and this alternance. So good luck, man. If I hear about anything. But the thing is that in France, like a year ago, you could get, like hiring this kind of interns would be almost free because you had these huge subsidies from the government. But right now, if I want to hire an intern like this, I would have to pay like a given amount of money. It really depends on your age, and you got this criteria. Like if you're really young, you're much cheaper. It really depends of plenty of factors. I'm using VS Code and not Cursor at the moment. Hi Matt, hi Daniel, how are you? Is it the first time you're watching my live? How do you separate front-end to back-end? Well, actually, it might be a bit confusing on that project because I'm in a mono repo, so I've got all my apps inside the same repo. And to make it even more confusing, I'm using Next.js for the moment, and I'm going to add Nest, but for the moment I'm using Next.js, which is dealing with the backend as well. In the apps, if you can see the web folder in the apps folder, it's the Next.js app. Thanks for the follow, Slifer. So what kind of strategy do you have to find your internship, King Pro? What kind of training are you following? Are you at university? Are you at like computer science engineering, computer engineering private institution? And I guess being in Lyon is that's good news because you've got plenty of companies in that city. Thanks, Jamie. How are you? So apparently, Jamie, you're the number 3 fan in the fan club. Okay, you started. I don't know how to translate that in English. Like a bachelor program in web development. Oh yeah, I see. Well, you know what? We were when I was managing this boot camp. We had I was the one who built a partnership between the bootcamp and the Epitech Computer Science School, so that our students could then keep on studying at Epitech. But they had the same problem. You need to find a company who wants to hire you. Do you want to build my application? Well, yes, my daily rate is let's say 400 euros a day. So I don't know if you have the budget, but if you do, please send me a DM. What's your application ID, man? It's funny now because now that I have like 80 viewers, I'm disappointed. I'm frustrated. I think I get more viewers when I move with the AI, with that AI thing. Okay, so that was the last coffee for the day. Thanks for the follow, Rodrigo. Let's see how many followers I have. Okay. So your app is related with share. What do you mean? You think it's because of the AI thing that's moving? Maybe. I think people like when I'm also like moving with the gimbal, like this. Let's do that for a moment. Is it still following me? Yes, it is. What camera setup you have? It seems to follow you. Yes, I'm using an AI tool on my gimbal, so that it's following me. Just trying to do this. Okay. Is there anyone who's trying to grow on TikTok and like to create content? Just wondering. So I'm using an iPhone 15 Pro with a gimbal and an AI thing that's helping me like to, it's like following me when I'm moving. Yeah, if you guys want to grow on TikTok, I highly recommend to go live and buy a cool gimbal with this AI tool that's animating the camera movement. So what do you guys want to talk about now? So for the ones who just arrived, I'm a software engineer and I'm building my own SaaS application in the real estate industry, and also working for clients and building my own like MVP studio to help startups that want to grow. I'm not on Twitch, I'm on YouTube at the moment. But I know I need to start a Twitch account, but I'm too busy at the moment. What's your camera? Is it homemade? What do you mean? Well, I'm using my iPhone and a gimbal. That's the gimbal that makes it cool. Maybe I can try to access the... Oh, I don't have battery on my second phone anymore, so I'm gonna recharge it so that I can read the messages on the chat. And then I'm gonna like walk around the house. I don't know. I wish I could go outside, but I have neighbors and I think they are like swimming in their swimming pool, and they're gonna think I'm a crazy streamer. I'm building a SaaS for prop tech. Want to get in touch? Well, if you guys have a project or you need a developer, feel free to DM me. But the things that I can't afford to work for free, I'm very busy already. So yeah, I can only work with like European budgets. I don't know where you're coming from. Thanks for the follow, Americano. And that's the cool thing about creating content for me. I'm not really selling anything, just trying to meet people and interact with other software engineers. Can you tell us how to get jobs if we are freelancing? How to find customers? Maybe do what I'm doing at the moment, like build in public, share the process, create content. That's how you find customers now. And obviously network and be patient. Build stuff and share your apps with people. Glad to know you, Americano. You have a coffee name. A few minutes ago we were making an espresso, not an Americano. So if you want to get in touch, just send me a DM on TikTok, or you can follow me on LinkedIn as well, but I'm more active on TikTok at the moment. Yes, what can I tell you around how to get jobs if we are freelancing? Network, make friends, work. For example, what's very powerful is if you're a software developer, just find friends who are like DevOps or cloud engineers or whatever. And let's try to go outside. I don't know how far I can go. But yes, as long as you have friends in the same field, you're gonna find clients, I guess. It's pretty sunny where we are, as you can see. So yes, that's the only advice I have. Maybe go to like after work events. You never know. The only thing you need is one person, you know. So meet as many people as possible. Thanks for the follow, guys. What is the hardest skill to learn as a developer? I feel like we are slowly approaching like 6 p.m. in Europe, around here. 5 p.m. then 6 p.m. and then we're gonna have another crazy wave of viewers, which is really cool. Really appreciate your support today. You know, because when you start streaming, you have like 3 viewers, 4 viewers, and it can be depressing. And then you keep pushing and you grow, and that's awesome. T-Rex is asking, what is the hardest skill to learn as a developer? Yes, we are still live. I decided to use the whole day to grow my TikTok account. What do you think about that, Anne? So what's the other skill to learn as a developer? The hardest skill to learn as a developer? Maybe patience. I would say patience and consistency, and not take things for granted. Well, for the moment, there's no Nest.js backend. I haven't built it yet. But I'm gonna put it inside the monorepo in the apps folder. Thank you for the follow, Hamza. Yeah, persistence, consistency, patience, dedication. And yes, can you press the like button? It's funny how the viewers count is growing as long as you're pressing the like button. So T-Rex is saying, I would also say being dedicated, adapting to failure without getting depressed. Yeah, and maybe learn how to deal with stress. And not take things too seriously if you're facing a problem. Just like anything else in life. So we are back to the life advice moment in the live stream. How easy is it to build this? Well, nothing's easy in life, man. I think we crossed the. So there's like a hole in the audience. There's a drop in the audience in the middle of the afternoon, and now like people are back to scrolling on TikTok. I think, especially since it's Saturday. I had a plan to go like have a coffee in town today, but I changed my mind. Well, obviously you can be lucky at some point and meet the right person, but if you're really dedicated, people, they can feel it, you know. If you have passion for what you're doing and if you are dedicated. And no more coffee because it's too late now, Anne. So Anne, what do you think of your husband live streaming the whole day on a Saturday afternoon? Please be honest. So for the ones who just arrived, sometimes Anne is live streaming with me, and she used to be like a vibe coding using Cursor a few weeks ago. Can you hear the background music? Okay, so it's just morning in Mexico. Got people from all over the world, that's crazy. So do I get more viewers if I get more technical, like if I talk about the project? Or okay, so XYZMHK just finished his SaaS last night. Can you tell us more about your SaaS? Yo bro, hello, may I ask what is SaaS? So a SaaS is software as a service, which means a cloud-based software that you don't pay for, you don't buy, I mean, you pay for it like on a monthly plan and yearly plan. And now XYZ is on the next step, which is acquisition. Good luck with that, man. Rayman, thanks for the follow. Mine's a workflow automation and team management with some additional features. Do you have a free plan on your SaaS? Or do you have to pay for it? Do you have a landing page? Somewhere? It's only paid, okay. Well, yes, in a way, client acquisition can be the fun part, but it really depends. You're in the B2B sphere, I guess. Okay, so congrats and good luck on your launch. I'm very far from launching my SaaS since I haven't been working a lot today because I'm on holiday. Just trying to grow my community here on TikTok. So for the ones who just arrived, I'm a software engineer. And I'm building mostly with TypeScript, React, Node.js. And we're having fun here, growing a community of tech profiles. What's SaaS Pro? Can someone explain what a SaaS is in simple terms? Yeah, I think that's a pretty smart move that I did a few months ago. Live streaming on TikTok. Thanks for the follow, EM. How are you, man? But at the beginning, it's a bit difficult when you have like 3 viewers or even 1 viewer. And then you keep pushing and then you grow on the platform. Where did you learn to code? So I learned to code in the pre-AI era. So I learned from scratch. I'm 100% self-taught, and I learned mostly with first YouTube tutorials and then building products. Thank you, XYZ. See you next time. Guess you're leaving. Okay, so SaaS is software to businesses. It doesn't have to be like Canva is a B2C SaaS, for example. It doesn't have to be like B2B, but yes, B2B SaaS is much easier to sell. Okay, let's get back on the chair because I've been standing for a while. I think TikTok is really pushing like people who are live. So I've been live for almost 6 hours. Should have a break at some point, or maybe have a break with you. I don't know. Don't know how I can deal with that. Yeah, 1 million monthly revenue is like a very efficient clickbait title for a stream on TikTok. Thanks for the follow. I think I can even have I should have done like the fireworks thing when I got to 4K followers. 10K monthly revenue is my starting goal. PNPM is better. That's what I'm using. Well, yes, but like your package manager is not going to make you a better software engineer. But yes, PNPM is faster. It's become the industry standard. So I'm going to take 1 minute to answer the spider's question. What do you recommend where to start coding if you would start at the beginning? So I built a small roadmap, beginner roadmap. I think you can see it. Hopefully you can see it. I hope it's not too small. So basically the beginner roadmap, so I'm talking about web and mobile development, mostly in the startup ecosystem. So I'm going to focus on JavaScript. Obviously you could learn another stack. But the easiest way to be able to build front-end and back-end at the same time is to learn JavaScript. So first of all, make sure you really want to be a developer. So you would learn the basics of JavaScript scripting. So just go to Codecademy or something like this and try to see if you like coding. Because some people, they just don't like it. And then if you start getting this small like dopamine rush, when you fix a bug or when you find the right function, then you can start building stuff. And when you want to build stuff, you have to learn HTML and CSS. For that, just follow YouTube tutorials. That's what I would do. Don't use ChatGPT for the first weeks, let's say. Then you know some basics in JavaScript, and you're going to see that with JavaScript, you can actually interact with your HTML elements in the page and even the CSS. So for example, you can, so that's just basic elements interaction, like you press a button and it's gonna create an action, maybe like fetch a server, get some data from somewhere. I'm not an expert with these beginners like mentoring stuff, but I used to be a bootcamp trainer, so I know one of the best roadmaps, I think, if you have a few months and if you're starting from scratch. So once you've mastered the basics of HTML and CSS, then, so just from YouTube, then you manipulate them, and then once you master it, you're gonna think, okay, but I need to create some kind of server plus database, and it's gonna come very naturally and with the same language, with the Node.js runtime. So you're gonna maybe build a small Express.js server. Thanks for the follow, Adrian. So learn the basics of backend, basically just learn how to build what we call an API endpoint, and then learn how to interact with the database from your server, from Express. One of the easiest ways to learn database basics in the JavaScript ecosystem is to start with MongoDB, in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion. With MongoDB, you're going to find the same structure, and it's very free in terms of data structures. That's what we called a NoSQL database. Very easy to use as a beginner. And from that, now you can know how to build your front end and your back end and connect your back end to the database, so you can start building a small full stack project. Again, still with HTML, CSS, JavaScript. What we call vanilla JavaScript. Don't bother about React or Vue or all these fancy libraries when you're starting. Still no ChatGPT. And I wrote that it would take, so this step would take 1 month of hard, deep work. In 1 month, if you don't use ChatGPT, you can really absorb your new skills. And then once you've built your small first full stack app, you're gonna realize that you need to do like more powerful stuff, especially on the front end. And to do this more powerful stuff on the front end, we use libraries such as React or Vue or Angular. The most, you're welcome, Spider-Man. The most used front-end framework, front-end library at the moment is React. It has its pros and cons, but it's a good way to start in the JavaScript libraries space. So now that you're gonna learn React for 1 or 2 weeks, and maybe don't learn much more on the backend. Just connect your React frontend to your existing backend. That's another month of hard, deep work. And you've done most of the work. That's for web development. There's a good thing with React. If your goal is to build mobile apps, then you can learn React Native, which is very, very similar to React. And you can build mobile apps with React Native and Expo. I think I wrote it here. So that was the second month of deep work. You can spend 2 weeks with React Native. Don't learn AWS in the first 2 months of your coding journey. And don't idealize AWS. It's going to come naturally, just like the rest of the tools we use in production environments. Stick to, you have plenty of very easy tools to deploy your server, like Render. You can use Render, render.com here. You could use, there are plenty of, you can even deploy on Vercel, you can deploy a Node.js. You just have to make some setup in the next config file, the Vercel config file, and you can deploy your Node.js server on Vercel. And then once you're done with that, you can learn, you've got plenty of time to learn TypeScript, CI/CD, maybe some testing, deployment, architecture. You can learn other backend languages, and that's it. And I wrote that it would take you the rest of your life. Okay, so the whiteboard is here, and it's starting here. So you got a render user. I hope you managed to screenshot the roadmap. And all you need is some kind of motivation. Usually people who are motivated are the ones who have a project, you know, I have an idea, I want to build this app or that app. Thanks for the follow, all 20. And that's it. And that's it. And then after 1, 2, or 3 years, you're gonna feel comfortable. I don't know what your goal is if it's to build your own products or if it's to, and then obviously you can add another layer somewhere in this roadmap. It's to start using LLMs. Can't find React leaflet with TypeScript. Yeah, maybe because leaflet is it's a bit old for maps. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's a way to use leaflet in a TypeScript environment, for sure. What can I use then as a substitute? Maybe check Mapbox. Well, my language of choice is TypeScript, obviously. Do you have courses on React? I don't have my own courses, but you can find plenty of tutorials on YouTube, really. Don't switch to React too quickly. That's the only advice I can give. Maybe learn JavaScript and DOM manipulation more. Which channel do you recommend? I'm not an expert in like tutorial channels. Maybe like try to learn like brick by brick. Or maybe you could use ChatGPT as a teacher, you know, just give him some context. Okay, you are my JavaScript bootcamp teacher. Don't give me the code, I just want some kind of advice or mentorship. I think you can really learn with ChatGPT as well. You're welcome, man. Just checking my users count. That's pretty cool. We're growing the channel. So I've been streaming for 6 hours, I think. That's quite a long stream. Bro, Tumelo, thanks for the follow, man. Just gonna get some water. Thanks for the follow, Tom. So we are building a SaaS with React, Next.js, and Supabase. Yesterday we implemented authentication with Supabase blocks, UI blocks. Maybe you should keep building this project. Just decided to stop talking. I just talked for 6 hours. That's a lot for me, especially not in my native language. Thanks for the follow. Can't see the chat anymore. Where's the chat? Well, the CN import is a small library that helps CN build like conditional class names. CN is for class names. I still have like 80 viewers. I'm not even talking anymore. Like 90 viewers. Maybe the silent streaming is more efficient. I can't see the chat anymore. Is it normal to be exhausted after 6 hours of live? I guess so. Thanks for the likes, EFL, and thanks for the follow. Maybe I should explore the house with the camera. Okay, so we have 100 viewers. It's like the algorithm is rewarding me. I don't even say anything. Hi, WHW. How are you, man? An intelligent person on TikTok is a rare thing, I guess, and I totally agree with you. But don't be too harsh on TikTok, because I think there are plenty of smart people on TikTok. It's just hard for smart people to make the, make the decision to start growing on TikTok. It took me a few years to realize that TikTok is the future. And especially the live feature on TikTok is so powerful. Like today, I gained like 1,000 followers just from one live, like a 6-hour long live, but yeah. What makes you think that I'm an intelligent person? I'm not even doing anything at the moment because I'm like exhausted. I only had like a few coffees today. So I woke up, I had breakfast, then a coffee. I started streaming. I didn't have any lunch. I only ate fruits, 1 banana, a few peaches, and a few espresso coffees. Yes, we are still at 100 viewers. I feel like the algorithm doesn't want me to go below 80 viewers anymore. What is the name of your team? It's Bearded Monokai. I'm gonna write it in the chat if you want. TikTok is like it's been really cool with me today. Bearded. Some people find my team too colorful, but I don't know. I like it. So Muhammad is asking how to get the keys of this world of coding. Well, I would say first of all, don't idealize coding and don't think it's just for geniuses in maths, you know, or just plenty like hours of work, hours of lonely work in front of your computer screen, and motivation and passion, and that's it. And it's changed so much with AI. Thanks for the follow, software. You wrong it yourself. What do you mean? You wrong it yourself? With AI around, it's simple. I wouldn't say it's simple. Well, actually, that's a login page from that was generated by Supabase UI. But yes, we're not vibe coding here. But now every engineer is using AI in a way or another, even if it's not like pure vibe coding. Do I look like someone who's just been streaming for 6 hours? So okay, guys, where are you from? Can you guys write your home country in the chat? What libraries would you recommend for doing this with Python? Well, the thing with front-end, you can't do it professionally, I mean, with Python. What kind of SaaS? That's a B2B SaaS in the real estate ecosystem. Why is the camera moving? Because I'm using a gimbal. And actually the camera is like following me, so even if I'm not based in the US, cool man. I was in New York a few months ago. Where are you in the US? So the camera is supposed to be following me. Trying to zoom on the chat as much as possible. Upstate New York, okay. I was living on the Upper East Side. Where's the remote? It's here. Hi, Indonesia. Things that I can't see the viewers count anymore. Okay, we don't care. Nigeria, living in Lisbon, React Native, React Vue, Angular. It's really how you can see like the power of the TikTok algorithm. Yes, I love coding standing up, but right now I'm not even coding, I'm just standing up in my living room. Just trying to see if I can access the chat from my phone. Do you guys code standing up or sitting on a chair? I can't stand the chair. At some point I get like I need to move. So I'm gonna try to access the stream from that second phone. Thanks for the follow, Lauren. Yes, I can see my... Just realized that maybe it depends on your... Yeah, my setup is quite clean on TikTok today. So basically, it's supposed to be like following me. How often do you code live? Quite often, actually. I started that a few months ago. Then I had to stop doing it like for a few weeks because I was too busy at work. But right now I do it several days a week. Thanks for the follow, X3ZYTT. The thing is that it's either I focus on coding and I don't talk much because I need to focus, or I start talking to you guys and I don't write a single line of code, which is fine because it's always nice to meet people and talk to people. Thanks for the follow, Roscoe. That AI thing, like following me, is great on the camera. I don't know the C language and assembly, WebAssembly. You can't know everything. So we got a Swiss guy. Yeah. Can you speak French, Yanis? Or German? Okay, so now actually I can... Yeah, I forgot that was the whole point. Wanted to grab the gimbal and just walk around the house. And then now I can read the comments in the chat. So maybe we're gonna get more viewers. Can you guys hear the music in the background or is it broken? So I'm just walking around my house. Can you hear the background music? So if you guys have questions around like the tech industry, so I'm a software engineer. I've been building software for quite a while now, mostly web and mobile apps. So someone can hear the music, the other boys can hear the music, and DR can't hear the music. So it really depends maybe on your volume. Because sometimes it gets too loud, so I tried not to put it too loud. Okay, so you can hear the lo-fi, okay. Well, actually, I don't know if it's really necessary, this music. Are you actually coding this or vibe coding? I am actually coding this, but obviously I'm using AI, especially since I'm building it live streaming, but I'm not vibe coding. It really depends on what you consider vibe coding. To me, vibe coding is like prompting an app. I mean, one prompt and just hope for the best with cursor or lovable. That's definitely not what I'm doing. Honestly, I am looking at... Oh, my camera is freezing. Maybe I went too far from my Mac. Hi, Gulvargulp. How are you? Yes, I'm still on, but my camera is like disconnected. I don't know. I was walking around the house. Just gonna try to plug it and see if we get back the camera. Let's plug the camera. So yes, I've been streaming for more than 6 hours now, and I've got like 1,000 followers today. Is it back? Yes. I don't know what happened with my camera. Is it still following me? Thanks for the likes. I know I can make that firework this way, yeah. We finally got to 4K followers. So do you guys want to talk about dedication in life in general? I don't know what you want to talk about. Yes, can you accomplish anything without dedication in life? That's the question. That's today's question. What ARR? What do you mean? Maybe I should check my LinkedIn account because I might have gotten like plenty of followers today. Let's check it out. Yeah, I got so many followers. Yeah, I remember that guy from Italy with 11,000 followers on LinkedIn. That's cool. What are you making? What are you building? So we've got the same question twice. So basically in life, I'm a software engineer. So generally speaking, I'm building software, mostly web and mobile apps. And right now we are working on a B2B SaaS in the real estate niche. How about you guys? What are you building? My skills. You're building your skills. That's a great answer, man. If you want, you can follow me on LinkedIn here. Yes, I'm a mobile and web developer. So what's the use for the SaaS? The use for the SaaS is for like lead generation for property rental managers so that they can find more clients. I used to live in the US a few months ago and I'm still working for like with US clients. And I'm self-employed, I'm a freelancer. Trying to build my own IT consulting agency. How about you, Viet Win? Where are you from? Yes, I'm French, but I speak English. How about you all? How long did it take you to become a mobile and web developer? Can I DM you, please? Well, you can always DM me for sure. I'm building B2B SaaS in the e-commerce space using Cloud Code and Cursor. Okay, are you building like a vibe-coded quick MVP, or are you like building an actual production-grade product? You're in the US, okay. Where are you in the US? How do you find clients? Well, through my professional and personal network and friends, and also from content creation, obviously. Not really looking for clients at the moment. Okay, well, I am building an AI-run company just because I am bored, but not my passion. What do you mean? I'm building a production-grade product. I'm also a web mobile engineer. Okay, that's cool. I think that's what AI encoding is all about. For like senior devs, it's amazing. I'm mostly using React Native and Expo because I come from the React ecosystem. Thanks for the follow, Adonias. Where are you from? So yes, yeah, I wouldn't build native mobile apps now, because usually most of the projects I've been working on for clients or even for myself, they involve some kind of a React with or without Next.js web app. So it comes naturally to build a mobile app with React Native. For senior developer, it's wonderful, especially if you have product experience. Yes, we have entered a completely different universe. And yeah, I'm not an AI bro, like as you can see on YouTube, but we can't deny that AI is changing the landscape forever. What SaaS are we building? I'm building plenty of SaaS software, but right now what you can see, it's a B2B SaaS for real estate property rental managers. I don't have energy anymore. Can you imagine that I've been streaming for more than 6 hours? I think I can see how long I've been streaming. Yeah, 6 hours and 21 minutes. My passion is connection AI with real world engineers, create a real replicator. Yeah, 6 hours and 21 minutes on TikTok, talking about coding and React and SaaS software. And at some point we had like 250 viewers. But I think now that we are losing viewers because I don't have any energy anymore. Maybe if I stand up once again, maybe. So what are you guys building? You need amazing people. In which country are you located, man? Not that amazing, you know. I'm just I switched on the live stream and I just keep talking to people. Thanks for the gifts. From Sweden, okay. Got many viewers from Scandinavia. Today we had like Asia, Africa, Europe. It's like very international today. So do you have any like discussion topic? Anything you want to discuss? You know we are crazy and do it, so are you on board? What do you mean we are crazy? Don't really understand. I'm gonna sit on the stairs. Yeah, people are not talking anymore. Maybe it's time to stop the live for a few hours. In Scandinavia, we make things happen. Yes, I totally agree. You are like big players in Europe, for sure. So what do you want to make happen? I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. I completely forgot what you are building. Thanks for the follow, Emma. How are you? Finally, we get like female followers. Maybe I can try to move my camera again. Yes, I'm French, but we speak English here. Got people from all over the world. Hi, India. How are you? Can I join your team? What's your background, Emma? What's a replicator? I'm sorry, man. I've been streaming for more than 6 hours. So I don't have the Swedish like fresh energy at the moment. India is fine. Are you from India? I'm a big fan of India. So what do you guys want to talk about? I think people are going to arrive again at 6 p.m. So I have two options. Either I keep the live stream going, or I make a small pause and hopefully we'll get back to 300 viewers after like 7 p.m. or something like this. You're from Spain, okay. Isn't it like really hot in Spain at the moment? We had this heat wave in Europe. It's crazy. Hi Josh, how are you today? It's funny because yesterday evening I had like 12 viewers and I was frustrated. And now I have 63 viewers and I'm still frustrated because I got to almost 300 viewers a few hours ago. Hi from Switzerland. Hi Switzerland. The French or German speaking Switzerland? Italian speaking? So what's the topic today? So the topic today is pretty much everything. So we have like lifestyle topics. We are building stuff live, and we are growing the YouTube channel. We are growing the TikTok channel today. French speaking, close to Lausanne. Okay, I've never been to Lausanne. I've heard very good thing about Lausanne. If you guys are looking for a freelance software engineer, I would be happy to work for a Swiss company with Swiss daily rates. But I don't know if it's easy to work as a freelancer from France because they have these rules with foreigners, I guess. What are you gonna build? So we are building we are working on two projects at the same time. We are building a B2B SaaS for real estate agents. And I'm also building a small app for TikTok Live that's reading the comments with AI, like with 11 Labs. But I'm running out of 11 Labs credits. So I'm just going to write the team name. Yes, 11 Labs is pretty. It's not expensive, but if you get the $5 a month plan, I would use all my credits very quickly with this 6 hour long live stream. So the team is the Bearded Monokai team. You're welcome, Wilson. How are you, man? Is it the first time you show up on my stream? I don't know. The project is advanced. I'm also thinking of something. So basically, I'm not selling anything. I'm not selling any course. I can't stand this software engineering people like who are like creating content to sell a course. Don't feel comfortable doing that. Okay, and so I'm not selling any course. I'm just trying to create like my presence online. Are you moving? Yes, I am moving. And actually, I'm thinking, so I've started, so you can visit the lastdev.club website. The link is in my bio. I'm not selling anything. I'm just launching my MVP, like SaaS studio. And actually, I'm thinking of a like affiliate program or something. Like it's more like referral. So basically, if you know someone, if you know someone who wants to launch a web application or a mobile app or a SaaS application, if you refer me to this person, then I'm thinking of like giving you like 10% for the whole contract. I don't know. Maybe I should build a small platform for that to keep track on the applications and the contacts that I get. I don't know. But that's an idea that I have. And at the moment, I'm not available, but maybe in a few months, if you are looking for a freelance software developer, I'm happy to help. What's your SaaS application all about? I'm trying to make a Next.js app for streaming LLM responses, but I keep getting stuck. You're stuck on what, Hercules? So as you can see can you see my setup? Don't even know if you can call it a setup, but yeah, it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. I've got this coffee beans grinder. Don't know if you can see it. I'd like to work with you, build some too. Well, the things that I've been working for free quite a lot in the previous years, and I don't have time for that anymore. So I want to grow my studio and help founders. Actually, that's what I want to do. But yes, if you have some like budgets, we can work together for sure. Can you show your setup? Yeah, my setup is just so my setup is here. Trying to have control over the camera. So yes, that's my setup, and I've got this small like mobile screen, and I have a Mac Mini in the back. This new Mac Mini M4, you know, and it's so hot in the room that I have to put it that way. But now I don't have the heat problem anymore. That's not an ultra wide screen. Well, that's just that's just a random setup. My actual setup is in my room / office upstairs. This setup is more of a fun. I don't know. I thought today I'm gonna stream the whole day, so I thought it was more fun and comfortable to do it in the living room. And actually, I could even go outside. The thing with outside streaming is that I have neighbors, so I don't know if they can hear what I'm talking about. Wait, I'm gonna open the door. And here we are outside. I'm not a big fan of having plenty of monitors. Doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I'm in the south of France at the moment. That's why we have this nice blue sky. But the thing is that we had this heat wave. And that's why I decided to stay home today. I had the plan to go to the swimming pool, but I didn't move from the living room. Like 6, almost 7 hour stream today. Where do you live, Arbor? Albania. How's the weather in Albania at the moment? So now we're talking about weather. Thanks for the gift, Hercules. So yes, I was saying that I'm not a big fan of having plenty of monitors. And actually the second portable monitor is more like a travel screen for my Mac Mini when I don't want to use my MacBook Pro. And right now I'm just using it for streaming. Okay, so I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. And I think it's time to have a break. And it proves that you can get more than 1,000 followers in one stream. So I'm pretty happy with it because I want to grow my community here. And I'm trying to take TikTok as seriously as possible. Are you guys creating content on TikTok? Or yes, Stan, it's live. Yeah, there's the guy that was asking if that was live. Do you know why? Does it feel like it's recorded? I don't know. I will create content. Well, that's the best thing you can do for your career, I think. What kind of content do you want to create? AI app building. You mean building apps with AI or building AI powered apps? Okay. Yeah, there's a pretty big niche around agentic coding at the moment. So the best advice I can give you is just start creating content. And then once it's clicked, it's just natural, organic growth. Just like today, that's a very good example. So again, I have the same challenge now. It's either I make a pause in my stream and go for a walk outside and go to the toilets maybe and then get back here. Otherwise, I just leave the live without me for a few minutes. I don't know what the best option is. Maybe it would be great to restart the live, but I feel like there's a good energy on this stream today, and the viewers count is growing again. It's like people are arriving again, and tonight is Saturday evening, so maybe I'm gonna, I don't know, it's either I stay this way, but then I'm gonna eat something live. I need to cook something, don't know. What are you making, my brother? How many leads percentage from this? What do you mean? Don't really care about leads for the moment. I just want to grow to, I don't know, 20 or 30k followers on TikTok. And it's just about personal branding. I'm working full time at the moment, so I don't need leads. Trying to do it thanks for the follow, man. I just want to grow the community and see where it goes. I wish I could have partnerships, with tools like Supabase or Clerk or Expo. That would be great for the European European market, maybe. Where do you host them? Well, what I would do usually is host my Next.js apps on Vercel, because I'm a lazy dude. No, it's exiting the live. Yeah. Okay, so the viewers count is growing again. So maybe we can try to get to 100 viewers again, and then I will just leave the chat this way. What's wrong with my stream? And make us like have a very quick break. Yeah, I'm using Vercel or a VPS on DigitalOcean maybe. But Vercel is so comfortable. Can't really beat Vercel if you have very few users, obviously. And then once you start growing your user base, you can deploy it somewhere else. Thanks for the follow, Daniel. You participate in hackathons. Well, you know what? I'm a bit old for that. No way, still live. Well, apparently, yes, we are still live. But we are getting less viewers at the moment. There's like a decline in viewers count because it's like the evening hasn't started yet. But at some point I had a break outside. I get some fresh air. Maybe, yes, maybe we should organize a TikTok hackathon. But I still have 80 viewers. We can't pay to advertise on TikTok. What do you mean? To get followers or views on your TikTok posts? Yes, I think you can pay. It's pointless. Okay. Is there a big soccer match in Europe tonight? It's gonna ruin the whole thing for me. Is it normal to get 1,000 followers from just one live stream? Instagram allows you to share your posts with a wider audience, for example. Okay, so apparently in 30 minutes there's a big football match in Europe. Do I look like someone who's been streaming for 6 hours, Anne? Well, actually, if you take streaming like your full-time job, like 6 hours is nothing special. You could be working a shitty 9-to-5 job and be working for 10 hours a day. 1K only if you are a king. What do you mean? I feel like I'm really fine-tuning my TikTok algorithm. You can hear from my voice that I have less energy. Yes, totally. Not sure if we can stream and do a 9-to-5 at the same time. Well, actually, that's part of my project. So basically, I'm launching my own MVP studio, startup studio, and one of the offers that I have could be like to build in public a project, which means okay, you have this app ID, and I can build it in public, and I've got, I don't know, like 20K followers on TikTok. Usually, I have like 100 or between 1 and 200 viewers watching me building your project. So you're gonna get not only the project, the app itself. Thanks for the follow, Josh. You don't only get the app itself, but you also get like visibility online, and you get this nice like tech image for your project. And your project was built by this weird French guy live streaming the whole day on TikTok. That could be interesting for some clients. Is it normal to gain 1K followers in one live? Only you can do it. Thank you, Anne, for your support. Yeah, I did it. I gained more than 1,000 followers today. Thanks for your message, Eddie Murphy. We've got haters. That's a good sign. Why did you stop uploading separate videos to TikTok? Because making like TikTok videos, the thing is that it's not... The thing is that making TikTok videos, it's pretty time consuming. And see you next time, and see you later. Yes, so making TikTok content, like actual TikTok posts, for the moment, I don't know. I don't have the energy to create content on TikTok. And the thing is that, yes, I know it has a good vibe, but it's also because it takes some time, you know, to have the nice setup, the nice light, the nice topic. And I know I have to do it, but for the moment, I'm growing. You can grow much more from TikTok Live. Or maybe I should record my live and then make a short content from it. I don't know. It's yeah, that's I don't know. It's a different strategy maybe. I realized that live streaming on TikTok makes me grow much faster than creating content, because you can take, maybe, let's say you can take 1 or 2 hours to make one piece of content. You post it on TikTok and then you get 400 views. Whereas if you're streaming and if you have a nice vibe to your live stream and cool people, you meet people and you grow your followers count. Because for example, today I got like more than 1,000 new followers from this live. Palais, just checked your previous content. Yeah. But yes, at some point I'm gonna make more content on TikTok. I don't know. I'm hesitating between working on a YouTube channel or just do like a Twitch streaming maybe, or I'm streaming on YouTube at the moment. I have 2 viewers. What are you building? Well, I'm building my TikTok followers count. I'm farming followers. Thanks for the follow, Brilliant Light. So if you're interested in SaaS, building, tech, JavaScript, coding, and various stuff around, I don't know, like cool tech stuff, just follow my account. How do you live stream split screen? Very good question. I'm not streaming from my phone, obviously. So I'm using a tool, OBS, to stream and share my screen at the same time. But the thing is that my camera is wireless, so I can actually move. So it feels like I'm moving with my phone, streaming from my phone, but that's not the case. It works on Mac. Yes, if you want to stream from the Mac, you can use OBS plus Restream.io, or you can also use Streamlabs. And you need 1,000 followers. I don't know if you have the 1,000 followers. Hi, Avi. Yes, I'm French. No, I don't know how to hack. I'm not a hacker. Well, TikTok Studio, it's on Windows only, PC only. And the other day, I got blocked from my Restream and Streamlabs access to TikTok. Thanks for the follow, Avi. So, and I was trying to buy a second-hand like gaming PC to install TikTok Studio, and then I managed to unblock my TikTok access on Restream, so I can do it again. But yeah, streaming from, thanks for sharing the live, free heart. Streaming from TikTok is from a Mac on TikTok is painful. But once you have the setup, it's great. And actually, the algorithm is pushing my content quite a lot. Am I moving too much, or is it like entertaining? I don't know. what you guys prefer. I don't know if you like loud, lo-fi music, less loud music. If you want me to walk around. Yes, so in a few minutes I'm gonna have a very short break. I thought it was a walking pad. What's a walking pad? In a few minutes I'm gonna have a very short break, and then I'm gonna keep on streaming. Well, believe it or not, but I'm using an iPhone as a camera, and it's 4K, and I have a gimbal, so it's like stabilizing it, and it gives this nice, like a stable moving thing. Plus an AI thing on the gimbal that's like following me if I move, so I can just put the camera on the table and I can move and it's gonna follow me. Yeah, I have a nice setup now. I told you I'm taking TikTok live seriously, so it should be following me if I move. Yes, you see, I'm not even touching the remote and it's almost following me, let's say. Yeah, or if I sit on the chair, it's following me, you see. And then I also have a remote controller on my gimbal, so I can move it like manually. Pretty cool stuff, and yeah, makes the difference. Portable under desk treadmill. Yeah, that's a project that I have as well. I need a really nice electric standing desk plus a walk-in treadmill under the desk. And I could also add a second camera that would be filming my feet like walking on the treadmill. So smart. So iPhone for camera, Mac, OBS, and something else software. iPhone for camera, Mac. Well, the iPhone for camera is not the best option. Maybe. Well, the quality is good, but it's really like the iPhone gets pretty hot especially after almost 7 hours of live. Mac plus OBS plus something else. Yes, the something else is Restream.io for multi-streaming and especially streaming to TikTok. And you need 1,000 followers. And you can use either OBS plus Restream or Streamlabs only. Like Streamlabs, it's an OBS fork. Why Fitman sounds weird? What do you mean? What's fit? Thanks for ignoring, mate. Bye. I didn't see your message. I had inspired from Iron Man. Okay. So the backend is on Next.js for the moment. And at some point I'm gonna add Nest.js to have like a separate service for data, like mostly for scraping and data manipulation. How did you use 11 Labs for TikTok API? Yes, maybe a bit later I'm gonna restart my TikTok Live AI text-to-speech tool, but basically there's no open API on TikTok. So there's a library called TikTok Live Connector, and it's like catching all the events on a live. And then I just added this library on an Express server, and then yeah, every time there's a message, I send this message to 11 Labs, and it returns the voice message. Thank you for your support, Eric. Thanks for the follow, Alexander. Thanks for the follow, Kobe. How are you? Yes, it's a text-to-speech. Well, first it's like catching the events, catching the likes, catching the follows. I did like when you like the chat, the live, I display your TikTok account name. And if you add a chat message, then I read the message with the AI voice, 11 Labs. But the things that I tried with the free 11 Labs account, you only get like 30,000 credits. So you can't use it for 6 hours. And I upgraded to the like the $5 a month plan, and I almost used all the credits. What kind of apps, please? I'm building a so to answer your question, Hervé and Eric, I'm not using React hook form right now. What kind of app are we building? We're building a full stack Next.js app in the real estate sphere. I'm not an N8N user. Can't use everything, especially now that there are so many tools coming out. I don't know if I'm gonna be like strong enough to get back to 200 euros. I don't know. Can really see that there are plenty of people entering the chat, then leaving the chat. Like TikTok is getting busy because it's Saturday evening. What are you building, Hercules, with N8N? What are the end users, French realtors, or anyone in the field worldwide? It's going to be like, I don't care about the French market, actually. Let's say first the European market. As long as I have a lead, I'm gonna, because a lead in the real estate ecosystem can cost a lot of money. So if I have a lead in Poland, I'm gonna focus on Poland. If I have a lead in Sweden, I'm gonna try to get in touch with new users in Sweden. I'm about giving TanStack form a try, both on Next.js and React Native. Well, the whole TanStack tool set is awesome. Are you a Web3 developer? Well, I would say I'm mostly like a Web3 front-end developer, even though I'm slowly leaving the space. I've been a bit disappointed by the whole Web3 promise, you know. There's no use case, no true use case. Why JS for backend? Because why not? Is it related to the commercial real estate market, residential? It's mostly in the like a short-term rental market. So basically, I'm generating leads of like my leads are like property owners that want to rent their property on Airbnb, and they need a manager for that. And usually a lead would cost between $300 and $500. Really depends on the size of the property. I mean someone who can build smart contracts, wallet integrations, NFTs, and token logic. Well, I can do that, but that's not my specialty, and I'm very scared of dealing with Web3 stuff, especially on TikTok, you know, because there are so many scams. Every day I receive fake job offers on LinkedIn, for example. So yeah. The Web3 space is full of scams. And I'm speaking as a developer. How hard is coding? Just hard as anything else in life, man. Okay, so it might be time for a break. What do you think? Thanks for the follow, Nash. Will you React Native for the mobile side of your SaaS? Yes, definitely. But there's no mobile apps on this SaaS. Seems like a great niche, especially if you are able to automate a lot with a custom AI agent orchestra. See you next time, Hercules. Thanks for the support. I'm lucky enough to have great followers, really. Thanks for the follow, Caleb, LV, Green. What's the best way to learn coding? Definitely not prompting ChatGPT. Maybe follow a few tutorials on YouTube and keep motivated and keep working. Cool. Would it be okay if I reach out to you sometime? Well, thanks for the follow, Hamza and K Jama. Would it be okay if I reach out to you sometime? The thing is that, yes, you can try to DM me on TikTok, or you can add me on LinkedIn. Here is my LinkedIn. And yes, maybe if you have where are you located? In which country? Yeah, you can add me on LinkedIn. You're from Germany, okay. And are you part of a team? Are you just want to build that yourself? I'm always curious about people launching products, especially in the Web3 space, which is such a like a scammy, risky space. Lead generation, what? Just trying to. Lead generation is a B in general, but when it's B2B and that's well wrapped, it can skyrocket. Okay. Still need to have a break. We're building a Web3 platform where people can invest in tokenized real estate. Okay, so that sounds interesting. See you on LinkedIn, Hercules, and see you maybe later. But there are already existing platforms like this. How would you compare? Thanks for the follow, Kapil. Last question: do you have a Discord? Well, I'm gonna build a Discord server. It's part of the plan, for sure. Thanks for the follow and thanks for the gifts. Thanks for the follow. Divina Yati. Okay, so I need a break now. I don't know if I have to like just leave the live, or maybe stop it and start a new one. I'm back for a bit. Okay, how are you? You know what? You're like my lucky follower, because you're I don't know, every time you're here I'm like exploding. So let's get back to 200 viewers. So yes, so the Web3 project sounds interesting. The thing is that yeah, there's big money involved, like real estate, like tokenization, big money, serious money involved. Well, yes, I don't really care about the likes anymore, I think. Well, if you can press the like button, of course, it really helps. But the most impressive thing is that I've been streaming for 7 hours and 6 minutes. But I'm exhausted at the moment. And Anne is still watching the live. You see, I don't have anything interesting to say anymore. Just talking to people. Oh yes, Niklas was supposed to be added to the Excel list. Thanks for the follow, guys. I have like a followers wave now. What did you pick at viewers? 250, something like this. 247. Okay, so let's add Niklas to the Google Sheets. Yeah, that's a lot. 200 viewers for a small like, coding channel. Okay. So I'm adding Niklas. In which country are you in, Niklas? It's Scandinavia, I think. Well, actually, as long as you want to be in the list. How are you, King? Sweden, yeah, that's what I thought. And what do you do? Yeah, that's my new 9 to 5. I'm streaming 9 to 5. So Sweden. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah, and I think you sent me a LinkedIn request. Electrical consultant, but you are transitioning to what exactly? To full stack. Yeah, it's also a good way for me to remember my followers. And what's your stack of choice at the moment? So do you think that's my destiny to be streaming the whole day now? Back to 60 viewers. Hi, King Vincenzo, how are you, man? So the list is like a community that we are building with freelancers, people interested in tech, and basically to be added on the list, you have to like participate in the chat. And like, for example, Niklas has been following us for quite a while now. Python Supabase, okay. React, okay. Okay, so we've got a new member on the list. How do I become a web developer? Well, if you're young, you can just learn, like study computer science at university, maybe. And otherwise, you can watch YouTube videos maybe. Well, we're not adding anyone on the list. You have to deserve your spot on the list. What about HTML, CSS? So Alberto wants to be part of the list. Maybe we should add Anne on the list. What do you think? Because Anne has been very... Can I be in? Yes, you're in now. We will add you, but you need a specific like category, I don't know. What language do I learn? Can I use AI to learn? Well, maybe if you use it in a smart way, you can use ChatGPT as a trainer, but don't ask AI to write all the code for you. That would be a mistake. Thanks for the follow, Kimo. So basically you would start with Python and JavaScript. That's a way to start. Thanks for the follow, guys. I think we're stuck at 50 viewers. So maybe I'm gonna have a small break now, and maybe I'll be back a bit later. Yeah, I think. Well, we are making plenty of things here. Like tech-related things. Time for a break for everyone. Gonna have some food maybe, and I might be back a bit later. What about a Discord channel? Yeah, we will do that at some point. Like the Google Sheet is like the beginning for the Discord channel. Where are you from, Richard? Brazil, okay. So it's the morning now. Okay, so if you want to get in touch with me, just send me a DM and I'll be back a bit later. It's been quite fun, like this 7-hour long stream. And as Anne said, I need a break. Thanks for the follows, guys. I definitely need a break and I need to eat some actual food and not just fruits and vegetables. Yeah, that was a long one. Yeah, I still have some fruit remaining, but I'm gonna have like pasta, an actual dinner, I think. So you see how it is with dopamine. Now that I have like 44 viewers, I feel like I need to leave the live stream. Whereas like yesterday evening, I had like 10 viewers and I was happy with it. And a few hours ago, we had like 250 viewers. So you always need more. Hi, how are you, man? Yes, so don't hesitate to follow my channel. Is it addiction? Maybe addiction to the followers count that's growing here. I'm doing great. How about you? Thanks for the follow, man. So I think I gained like 1,200 followers from one live stream. I don't know what Vadin is. So that's what I was talking about. Why would I like keep posting stuff on TikTok, whereas I can just keep do these live streams and keep growing? I don't know. Much better at live streaming than creating content. So don't hesitate to add me or follow me on LinkedIn, and you can visit my website. Yeah, I gained more than 1,000 followers today. thelastdev.club, which is my MVP Studio website, and you can also book a call with me if you have any like. Working. So yes, that's a sign that I need to have a small break. Thanks for the follow, boss. See you later, guys. See you later.